They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Welcome back to Friday Night Lies. I'm Catherine Felton Page, your host and founder of Social Change Warriors. Justice seekers we are, and advocates for those who have been unalived by others and are seeking justice. We are here to support their families and to help advocate for them so they can get justice for their lives well lived that were ended way too short. So welcome back. Friday Night Lies. Well. Tonight is going to be wild. That's all I'm going to tell you right now. This has been, if you've been following us on Friday nights, we have been covering the Karen Reed trial 1, 2, and the aftermath. So that's what our Friday Night Live show is about. We also give some brief updates on the other cases we're covering if they've come up since we were last live. But we try to give as much attention as we can to the victims that we are advocating for and their families that we work with on the ground and sometimes in person and definitely over the phone and the emails and such on Wednesdays and Thursdays when we have updates or when we have new cases that we're advocating for. So we save Wednesdays and Thursdays for all of the families to come in live with us and for us to give you updates on all those cases, because we have 14 families that we are still currently advocating for whose loved one has been unalived by the hands of someone else. But Friday nights we have dedicated to everything Massachusetts, and I invited way back in March my dear friend in non-crime, Julie, the craziest person on earth. I asked her if she would be interested in co-hosting with me and live streaming on Fridays because she lives in Boston. She's very tied to the community there, and she's a resident Bostonian. So I thought we need to have a co-host on Fridays that can relate to Massachusetts, to Boston. And I wanted to have a night to continue to cover the aftermath of the Karen Read trial because I have been personally fascinated with it since it first happened. Many of you know that I'm a retired law enforcement officer. I'm also a social worker. And once upon a time, I was a journalist, and I've been able to use all my talents and all of my various careers in my life. And now I'm able to use them here with all of you on Friday Night Lives and on Wednesdays and Thursdays for our other programs that we bring you. So I just wanted to remind everybody what we're doing here on Friday nights is we're primarily covering Massachusetts with our resident Bostonian, Julie, the craziest person on earth, self-proclaimed. I've never called her that. Only in our, when I advertise for you to join us on Fridays. So as usual, thank you for joining Social Change Warriors. Thank you for being a justice seeker. Thank you for being an advocate. It's all really important because we are in our communities and we have eyes on our communities. We know our communities better than anyone knows them. So if anyone's going to advocate for someone who's been unalived in your community, it's going to be you. All of you in Massachusetts are more equipped to advocate for those in Massachusetts than I am. I don't know your community like you do, but I can advocate for you and through you. But when I'm advocating here in Florida, in my communities, in my counties, my Volusia County or Marion County, where we've been advocating for where is Sarah Uppersall and the other missing in Marion County. And as we learn more about other cases and I'm able to contact family and get permission to advocate, we're learning more about their surroundings. And I've learned about Colorado and where Suzanne Morphew went missing, and learned about San Antonio where Suzanne Clark went missing and has still not been found. And of course, we've learned about Sandra Birchmore and what she went through being groomed as a child, and the evil Farwell twins and evil Robert Devine. So we are learning about the communities, and that's really a part of being a person in your environment, right? So there's a social work theory called person and environment. And I'm telling you, it really applies to these cases and what it's like when people get involved in advocacy and they want to fight for justice for their person who's been unalived by someone else. So I am here on Friday nights to talk primarily about Massachusetts, but we have 13 other cases that we are covering. So if you ever get an opportunity to join us on a Wednesday or a Thursday, you're always welcome. And I will have a few updates on a couple of other cases tonight since I didn't stream this week on Wednesday or Thursday. I've been doing some homework on 2 new cases that have been brought to my table, to my desk. So I had to work on the background and reading police reports. So sorry we did not live this week on Wednesday or Thursday, but we'll definitely be covering those for you very soon coming up here. So welcome everybody. It's Friday night. Welcome to Julie, the craziest person on earth, the best co-host ever. Welcome back, Julie.
Hey everybody, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. So I was just telling everybody tonight's going to be a little crazy because there has been, if you have been, yes, Friday nights is our night for Massachusetts. There's a lot going on in the beautiful state, Julie's beautiful home state of Massachusetts, and we really didn't do a lot of preparation for this. I'm going to let Julie, our resident Bostonian, give you the lowdown of what we have experienced in the last 7 days, because this is her state, her hometown. I am just an advocate and a supporter on Friday nights, but I want her to give you the lowdown. If you haven't been paying attention, it is wild. And so we're going to try to navigate you through it. Julie and I are going to do our best because we've been paying attention. We've been sitting in on a lot of the other live shows, and we've got it down pat as much as anybody can have it down pat. Who's Zoomin Who, Julie? Do you remember that famous song? And we're going to play that in a little bit here on YouTube, but we'll take a little strike for that, but it won't hurt us. It'll just demonetize us for the night. But if I clip it out in the morning, then we'll be okay. And then we can have our tiny little bit of ad money that we get for our channel, which is very little because we're such a new growing channel. So, but I do like to mention it that when we play music that we don't have permission to play, they just take away our little 40 cents a night that we get for ads here at our very small growing grassroots channel. But I do want to play it because it's an amazing song, and all I could think of the last 7 days is who's Zoomin Who, Julie?
Well, I'm about ready to do a Zoom right now. Hang on. Let me. I mean, a Twitter Spaces right now. Hang on.
Oh my gosh.
Hello,
Okay.
world. I need to vent. What is going on?
I'm going to mute just for a second. I forgot to grab my water and I'm going to need it because we got a lot to talk about tonight. So everyone, I'll be right back and I'll say hi to everybody here who's live with us here in a second too. So you go ahead and give kind of the gist of what we've been following for 7 days and I will be right back. I got to grab my water.
You got it. Hey, everybody. So, so there's a lot going on. To say that it's been a quiet week. I mean, I know everyone's like, well, Karen Reed's done. She's free. There's end of story, done. We're done. Nope. I mean, a lot of the stuff you could see, like, okay, it's going to come out, and it kind of came out, but it came out in a way that it wasn't, I mean, it didn't seem very organic or planned or what the hell's going on. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and not a lot of people are talking about it or they're addressing it, but they're like, okay, I'm going to do my YouTube thing, but then I'm going to go on the Twitter and we're going to do Spaces, which is still the internet. So I don't understand what's going on. But anyways, so real news happened this week as well. Well, I mean, like the stuff that's coming out with the Karen Turtle stuff, that's real news because that's a real issue. That's sentient to what's going on here now. But there's other stuff that came on too, and I wrote that down too. So we'll just give you a breakdown of what's going on this week. Let's see. There's Kelsey Fitzsimmons made a motion. Tim Bradle put a motion in with the Supreme Court. I know Melanie went over that. I didn't get a chance to read a lot of this because I am bushed from going back and forth and who's doing a 5-hour stream and who's doing another 5-hour stream and who's talking this and who's exploding and who's this and who's that. And oh, by the way, this dropped and that dropped. And then I yesterday, which I'm going to tell you all about, and we'll bring videos of what happened because that was epic. So we got some good stuff. But so I didn't get a chance to read, but I know Tim Bradle put a 22-page motion to the appeals court, I'm sorry, not the appeals court, the Supreme Court to try to motion to get Kelsey Fitzsimmons out of jail. And from what I heard, it didn't. In my opinion, again, not a lawyer, just play person who sits on her porch and talks to a computer. Great. I mean, like you want to talk about that this is different. People are going to interpret how it was like, okay, she was too, the judge was too harsh. Tim Bradle wasn't prepared or what's going on. This should just be like a nothing burger. But like, it seems like it's going to poke. But again, I mean, like there's real world consequences to stuff like this. Like, for example, where Kelsey is, like I think you mentioned that she's in protective custody and she's being antagonized because she's a cop. She was, I believe, a CO in a prison beforehand. She's being antagonized by people who, in my opinion, and again, this might not be popular, I'm as liberal as they come, but what's right is right and wrong is wrong. Somebody, in my opinion, who should be not there, and I don't like that. But that's neither here nor there. So that's going to go through. I mean. This poor thing. And then it was confirmed, I know we mentioned it on prior streams, it does appear that the motion that the baby's father, her ex-fiance now, put motions in to get child support and tried to put a lien on her house, which is 100% in her name. So that puts up my spidey senses immediately. So that's going on. There were updates with Brian Walsh. They dropped a whole bunch of motions in Limine. They were supposed to be in court with Judge Krupp today. I don't know if that was resolved. Again, there's a lot of stuff going on, so I don't know what's going on there. But Brian Walsh put out in one of the motions, he made a motion to move his trial out of Norfolk County, to either move his trial out of Norfolk County and the Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham, or to bring in a jury from outside because of the media coverage. So I don't know if they're grabbing at straws. I mean, it did get a lot of coverage, but it got a lot of coverage because, in my opinion, it was abysmal what he is accused of doing. Now, again, he is innocent until proven guilty, but from what we've all seen, we're going to see what happens. But so he made a whole bunch of motions for that. There was something else too that I'm sure it's going to come to me. But there's a clip on that online. What was the other thing? Let's see. I can't read my. Let's see. Lots of motions. Update today. Yeah, I think there might have been something today. The Birchmore stuff got moved. I come outside and everybody drives by. The Birchmore stuff got moved, but they also put out 17. I think it was discovery. I don't even know what they called it. I guess they're like discovery things, whatever the legal precedent for that. They got moved to December. And I guess that one of his attorneys is off the case. The original attorney was off the case, but he still has a whole bunch of attorneys. So that's going forward, Farwell. But a lot of information came out. Again, I didn't get a chance to read that because it's just been exhausting. What else? Karen Reed, civil stuff. Her motion to dismiss was denied except for one point, which was that they could not use what they're accusing her of doing to John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee. The morning, saying like, well, she did extreme emotional and basically like mess with her head and start screaming, yelling, saying like, well, this was like, it was too much. So that got thrown out. Everything else is, I'm sorry, that's not allowed in the motion, but everything else can go forward with the case. So that's still coming out. And can't read my writing. Let's see. What was the other thing? The Canton trash scene. That's right. Canton trash strike. Well, it's not just Canton, but it's everywhere else. That got resolved. So I know there was an issue in Canton. I know Giacomo had his trash party where they went around to collect all the trash. So that got taken care of. So that's good. I meant to mention that last week. And what else? Oh my God Almighty. And that's the other stuff. And then I know Turtle put out today that he had a Zoom court date in Jersey for the restraining order, and that got pushed to November because I think they ran out of time because they were going to bring something up, and they said, how about we just suspend until November? So order's still in play, but that's going to November. So that's all I got for like actual like events that of like for the cases that we were talking about. But this week, two big things happened. There's the stuff with all the Twitter spaces where it's become like a Karen versus Turtle. But yesterday we had federal court. What did we have federal court for? We had federal court for the was sentenced yesterday. Now, last week we read on live because that came breaking before the shit hit the fan. The sentencing memos from both her and from the prosecution came out, and I read that and then played a clip and had to stop myself because I said, oh my God, this is so bad. So I went to court yesterday, and we're going to talk all about that because that was exciting. And I mean, it was exciting for me because it was big doings, and like there was like a lot of stuff that was kind of not expected, and it's the first time in federal court, so that was exciting. But disclaimer, no one's going to like this, okay? No one's going to like this, but I'm sorry. This is just me reporting on what's going on, and I'm going to give my take on it, but I'll tell you what my take is, but no one's going to like it.
Julie, before you do, I just want to tell everybody, welcome again. Hi, Kathy. Welcome to Friday Night Lives. Thanks for saying hi in the live stream in the friend zone. And I just wanted to tell you, I put up this photo of the train track because, first of all, I love this photo. And I took this photo many years ago when I went back to college in my 30s for journalism, and I was working on a story. And so I actually took this photo with my video camera, and then I you know how you can change it into an actual photo. So this was always something I was proud of, and I really love it. But it reminded me again of the whole crazy train that we were asked to get on, Julie, 7 days ago. And you just very eloquently kind of gave the whole lowdown of what's been going on. And the grand juror, you were at Uncle Joe's house, and the grand juror, I have had a really crazy busy week personally, so I don't know the outcome of that. So I'm actually excited to hear what happened and how your day went, because you and I didn't get a chance to chat about that. So I'd really love to start with that, if that's okay with you, because that's connected obviously to John O'Keefe, to Karen Reed, to Tully, and to everybody that it was involved in the the prosecution of Karen Reed, and then the need for this grand jury. So I just started thinking, we've literally been on a crazy train for really 3.5 years, because nothing about this case was ever right from the beginning. It was all messed up from the beginning. And we've all been, when I was talking, and I'm going to speak on it later on in the show, about what person environment means and what it means to social workers, and how really it applies to this case and to all the people that hopped on the crazy train. And there's two sections of this crazy train. There's the section that is anti-Karen Reed, and they do not believe she's innocent. And there's the section on the train that is for Karen Reed. And then the train that was for Karen Reed separated and locked doors between the sections of the train, because they got in an argument over what was real and what wasn't real, and the way people were behaving and acting and treating others. So the two Karen Reed fractions split, and they've been at odds now since last December, maybe actually November. And then you've got many little sections of the train that have closed the doors to each other because they are in squabbles. So the crazy train used to be one big train at the beginning before anybody decided who was this, who killed John O'Keefe, who didn't. And everybody wanted justice for John O'Keefe. So everybody got on the justice for John O'Keefe train. And then it became a crazy train because people started arguing, and then people started accusing, and then Karen got arrested, and then people chose their side. And then, like I said, then even the Free Karen Reed side of the crazy train broke into fractions and locked their doors. So this is a crazy train that we've all been on, those of us that follow true crime, that chose to follow this case, Julie. But I'm grateful for it in many ways because I wouldn't have met you. I've met other people that have come to be very dear to me because I've met them via advocating for John O'Keefe. So any comments to any of that?
Yeah, I mean, this is just human nature. I mean, do we all think that everybody was going to get along and, like it was going to be like the president likes to say, peachy Dory? No, of course not. People are going to bitch and they're going to argue and they're going to say, I don't like this one, I don't like this one, I don't like that one. And I mean, it really started to kind of show when, and last, about a year ago, well, 11 months, but it really started to show when people started to kind of go at one another between trial 1, trial 2, people started going at one another. And it was like, okay, like, what do we get? Like a lot of people started to reevaluate and say, okay, what is this? Is this real? Is this not real? We have, what exactly are we pulling for? And so going up to trial 2, I think a lot of people just kind of put it aside and they're like, hey, listen, for the greater good, because we look and say, listen, Karen Reed was charged with this crime, and the evidence that the Commonwealth did, number one, my opinion, from what we saw, they didn't do a proper investigation from jump. 2, the mechanism of how things were done was just obscene. I mean, obscene that they brought in that stupid pirouette theory, whatever this is. Like, again, I have background math and science, and it doesn't make any sense to me. So I think just look at that and say, listen, she and she alone cannot go down for this crime and say, like, well, even though we might have screwed up, oh, it's fine because we got the girl anyways. No, you need to do proper investigation. You need to go and you need to get search warrants. You need to get subpoenas. You need to get all of this stuff, and you need to do an investigation, then bring it to the court, and then put it in front of a jury.
That's how it works. How about that amazing thing called an interview, Julie, where you actually interview potential suspects and you actually record that conversation? We've been talking about recording conversations all week without people's permission because 37 states still let you do that. Massachusetts does not. The state I'm currently in, Florida, does not. But 37 states do allow you to record a conversation that you're having with someone. But the conversations we wanted recorded were the interviews with the potential suspects / witnesses. Where were all of those, Julie? That's what still really gets my goat, that they had the audacity to conduct a police investigation into an off-duty police officer's death. Now, I am one to say, first and foremost, that an off-duty police officer, in my opinion, shouldn't get any more special treatment than any one of the rest of us. And when I was an off-duty officer, I would not have expected any preferential treatment compared to my neighbor who might have been found laying in the front yard. But because he was a police officer, we naturally it hurts us just a little more because we know that he was a police officer in Boston. We know that he put his life on the line countless times in his career for people, to help other people. So it is more egregious when an off-duty officer gets murdered for some people. It shouldn't be. I mean, it should be egregious that anybody gets M-worded ever. But when the police are investigating one of their own, then we can't really blame them completely for making sure they really, really try their best to do the best investigation they can. They should be doing their best to do it for everybody. But I get it when people constantly want to bring up he was a cop, but really it shouldn't matter if he was a doctor, a nurse, a lawyer, a grocery store clerk, a guy who works at a Circle K, or a freaking brain surgeon or an astronaut. It shouldn't matter. He was killed and left in the snow in a blizzard and he died and we still don't know why or who killed him. So it shouldn't matter what he did for a living. He was a human being and he was unalived, and their investigation was utter crap. It was utter crap from the very second that they got on scene. They did nothing proper. They did nothing according to protocol. And then they had the audacity, Julie, to blame it on the weather. Like, you guys never get snow in Boston.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was just a shit show from the jump. But I mean, like the whole reason why I started that was saying, like, hey, listen, she alone can't go down for this. But I think everybody kind of came together, whether you believe, again, on the Free Karen Read side, to say, like, hey, listen, we're pulling for this because of everything else that goes along. And then once the kind of shit hit the fan, no, I'm sorry, once everybody came together and the trial was able to go through and she was found not guilty except for a DUI, then it seemed like the shit hit the fan, because it was like, okay, now what do we do? And a lot of people were like, okay, well, she's done. I guess that's it. Let's go find something else. And other people were like, no, let's go back and do other stuff. And some other people were like, no, let's look at the overall picture. And now, come to find out, there's, even more warring factions between the two between Karen and Turtle. And, they've been going at it for about a month, and now everything else came out. So
right, exactly. And with that is where this whole person and environment theory comes into play, where you become somewhat of the environment that you live in. You can literally take on mannerisms, traits, likes and dislikes, speech patterns. Do you all remember when you were in college and maybe one of your friends was a jokester, or maybe one of your friends was good at imitations, and then you found yourself liking it so much and thinking it was so funny that then maybe sometimes you started doing it? Like, I'm trying to think of a really good example, but for me, guys, college was a long time ago, but and maybe not even just college friends. It could be a coworker or someone in your neighborhood, and they have a certain way of saying something, or they have a certain slang word for something, and then you find yourself picking up on it. It's the same as all the words, basically the words that we've now compiled that are in the Urban Dictionary that never really existed 10, 20, 15 years ago. We keep adding more and more words, Julie, right, to the Urban Dictionary. That's an example of person and environment, right? So something like that you might lean on, like you guys with your wicked smart, right? What are some of the other ones? Is it wicked pisser? Is that pissa?
Yep, wicked pissa.
Wicked pissa. So, right. So those are more colloquiums, but they can also be part of being a person and environment, right? Because who said it first? Who said that first? Or, who said a lot of the different sayings that we say where we grew up in our person and environment? Well, when John O'Keefe died, unbeknownst to John O'Keefe, he created an environment. He created an environment of some people wanting justice for his passing, people wanting to find out who unalived him, and that then became somewhat of an environment. So when you create an environment, you're also going to create all the ups and downs that come along with the environment. Think about your neighborhood. Does everybody in your neighborhood always get along? Hell no. I just watched something today, Julie, about an old murder case that happened years ago. And the person that unalived his wife was free for 10 years because they had no evidence. They had a really gut feeling that he did it. The investigator, when I watched the clip today, and maybe I'll share this one with you sometime on a Wednesday or Thursday. It's a very interesting domestic violence homicide investigation that went on, and it was in Tennessee. And this man who had unalived his wife, he got away with it for like 10 years because they just didn't have the evidence. And we've talked about that before on this show, that, there's so many times where they really know who did it based on the circumstantial evidence or based on interviews they did with the person that they think did it, but they don't have the hard evidence to take it to trial. So the DA in this county, in this area of Tennessee, said, yeah, I get you. I feel you. You got this, you got that, but it's not enough. And if I take him now and then we get more later, but he goes to trial and he's found innocent because a jury cannot wrap their head around it, there's not enough, then we're done. So they didn't do anything about it. They didn't arrest him. And finally, 10 years in. And one of the things who was a primary suspect was the neighbor, because the neighbor had this thing against dogs. And so he put poison in his front yard so that any dog that came in his yard to do their business might eat this poisonous stuff. And one of the dogs passed away, and this woman's dog got very, very sick. So in the beginning, they thought maybe he was a suspect because she had been standing up to him and she was obviously irate with him that her dog almost died. And so he got arrested for that, had to serve, I think, some community service for that. And so he was a primary suspect when she first went missing on 2 days before Halloween. I forgot what year this happened, but my example of this, and the reason I'm even sharing this with you, is because in that particular neighborhood, they lived out in the country of a very small town with only 38,000 people. And when this happened, then this person kind of became the person non grata neighbor, and people were very leery to walk their dogs, around him. But all of us live in neighborhoods where these things can happen, where you're not always going to get along with your neighbor, where one of your neighbors may get arrested for something nefarious. One of your neighbors may be in their house at night looking at kitty, the P word that we can't say on YouTube, nasty stuff, and you don't know it. So when you have an environment, person-environment theory, and you have all these people in an environment, there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be nefarious people. There's going to be good people. There's going to be people to get along. And there's going to be unalivings at times, right in your own environment. And that's what happened in Canton. In the environment of Canton was you had 2 unalivings back. Well, you had more than 2. You had, I think you had 3 or 4. And it's so bizarre, right? So when this environment is created for John O'Keefe, then you create, oh, I love this person. Oh, I don't like that person. Oh, that person's this, that person's that. And then you get the bullies, because in any environment, there's going to be really nice, sweet people that are great to everyone. And there's going to be bullies, and there's going to be people in the middle. There's going to be quiet people that just kind of hang in the background and come to the live streams, but they don't talk in the friend zone. We created, little did we know, when we all joined in on this 3.5 years ago, we created a giant environment, Julie.
Yes, we did. Yeah. I mean, it's, just to see how people kind of come to this and how it gets kind of carried out. I mean, again, people come from all walks of life, and, they look at this and say, like, well, this could be, that could be my daughter, or that could be my son, or this could be this one, or that could be that one, or, oh, hey, I used to live there, so let me follow this. There's lots of reasons why people do this. Right. But that being said, not even, like, I know that the, like the mantra that's going around now is, like, well, she would be in jail if it wasn't for this part, like if it wasn't for Turtle's coverage, or like Turtle likes to say, if it wasn't for me, nobody would have seen this because it wouldn't be on television. And I mean, like I've said on this channel several times, I watched there was the pre-trial conference from right after she got upcharged, and I watched it on Boston.com, which is the Boston Globe, on their website, and that would go to NBC 10 and New England Cable News, and they showed it. So it was already being covered, like it was already being covered, because this is a big deal. This is a Boston cop in outside of Boston. This didn't happen in Boston. This is Norfolk County, but this is big doing. So they've got a lot of eyes on it. And again,
it was. I agree with you. I just want to step in real quickly. I agree with you that it was big doings in Massachusetts. But in the very beginning, when it first happened, I caught it because I pay attention to the news. I like news. I pay attention to news from other places around the country. I've lived in a couple different places. I lived in Colorado. I've lived in Florida, obviously, Wisconsin, and California. So I like to keep my eye on all the places that I consider still my special places. And Boston is special to me because I've been there many times, and my great aunt and uncle live there. I have tons of cousins there. So I've always kept an eye on Boston. So that is how I even, most people that in my world had no clue who John O'Keefe was. I asked many of my former officers when it first happened, hey, what do you think about this? This sounds off to me. And, I don't know. I've never heard of that one. So it didn't make mainstream media. It wasn't all over the country in the beginning. It was definitely a big deal for all of you in Massachusetts, and very obviously thought-provoking for those of you in Massachusetts. But I personally do feel that Aiden should be more humble about what he did to help with organizing this movement to get it started. But the people on the ground that came out to actually believe in justice for Karen and wanting to free her because they believed she was innocent, they are really big time heroes, because they created a huge on the ground movement with signs and protests, and they like to call it advocacy, or they like to call it standouts, but they really were truly protests against the Massachusetts corruption, right, Julie?
Well, yeah, sure. But now that kind of the curtain's getting lifted and you kind of peel back the onion. I mean, again, this is not going to be a popular discussion for a lot of people, but I mean, it is what it is. As you kind of peel back and you kind of look and say, well, what was it? How was like things that people were seen or perceived as being true, turns out that might not exactly be the case. And I mean, I think a lot of people are going to have a hard time, and especially with what's going on, because a lot of what you were talking about with the with like the social engineering and like the well, not social engineering, but like the populations and like the movement, like getting swept up in the movement. That's actually
Right.
one of the things that came up yesterday in federal court. So yeah. So
Definitely.
if
Also, I
there,
want to mention to anybody, if
there,
anybody wants to chat with us tonight, you are welcome to come on the platform. You can always chat in the friend zone, always. But if you are interested and you want to talk, you are always welcome. So you just let me know, and I will send you the link to bring you backstage, and you can come up and say your piece. I thought a little bit about doing a space for those of us that come to this channel that maybe do want to talk, because you don't necessarily want your face. You don't have to have your face on here. When you come on the platform, like for instance, right now, all I have to do is turn my camera off and I'm just talking to you. So you can come on this space with us. I send you the link, and you don't have to have your camera on. You don't have to be on with your face. You can use a synonym. You can use an anonymous name for your name under your name, or and that's all good. So you're welcome here anytime to talk with us and chat with us and bounce things off of us. We always welcome that. I thought about Julie and I doing a space this week because everyone else seemed to be wanting to do one. And I thought, why not? Why don't we try one? See who comes on and chats with us from our core group, because I don't have a huge following, obviously, like Sean and Aiden and Jess Machado has quite a following now, because she was a journalist first and foremost. Now she's doing live streaming. But I thought, well, even if 5 or 10 people come on and chat with us who actually want to have a say in all this, then so be it. I'll do a space. I'll host a space. But I thought, we'll just do our Friday Night Lives. We'll stick to that for right now, unless somebody actually asks me to do one and says, yeah, I'd love to do one. I'd love to chat in a safe space, because I consider our space safe, because I welcome all opinions. I'm willing to discuss anything with anybody. I have my own opinions on that. I do believe that Karen did not hit John with her car. That's based on science and witnesses and the lying that I perceived to come out of the mouths of many of the so-called witnesses that I consider suspects now. But if you have an opposite opinion and you want to debate or talk to us on Friday Night Lives, come on. So a lot of there's so much that went on in this last 7 days, Julie. It's hard to even know where to break it down. One of the things that bothers me though is the pile-on kind of mentality, where those that are upset about those that released this 30 seconds of a 30-minute conversation and released it out into the stratosphere are upset that person did that. And then there's those that are trying to help to make excuses for that the recording not really being that big of a deal. And then you've got people that have literally have hate in their heart for Aiden, which unless he's actually done something to harm you, I don't really know why you would have hate for someone. Just because you don't agree with them or don't agree with their channel or how they speak on their channel, it shouldn't cause you to hate someone. But I've seen people relishing in his discomfort, and that I don't like, because I'm not about bullying anyone ever. And it's that has upset me this week. I've had some rough days understanding this and understanding how many people who say that they are into true crime, say that they are into advocating for victims of crime, but then come on Twitter where they're safe with an anonymous name and criticize someone. And I've been a victim of criticism on Twitter because of my live streaming and my opinions. I know what that feels like, to have some anonymous person come after you and call you names. I haven't liked that very much, Julie. I haven't liked to see people in that section of the crazy train that split and has now locked their doors. So you can't go from one side. You can't go from the turtle side of the crazy train to the Sean on the golf side of the crazy train. And And I saw so many people relishing in this outing of Aiden having recorded the conversation with Karen. And I don't like to see that. Like, I don't understand that completely.
Yeah, well, just to clarify, it's not 1 30-second clip. It's like 4 or 5. I think it said like 5 or 6 other clips came out, so it's like 5 or 6 clips in total. They're not
right. I realize. I'm sorry, Julie. Yeah. I'm
okay,
sorry.
right,
I'm sorry. I got that.
yeah, it wasn't one.
The original clip that came out last Friday.
Yep.
In the 2-hour live stream that Lily did with Chris, the koala from Australia, the 2 Australians.
Yep.
And so allegedly, they received the clip from Joe Flipperhead. So Joe Flipperhead got himself involved in all this somehow by
no, wait, hang on. So it came out in stages. So
stages.
All right, so we'll talk about this. So it came out. So Friday night we were doing our live. While we were doing our live, there was a spaces that was going on. That I guess was round 2. I guess that they had done a prior one where they were talking about some airing of grievances and
that was Thursday, Julie. Let me back that up.
Yeah. So that was Thursday. People came out and did that. Right. And while we were live last week, they did a follow up to that, because while they were live, they were getting information from somebody, which
that happened Thursday. So while they were doing their spaces Thursday, which turned into a 5-hour spaces, it all started out with the whole nonsense with Miss Shorty and Jason warring with others in the Free Karen Read movement. So you've got 2 sides of the Free Karen Read crazy train, and they're warring with each other, and they're calling each other names, and they're demeaning each other, and they're doxing each other. And you've got that going on since last December, off and on. So for whatever reason, Lily and Chris decided to do a lot my spaces about that, and several people that came up and spoke, and from both sides of the aisle, and they were talking and arguing a little bit and defending each other a little bit, and on. And then at the very end of that, when it was almost over, Chris announces, I've just received some breaking news or breaking information, but I can't share it now. And then Lily's like, oh, what are you talking about? You can't do this to us. He's like, no, I can't, because the person that contacted me doesn't have the go ahead yet for us to release this on our spaces. So we'll have to reconvene hopefully tomorrow. So that is how it happened on Thursday. So now, right? So now I'm sorry to have interrupted you, but I want to make sure I got that all right, that's how Thursday went down, because I'm going to want to circle around back to this, because I find it extremely interesting that out of the clear blue sky, maybe it's out of boredom, maybe it's out of wanting clicks and tricks, I don't know, but why suddenly is there a spaces going on opposed to a live stream? And this whole subject about the Miss Shorty, Jason, Aussie Insider warring with OB and all of Miss Shorty's former mods, one of which I was one. So I understand all of this better than anybody does, because I was one of Miss Shorty's original mods. I was bullied. I know what it was like. So I'm curious, why now? Why now are they having a 5-hour spaces? I chose not to join that. I didn't even know it was happening. And then all of a sudden at the end of that 5-hour spaces, they just miraculously get word that there's this big breaking thing going on. I'm weird about that, Julie. I'm weird about it.
So the reason why they did the spaces is because of what has come because of the Free Karen Read movement. And since she was found not guilty on July 18th, 2025, they're basically saying like, okay, we don't need to go along to get along for the greater good. Why are we still going along, getting along? Why are we not able to talk about this? Because they're basically saying like, hey, we need to air our grievances.
Wait, why are we not able to talk about what? About the warring that went on between.
Well, let me hang on. So they're saying, hey, we went along to get along. We shut our mouths and said, okay, this is for the greater good, because she's they didn't do an investigation. She shouldn't have been on trial for the stupid theory. She can't go to jail for she and she alone. We need justice. So they shut their mouths and they said, okay, now the Free Karen Read is done, we can separate and we can air our business, and we could basically say like, hey, that person's an asshole, that person did this, that person did that. And what they were getting was pushback saying, basically like shut your mouth and know your place. And people were saying like, well, why are we still getting beat on? Because these people didn't stop. They kept poking and poking and poking and poking and poking. And Correct. So what happened was they basically got together and was like, hey, why don't we air our grievances and say like, hey, listen, we had this issue and we are like we're still behind Karen, but we're not behind all the bullshit that went on, because somebody needs to be taken to task for this because of what happened here, because this one got hurt, this one did this one, lost family, whatever this is. So they basically put it together saying like, hey, talk to one another. If you guys are having a problem with one another, talk it out and we'll, go forward. So what happened was people got wind.
That's not always possible, Julie. We know that because certain people are so nefarious and are so messed up in the head that there is no talking it out with some of these people. They are just going to continue to be who they are, which are people you would never associate with in a million years in your personal life because of the way they behave, the narcissism that they throw out, the gaslighting, the lies. You would never want to be with someone like that, the way they behave. So to me, that was just drama piled on drama, that spaces, because you are never, ever going to get any of these people that are on these two sides to back down from half of it defending themselves and half of it saying, you're a lousy, dirty, rotten, scummy person, and all the lies that half of that group was throwing on the other group over something that started out so small. It was such a small little thing. It could have been handled offline. It could have been dealt with via emails or texting one another, but people chose to put it out into the Twitter stratosphere, which was a huge mistake, caused a lot of hurt feelings, a lot of drama, and then it just kept rolling down the aisle, rolling down the hill. The snowball kept getting bigger. And I don't see any coming back from it, because some of the things that these certain people did was so egregious. I mean, Jason threatening to write exposés about people, Jason threatening to dox people, and he did dox people. And Miss Shorty with her constant rhetoric of just complete lies about her mods that are not true at all. Not a single word of truth. So if all you're doing is slamming people with lies, there's no coming back from that. You're not going to admit you did it. And the people you did it to certainly aren't going to forgive you when you won't admit you did it. So you're talking about just walk away. Like they always say on social media, when you get to a point where you cannot deal with somebody and they are not a good person for you, they are toxic, block and walk away. That's what I had to do last March. And I did that. For months and months and months and months. And then all of a sudden, a few months ago, they're back at it again. And my name is getting put out there on Miss Shorty's channel and on her, and people that love her and are completely disillusioned with her. And now my name is on there again. And I don't like that. That bothers me, because I have not said one word against her. I have not said one word about her or Jason or Aussie Insider for 9 months. I have kept quiet about it. But all of a sudden, now all of the mods that used to give of their time and volunteer and not get paid to do it and do it out of the goodness of their hearts are being slammed again out of the blue. So that is what happened in the last 2 months again. Just constant slamming. I luckily haven't been involved in it that much because I have chosen not to respond to any of it. This is the first I've spoken on it. But the other 4 mods have been getting hammered again by these people. It's a complete waste of time. It's an absolute shit show. It shouldn't be happening. And for me, when I listen back to that 4-hour spaces, I don't understand how that helped anybody, because nobody's admitting they did wrong. Nobody's forgiving anybody. I don't get it, Julie. I really don't get it.
So let's wind back a little bit, because I think you're kind of getting the point I was trying to make is that they did that space because they said, listen, it's done. We don't need to get along with these people. We don't need to get along with Turtle. We don't need to get along with that Jason person. We don't need to get along with any of these people. So they said, listen, if you want to say something, because it was all pushed away. They were like, Turtle went up there and said, shut the F up. I can't stand drama. I'm going to jail. I'm on trial I'm on trial for 105 years. What did you do? This is bullshit. And basically dismissed everybody. So they said, hey, listen, we were told to shut up. Now we're not shutting up. So we're going to put it out there. If they want to come and talk to us, come and talk to us. We'll try to hash it out. If you don't want to say anything about it, fine. If you don't want to, stop, that's your problem. But we're going to say it and put it out in the public so people can see what exactly these people were doing. So they had that space to talk about it. People came and they're like, hey, I had no idea this was going on. I'm sorry this has happened to you. Hey, this is still happening. And they went after this one, and said, okay, this is a space where it's out there. And people can see it. They could do with it as they want. Somebody can either apologize, they cannot apologize, but they can no longer dismiss it and say, oh, I didn't know about that. I've never heard of that. That's not true because it was there. People were talking about it and it was there. So that's why they did that. Now it devolved into basically a screaming match because some other people showed up and they started screaming at one another, and then it turned into a shit show. And then right at the end, there was some other information and they said, okay, let's see what's going on there. So that's where that came from, which is like, okay, we don't need to go like free Karen, like that's why like a lot of people are saying like free Karen Reed is dead, meaning that we don't need to get along with all these people just for the sake of, this this movement. What happened on Friday is that people got word of what they were going to show, saying like, listen, I have some information. It's not for me to tell. Let me see how good it is and we'll go. So Friday, while we were live, they did another one of the Twitter spaces where, again, it's just like talking, but it's not us. They went up there and they talked about it and said, hey, listen, there's this guy. There's this guy. He has been given some information that this other person has been talking about all these other people, and oh, by the way, we have it on good authority that a certain person in the community was recording another person in the community. Now, again, it came out afterwards that this person had it, that Karen Reed talked to this person, Joe Flipperhead, and said that, I've been recorded, and they were discussing it on the spaces, and Turtle found out. Turtle came on the spaces and lost his ever-loving mind. And
so let's back this up just for a second for people that don't know what's going on. So Joe Flipperhead, everyone, is a fake name. That's not his real name. And he didn't use his real picture. He used a picture of Allen Iverson. And he's been on Twitter X the whole time, and he's been supporting free Karen Reed. He's believed in her innocence. He made a lot of interesting videos using his technical skills, and he was somewhat accepted and very popular in the movement because he was contributing. There's a lot of us that have been contributing, but we don't get accepted into the movement because we're just not considered big enough or cool enough. I don't know. It's like high school. Okay. I'm going to say it because I can. The free Karen Reed movement is somewhat like high school. If you don't check all their boxes just right, you don't say the right thing at the right time, you are not accepted into the cool kids club. It's literally like high school. And that's the whole person and environment theory. That's where that all comes into play. So Joe Flipperhead, he was accepted into the cool kids club because they liked what he was producing more than somebody else that they didn't decide to bring into their club for one reason or another. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of people that believed Karen was innocent based on the evidence and based on the craziness that we saw in trial one, that were heavily involved in promoting her freedom on their Twitter accounts and their Facebook accounts and their Instagram accounts. Who got chosen to be accepted into this free Karen Reed cool kids club? I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't understand it. But Joe did. And Joe's not from Massachusetts any more than I am. He doesn't live in Massachusetts. He's never lived in Massachusetts. He lives in another state. So somehow or another, I am expected to believe, Julie, because you know me, I'm always going to ask the questions. I am never going to jump on someone's side. I am listening to this when we got off on our Friday Night Live, and I went and listened to it. And there's no way in hell I'm going to automatically believe that Karen Reed gave Joe Flipperhead permission to put that out on Twitter. I'm not believing that right away. Now, you might all do that. Some of you might jump on the bandwagon, get on that crazy train and get into that compartment of complete belief when one person tells you something. But after what I've experienced in my year of live streaming and all the bullying that I experienced from time to time, and people that I thought were relatively nice to me and then just fucking ghosted me, I don't trust anybody right now when it comes to nefarious behavior. And I personally feel, and I'm getting ready for your rebuttal, that's okay. I personally feel that why in the world are you spreading this out on Twitter X on a Spaces, which is a relatively new Twitter X thing, by the way, everybody. Spaces is what they call it it was never there for Twitter, as far as I know. I think it's an X thing. And you can literally just click go live and you can start talking like you're a radio show on Twitter. And you can give other people permission to talk, just like I can bring you on the platform and I can have up to 3 people at a time or 4 people, however many I pay for. Maybe it's 10. I think I can have 10 speakers at a time, believe it or not, because I pay extra for my StreamYard. So 10 of us could be on here yakking, just like a Zoom. Who's Zoomin Who? But in my spaces, a huge amount of people, the person who runs the space, I call it my space, I meant to say space, X space, just clicks and gives you audio and everybody can talk. Now, why in the world would Karen Reed, who just went through a 3.5-year murder trial, want to give two people from Australia who don't even live in this country, nothing against you, I think Australia must be beautiful and everybody seems like, there's a lot of nice people from there, but why would you want to give two people? Why did Joe Flipperhead shoot? We need to be asking way more questions than what I heard people asking this week on Twitter X and on Facebook. Why is Karen Reed giving Joe Flipperhead permission? Why didn't Joe Flipperhead do a live? Why didn't Joe Flipperhead give this to Jess Machado or somebody who's a journalist? Why Chris from Australia and Lily from Australia? Why are they airing it on a Spaces versus a YouTube channel? I am very confused about all these things, guys. And when I heard this Friday night and I heard it all, I heard them, and I'm going to let Julie tell you what they outed. And I think we have a clip of it. I am concerned. I have a lot of concerns that this was handled very haphazardly, in my opinion, dangerously, because you've got people really, really pissed at each other now. So as a former law enforcement officer and a social worker, I am very concerned about what is going on in this person and environment that's been created by the Free Karen Reed movement and the anti-Karen Reed movement. And I am not happy about it. I don't like the way it was handled, Julie. I don't like the way it was brought out into the public. It was brought out with one 30-second clip. Now, I know you've corrected me, and I thank you for that over the course of this last 7 days, they've been doling out like snowflakes more clips. Again, fucking stupid. I mean, if you're going to out someone for doing something nefarious, then out them. Do it. Do a live stream. Show the whole 30 fucking minutes of the clip. Don't dole out to me little pieces of it in your spaces. I find it to be absolutely egregious behavior. Now, that's my gut feeling. I'm telling you, can all disagree with me. You're welcome to come up here and disagree with me all you want. That's my first initial gut feeling to this is gross. I didn't like it from the get-go. I thought it was very offensive. And I've been doing this for a year now. I've been live streaming for a year, but I've been a human for 62 years. And I think I have a pretty good gut feeling when people are behaving poorly and making snap decisions to do things that might not be in the best interest of everybody. And that's my rant for now. So I'm going to shut up for a while and I'm going to let you rant.
Well, do you mind if I ask you and say, what was it that was kind of gross about it? Like, okay, what would have changed if it had come out? So on Friday, what came out were text messages from when Turtle came on. Joe Flipper basically said, like, hey, I talked to Karen Reed, and Karen Reed told me that she found out that Turtle recorded her from a phone call that they had, that she got wind of it. And that she said that, listen, I just don't trust this anymore. I'm done. He's been going at it with low blows on, about like the Howie Carr stuff and other stuff that he's done. It was just like, you know what? We're done. He's been taking shots. He's trying to turn the crowd. Enough is enough. So Joe Flipperhead, I guess, responded. Now, he showed all these text messages. Came out over the weekend that he showed text messages from, I don't know if emails or messages or whatever it was, that he had been in correspondence with Karen Reed over.
Again, sprinkling.
Over the second trial, and like they were talking, and then I guess that he ended up getting her message because it was a text message on the phone. But so they were in communication, and they and he released because Turtle came up. He lost his mind, saying like, "No, you don't have it. Prove it. Like, where's the clip? Show me. It's like, are you sure?
Wait, let's stop.
Text message?
Yeah, wait. Let's stop right there, because this is good what you're doing, and this is good what you're saying. But let's stop right there. Do you actually think for even 1 minute, you or anybody else that is going to take an opposite opinion of me on this, that they didn't think that Aiden was going to come up on that space and defend himself? Did they actually think for 1 minute that they weren't creating a viral crazy town moment? Come on.
I don't think that was the point.
Oh, no. Come on, guys. Let's use our common sense here. Let's not take a side, because sometimes you got to go down the middle of the track. That's okay. It's okay not to take a side sometimes. It's okay to stay on the fence until you get all the proof. This happens in law enforcement all the time. Law enforcement did the exact opposite for Karen Read. They jumped on one side of the track and said, it's all about Karen Read. We're not even going to consider that John could have been run over by a plow or hit by someone else's car or so drunk that he passed out in the yard and died of hypothermia, hit his head on the ground. Consider that. Oh, sorry. Come here, Tan. We're not going to consider any of that. We're just going to, it's Karen Read. She did it. I'm on the left side of the track. Screw everything on the right side. And God damn it, I'm not going in the middle. Where the law enforcement is supposed to be is in the middle of the track. They're supposed to be in the middle of the track until they can sort out the evidence, do the investigation, interview people. And we should feel the same way about this Free Karen Read movement. When one person says yada, 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 and another person on this side of the track says yada, yada, yada. If we don't have a horse in the race, if I'm not related to Karen and I'm not related to John and I'm not related to Sean in the Gulf and I'm not related to Turtle Boy Aiden and I'm not their best friends, I should be in the middle of the track. I should be trying to critically think this out, look at all the evidence, listen to everybody. I shouldn't be jumping to one side or the other. And we have seen that constantly with this whole person and environment of the Free Karen Read movement. Somebody comes out with something in a YouTube, in a live stream, and everybody goes crazy on Twitter and Facebook. Oh, so-and-so just did a live stream, and I believe everything they said. And then somebody on the other side comes out and retaliates and does a live stream, and everybody goes on Twitter next. Oh, I'm going to believe everything they said. And then the two sides are fighting and yelling at each other and doing Twitter wars and Facebook wars. And hardly any of us are trying to stay in the middle of the track and figure out what the F is going on. And that's our job as a concerned citizen. If we're not related to any of these people, we should be trying to figure out what the F is going on. And I don't believe for a minute that an intelligent person like Lily and Chris, who talk intelligently and seem intelligent and have been involved. Lily had her own YouTube channel. Chris has been involved in this, as he self-proclaimed all the way back. He speaks very intelligently. Someone is going to try to expect me to believe that they're going to go on a space and tell everyone that Aiden recorded a conversation with Karen and sent it to her, and someone then sent it to her attorneys and then play that 30 seconds for us on Friday night. And Aiden's not going to get wind of that in 20 seconds flat. And Aiden's not going to jump on there and cause a scene. They knew it. They knew it was going to happen, Julie. Joe Flipperhead knew it was going to happen. Of course they did. Absolutely. Of course they did. Come on, everybody. Please help me here.
Well, okay, all right. So to go back a little bit, so you're saying that you can't believe that you said it's gross because you're saying that Karen wouldn't trust Joe Flipperhead. That if she trusted Jess Machado, let's just use Jess Machado because she's a journalist. If she had used Jess Machado and it came out kind of the same way, would you think differently?
No, I don't like the way it came out. What I'm saying is what made me feel the ick and it made me feel gross. This is based on who I am as a person and how I treat people and how I would expect to be treated in this situation and how I would treat someone in this situation. Let's just say that my show had taken off a year ago before I got involved in the Turtle Sean crap and everybody split sides and Turtle's people left me and Sean's people left me. Let's say we had 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 followers. And somebody called me with this information. I can tell you right now, there's no way in fucking hell that I would have ever played that 30-second clip. It wouldn't be worth it to me. It wouldn't be worth the clicks, the tricks, the flicks, because that to me is disingenuous. Until you know for sure what's going on and you know what's happening, why would you want to put that out in the public? Why would you want to create a civil war? That is no better than what's going on in our country right now with our politics, purposely putting out shit that upsets the other, that inflames the other, when we should all be trying to speak and get along and try to work to the middle and try to understand each other's sides. All this did was make the civil war between Sean on the Gulf and Turtle and all their followers worse than it ever was before. That's all that it has done so far. Because in 37 states, Julie, it is not illegal to record someone's conversation. 37 states in America. Now, I don't know. I'm not a math science major like you, and a lot of other people aren't either. But that's the majority of our country still doesn't agree with what the other states are doing. So you can't sit there and preach he did something illegal, he recorded. Sure you can, because it's the state of Massachusetts, but you got 37 other states saying that's bullshit. Who cares who records who? If you don't use it in a nefarious way, they're not acceptable in court. They're just like lie detector tests. They're meaningless. It's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything really. It only means something to the two people. Why do the rest of us need to hear about it or get involved in this? This should have been between Karen and Aiden having an argument. And if Aiden did something nefarious in Karen's eyes, that's between her and him. Why are the rest of us jumping on the bandwagon and trying to make this out to be the crime of the century when 37 states don't think it's a crime? Now, you and I had this going on all week, you, me, and Shauna debating this, and I respect that you and Shauna respectfully disagree with me. But I believe in free speech. I believe in honesty, and I'm a moral person. All of you that know me know I'm ethical and moral. Would I personally record someone without telling them? No, I would not. I've actually had to ask people when I was a journalist, are you recording this conversation? And then I would tell people if I was recording it so I could go home and do my notes and figure out how to write the story, I would tell them. And this was in the state of Wisconsin. I didn't have to tell them, but I did. So I'm not in agreement that Aiden recorded Karen. I'm not in agreement with that. But I also think this is being made to be something ridiculous. And now, like I said, I saw you shaking your head. Don't tell me that this didn't cause the friction. How can you shake your head when I said now the friction between the Shauna and the golf group and the Aiden group is worse than ever? How can you shake your head?
Okay, all right, wait, let's back up a little bit. I don't think that there's an issue with the Sean group and a Turtle group. This is between Karen and Turtle.
No,
okay?
You're wrong.
Karen came on the JSA and said, I didn't get it. I didn't agree to this. Somebody recorded me and put it out there. That's been confirmed by Nick Rocco.
Julie, if that's the case, then it's between the two of them. But it is now.
But when somebody has a population saying, I'm the cult leader, I got $1.1 million dollars, and I did this and I did that, and they turn around and say, oh, look, Karen's being such a mean, nasty bitch to me, and I raised $1.1 million for her. Look at how mean she's being. And everybody starts turning going, oh, see, she won't even give him an interview. Oh, see, look at that. And then it turns out, look what you're doing this for. He's actively in his shows. Listen to his shows.
You cannot say that without going in the middle of the railroad track, because unless you're completely only on the Sean on the golf side of all of this since last December, and that's the side you sit on, and you're not in the middle of the railroad track where I've been sitting, then you're on the because this is about the Sean and the Free Karen Reed was one big movement. And when Sean and Turtle started arguing, people started taking sides. Guys, that is person and environment. That's what happens. That happens in your neighborhoods. It happens in your condo associations. It happens. Look at what happens at the freaking select board meetings that Mike Young Jerks has covered and shown to us for the last 2 years. It happened here at we're called town councils here. In Madison, they're called the city council. People argue, they fight, they don't get along. There's always going to be people sitting on either side of the track. And thank the Lord, there's people like some of us who go in the middle and try to figure it out first before we choose our side. You always have to choose a side. You can't vote if you don't choose a side, but you can stay in the effing middle until you discern how you feel about a policy or a politician or a law that's about to be passed. You can stay in the middle as long as possible, because that's where we get along. We get along in the middle. When you go too far on either side of this track, then you do not get along, and you do not have good conversations, and you do not have ways of speaking to each other that are fair and kind and nice. You create division. So the more that we can stay towards the middle, not necessarily always in the middle, but towards the middle, that's where we can speak. That's where we can try to understand each other's opinion and each other's way of thinking. If you think that this person who was in Turtle's safety group, there were 4 of them apparently, and we'll get to that because there's so much more to unpack. If one of the 4 in Turtle's safety group decided this sucks, I don't like it that he did this, so I'm going to become a drama person, and I'm now going to give this to the other side of the Free Karen Reed movement, because back in November of last year, whether anybody likes it or not, Sean on the Gulf and Turtle had a falling out, and it was massive. And we were included in it a little bit because I wanted to interview Sean about his background and about being a DEA agent because I respected him. I invited Turtle on my show. He doesn't pay any attention to me. That's okay. But Sean did pay attention to me, and Sean agreed to come on Social Change Warriors. I had just started live streaming in September or end of August. And what came of that then was a massive split because then there was whatever they're calling the Monday that Sean live streamed that is now taken down, that you can't watch anymore, where he literally called out everybody that in his opinion had done anything nefarious. That happened, and that was real, and that caused a split between Free Karen Reed, between the Sean and the Golf people and all their Facebook group and their Twitter group and all of his 30,000 followers, and Aiden's. And some people have tried to stay in the middle, not many. And it has been a problem ever since then. And it's still a problem. It has continued to be a problem, Julie. And then the way this was put out, an Aiden close circle person gives this to not another Turtle close circle person. They don't get someone else in the group and say, hey, do you think this is wise? Do you think we should be sharing this out there like this? Do you think it's wise for me to give this to the anti-Karen Reed people and the Sean on the Golf people who hate Turtle? Do you think that's wise to do? No, they didn't do that. They just went rogue, and they decided to share a 30 seconds on Friday night of a 30-minute alleged recording between Karen and Aiden that I don't agree should have happened. I even though it's legal in my state in Wisconsin, I don't agree you should record someone without their permission. But the Turtle person decides in their wisdom that it makes sense to give this to the anti-Karen Reed people, allegedly, and the free Karen Reed people on the Sean and the Golf side / the people that hate Turtle. How in the world would you ever think that that wasn't going to cause a 7-day shit show? Because I got some really good swamp water down here property because we got a lot of flooding going on down here that I can fucking sell you. If you don't believe me that happened because one person decided to fuck Turtle over and pass that video around and cause all this insanity that's gone on for 7 days.
What if Karen was behind it? What if Karen Reed came out and said, hey,
then Karen Reed should have come out and said it. She's innocent.
She did last night. She did last night, and she did to Flip, and she did to other people. That's been verified.
Yet. So let's stay where we're at. That got me up in my feelings, if we could, please. We're going to catch up to that, and then I'm happy to.
Well, wait a second. You want to talk about in the middle? Maybe the middle is like you want to keep saying the Sean stuff. Maybe everybody who's looking at this between the free Karen Reed, or the Turtle, and the anti. Maybe the middle is where Sean and the like is looking at all sides of what's going on.
Oh no. I don't agree. Absolutely 100% agree. If I really don't. And I wish some people would come up here and tell me they hate me and they don't agree with me or they agree with me. No, the middle is the middle. The middle is where you can rationally look at both sides of the situation. I said this in my live stream after all this fallout happened, after I got called names, was threatened to be doxxed, because I wanted to stay in the middle. And I was willing to say that what Aiden has contributed to free Karen Reed was monumental. His journalism, I appreciated. He actually was the reason why I decided to live stream, because I thought, hey, this guy's a school teacher. I'm an ex-cop and a social worker. If he can live stream, maybe I can do it. I might not be as good as he is with his way he handles his channel. Maybe it's what people want. Maybe I'm too nice to do this. Maybe I'm too good in a way to do this because I don't swear enough and I'm not controversial enough. But at least I can do some advocacy for victims of domestic violence. And he kind of inspired me to do it with all of his standouts and going to court and trying to interview people and trying to oust the McAlberts, as you guys like to call them. I still call them the McCabe's and the Alberts because they're two separate entities to me. I saw value in what he did. I don't always agree with him. I was on his channel and I was brave enough to say, I don't like it when you put women down. I don't like it when you say women didn't deserve the right to vote. Stop that. And then all the Turtle people would hammer on me and they'd kick me out of their chats. Then I'd be on Sean and the Golf stuff and I would say my piece and I got hammered there. So yes, there is two sides, Julie. There absolutely is, because I got bullied by both of them, because I had the audacity to want to stay in the middle and be an independent thinker and be a critical thinker and not believe everything that came out of Sean on the Golf's mouth and not not believe everything that came out of Aiden's mouth. I'm 62 years old, guys. I've been around this planet for a while. I don't have to believe anything anybody tells me. I don't have to believe anything you tell me or MCAT tells me or Kathy Coppins tells me. I can sit back and critically think about what someone's telling me and determine if they're lying. This is Friday Night Lies. We started this show to determine who the liars are. I'm not going to automatically believe that one side's telling the truth over the other, not until what we did from January until now is review the testimony, review Twitter, review Facebook, look at people's posts. Give me one good reason why I should believe a fucking word that comes out of Joe Flipperhead's mouth. Give me one good reason.
I don't know. Who's
Joe Flipperhead? I mean, who is this guy anyway? Why should I believe anything that comes out of his mouth ever? He was helping this Free Karen Read movement. He was making videos. I thought he was doing good. He and I actually DM'd a couple times. He may remember that he did. If he's on here, he might tell me he did. I thought he was a nice guy. I complimented. I shared his stuff constantly. Like I've shared microdots. I've shared Sean's stuff. I have shared everybody's crap and all their live streams. I've talked about their live streams. I've shared their links since I started live streaming a year ago in August. I have tried to see value in Sean and the Golf being a retired DEA agent and everything he's brought to the table. I see value in what Aiden has brought to the table with his really balls to the walls investigative journalism. Why is that a bad thing? I have been bullied by people from Sean on the Golf side. I have been unfollowed. I have been called names by both sides of the aisle because I believe that both sides bring value. Am I the only person in the Free Karen Read movement, Julie, MCAT, Kathy, Shauna, all our regulars? Am I the only person that wants to stay someone in the middle of this train track and believe that both sides can bring value to something?
I don't know. I mean, if you look at what happened this whole entire week, like you can just look and say, like, okay, what happened on Friday? Flip says one thing, and then in 25 minutes, Turtle agreed that, yep, I got that message too. That, yep, that Karen was at the recording, and then Turtle agreed to it. So, and then he went on his live, and he agreed to it as he outed everybody. Then other stuff happened last week, and this is what, 5 days ago, stuff came out. Like, you can go ahead and say, like, okay, in that spaces, you can go ahead and say, like, okay, what's this guy talking about? But then to have Turtle come up and get so aggravated and then agree to it and go, oh, wait a minute, there might be something there. Like, that's the scientific method, which is like make observations and then collect data and kind of get like a robust set of facts so that you can make a decision on stuff that comes out. And as more and more stuff has come out, it certainly does. And then again, the last night seemed to be the icing on the cake, which is Karen Read herself. That was confirmed by Nick Rocco and JFK.
Okay.
So
let's get to that. I'm excited to get to that because I have had a lot personally going on this week for me. And so I have not been
maybe not throw everybody
everything. I listened to some of those live spaces, but I didn't listen. I'm not privy to all of them. So let's get caught up a little bit. So the first one came out last Friday night. Aiden came on, obviously not visibly because it's spaces, so it's only voices, but obviously very upset, very concerned, pissed off at Joe Flipperhead. So then he started saying things against Joe Flipperhead and what happened with a relationship with another Free Karen Read person, Olivia, which was none of our business, but he was pissed. So obviously when people are pissed, person environment, what do? They lash out, they strike out. So now we're being told about a relationship issues between Joe Flipperhead and Olivia that we shouldn't know about, that we shouldn't care about, that are none of our business. If it's a dangerous situation for Olivia, then her family needs to be concerned about that for her. She needs to be concerned about that for herself. We don't, obviously, we never advocate for any of that because 13 of our victims were unalived by the hands of someone else, and many of them were /stalking behavior. But am I going to automatically believe Aiden that Joe Flipperhead was stalking Olivia? No, I'm not, because Olivia did not come on the spaces. So, and I don't blame her. But now I know recently she has come on to Twitter and made comments. So now their bizarre relationship, they met via the Free Karen Read movement. They were attracted to each other. People were cheerleading for them. In fact, I even sent them both a little Twitter message cheering for them when it first came out and everybody was talking about how they were flirting on in the Free Karen Read movement. I even made comments on both of their Twitter pages about it. I thought that was cool. Now, none of us knew the fallout of it. Only the people close to them, because that wasn't shared, that they were having issues, that she was feeling, I guess, creepy would be the way to put it, that he was overly invested in her. It was too much too soon. I've dated guys that got way too overly invested in me, and it creeped me out. When anything goes too fast, usually your inner gut feeling says this is going too fast. If it's not, then you're both on the same page. You're both going down the track together, and it doesn't feel creepy because you're just as invested as that person is. And maybe it's too soon for others, but if it's working for you, it's working for you, right? But in some cases, one person gets way ahead of the other, and then that person starts to feel creeped out a little bit. I think that's what it sounds like happened with Olivia and Joe Flipperhead, that Joe got over carried away with his infatuation with her, his attraction to her. That was creeping her out. She backed off. He didn't like it. Then he started thinking she wasn't a real person, accusing her of being catfishing him, calling her parents. So this all comes out. Nothing we needed to know. Absolutely nothing to do with getting justice for John O'Keefe. Nothing to do with Karen Read at all. But that all comes out because person and environment comes into play, and Aiden's upset. Aiden's pissed that his business is now being splashed all over Spaces. And now we find that out. So that was a crazy Friday night. I get it was all happening while we were live streaming, so we didn't even know about it till after it happened. So then somehow that Aiden left the program, and then he live streamed himself, went on his own live stream Friday night. So everything was going to hell in a handbasket. Then, as you say, Julie, when did the next clip? So let's talk about what was the first 30-second clip that came out. But first, before you tell us that, or we listen to it, I just want to get to the friend zone here. Sorry about that. I was having trouble clicking on it for some reason, MCAT. It wasn't letting me. So that's why I'm so delayed. I agree with Kat, and honestly, Nick Miller, aka Joe Flipperhead, because his real name did come out. We're not doxing you, Joe. Someone else already did that for you. Was recording Olivia. I think she's saying this is ridiculous. You wrong. This is not between Karen and Aiden. Yeah. So that definitely, in my opinion, Aiden shouldn't have brought that out, though. I mean, and if he hadn't brought it out, would someone else have brought it out who was in the know? Because for all we know, the Joe people and the Olivia people were in the know that this was all happening. And when Joe then came on Spaces and outed Aiden as recording Karen and giving us the recording, 30 seconds of it, then all hell broke loose. So I think that probably those on the Olivia side would have outed Joe, because now you've got another mini war going on. Now you've got a mini war going on with Olivia and her friend and her people, and Joe and his people, and they're all saying, Olivia, you wrong. No, Joe's, you wrong. And now who do we believe? Those of us that are trying to stay in the middle of the track, do we believe Olivia or do we believe Joe? We don't automatically always believe women. There's times when men have been victims of lying and catfishing and domestic violence. So we can't automatically believe Olivia. It's very fucking weird. So now we are, as Free Karen Read people, and justice for John O'Keefe, because that's why we're still coming back every Friday night to give you guys the updates from Sandra Birchmore, from Anna Walsh, from John O'Keefe's justice that we still don't have. And especially, obviously, Sandra Birchmore right now and Anna Walsh, who are dead, and John O'Keefe, who is DEA dead. These three people lost their lives, and none of them have justice yet. Matthew Farwell hasn't even been to court yet, and now we find out the bump from August to October is not happening. Now that's been bumped to December. Anna Walsh has not got justice yet. Her creepy husband, who I believe did unalive her, that's my opinion, based on the evidence, based on his creepy interviews, based on their history, and he did something to her. He put her somewhere. I'm guessing he separated her from herself, and he put her in various places, and she will never be found, just like Jennifer Farbo Doulos, when Photos Doulos unalived his wife and put her in various places, and he never went to trial because guess what? He got out on bail and he unalived himself. So thankfully they haven't let Mr. Walsh out on bail, because I don't think he would still be on this planet if they did. So we're trying to fight for justice for people that actually died by the hands of someone else. But now we're expected to get invested in Olivia and Flipper Joe's problems because of what happened with this recording. So now you've got all these millions of people, maybe millions, possibly, but definitely in the hundreds of thousands. Instead of focusing on Anna Walsh justice, Sandra Birchmore justice, John O'Keefe justice, Karen Reed's about to do a civil case. Now you got everybody going off about a personal relationship between two people that met in the Free Karen Reed movement.
And who put that out?
I already told you who put that out, Julie. Aiden put that out, and he shouldn't have. But what I'm telling you is, do you actually believe that if Aiden hadn't gone off and put that out because he was upset and mad, that someone who's Olivia's camp wouldn't have put that out to make Joe look bad?
No, because she didn't want that out. She came out, like whoever that person is. Again, it's a screwed up situation. I don't believe
it's
a lot of it. But she said she didn't want any of this out.
Right, but
works for Turtle.
Listen, I got like fluff flying around here. But listen, Turtle didn't want it out either, and one of his trusted circle put it out. You can't trust any fucking buddy on the internet unless they're your closest friend and you trust them with your life. You don't want to tell. He should have told absolutely zero nobody that he decided to record that phone call. If for whatever nefarious reason he decided to record it, in his turtle brain, he had to know it's not acceptable in court. It's not admissible. He knows it's against the law in Massachusetts. I don't know what made him push that record button, if he indeed did that, and he's admitting he did, but he shouldn't have told anybody about it. He told 4 people. That's too many people. Even if maybe he could have told one person that he trusts with his life, that he trusts to jump in front of a bus for him. But don't tell 4 people. All of us who are old enough to know better know that you never tell 4 people a secret, because that is never staying ever. So if he hadn't told anybody, none of this mess would be happening, because he would have just kept it to himself. He wouldn't have used it for anything, because he can't use it for anything. It's nefarious in and of itself, and he would get arrested for using it for anything, because it's illegal in Massachusetts. So that's why none of this makes a whole lot of sense. And now you've got Olivia and Joe's business being out there and everybody going crazy about that. And those that just love this for the drama, and believe me, if you don't, that's okay. But there are plenty of people who follow true crime who don't give a shit about advocacy. This is their high. They get off on true crime. They get off on it. And there's plenty of those people out there. And it may not be you or you or you, or it might not be those that are live with me now, but there are people that get off and get a high on true crime. And that is what is happening now. This craziness that has happened, the way they decided to bring this out in just a 30-second clip on Friday and then sprinkle a little more on Saturday and give me a little more on Sunday, like we're a bunch of kindergartners. Absolutely unacceptable, the way that this was put out into the public. That is, I will die on that hill, because I think it's egregious the way this was handled. And I am not trying to be popular. I am a volunteer channel. I don't care if you like me. I advocate for people that are dead and their families. I speak to their families. I'm a little bit like Aiden in that way. I'm on the ground here in Florida. I help people the best I can. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if I'm popular. I'm not here. I don't collect super chats. I don't ask you for money. I just want to advocate for people that should be alive and they're not. And I want their person that killed them to go to jail. So when these weird things come up in the cases, and if something weird like this came up in the Anna Walsh case or the Sandra Birchmore case or the Suzanne Morphew or any of the other ladies that we're advocating for, I would be staying on my track and I'd be in the middle. I'd be on that train trying to decide, okay, which side's telling me the truth, which side's telling me a lie, because you can't both be telling the truth. And I would do that because that's what I do. And I think there's a lot of you out there that do that. But I think you're afraid because you don't want to be bullied by either side of this movement. You don't want to be kicked off your channels. You don't want to lose subscribers because you actually do this for money. And I appreciate that. Everybody has the right to live stream for money. That's now become a thing. People, Twitter and TikTok and Facebook for money. There's tons of people on Facebook that are monetized. I'm not. I don't choose to be. I'm not monetized on Twitter. I don't mind that you are. That's your gig. Go for it. But then that dictates how you speak. That dictates how you choose to have an opinion on something, because you're afraid of getting fired. You're afraid of losing your members, because then you're now a victim in a way. You are now a victim to your channel, because you're afraid of losing subscribers. You're afraid of losing your money. You're afraid of getting a demonetization, instead of telling your truth and speaking how you really feel about the shenanigans and the nefarious nature of this Karen Reed movement and what's gone on. then you don't really speak your truth because you don't want to lose people. I get it. I totally empathize with you, though. I'll bet there's plenty of you out there that are heartsick about how you've had to handle some of this because you don't want to lose your subscribers and you don't want to lose people from your channel. I get that, and I'm sorry for that. Thank you, MCAT, for making your comments. All of your comments are welcome, whether you agree or disagree with me and or Julie or both of us. Julie and I respectfully are friends, and we respectfully disagree on some of this. We respectfully agree on some of it too. That's how we get along, and we communicate, and we talk it out, and we listen. And I listen to Julie's take on it. She listens to mine, and sometimes we have to agree to disagree. Sometimes I might change my mind and say, yeah, Julie, yeah, I feel you there. Maybe I'm a little bit off on that. She said the same to me. That's how a true relationship works, people. You talk out your differences. You talk about things that matter. Sometimes you got to agree to disagree. That's just how it works in this world. We're not always going to get along, but that doesn't mean you dox me or you defriend me or you unfollow me or you then get on social media and call me a bunch of names and make fun of my hair or my colors or my clothes or where I live, because that's bullying and that's crap. And that's got to end on social media. We have to find a way to continue to preach to people. If you're having a bad day, do not go on social media, because your bad day is going to go right up over into that screen, and it's going to go on to me and on to everybody else that you are deciding to hate on that day. And you see it constantly on social media. So much that is good about social media is getting ruined by bullies out there. So then Julie has presented as a non-turtle person. That's fine. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. There's many people that believe Karen Read is free, but don't really want to get on the turtle train, did not join the turtle train. I have argued with Turtle. I have argued with Turtle riders over comments made, in my opinion, misogynistic comments towards women. And I have been booted out of the turtle area a couple of times, not for life, not banded for life, thankfully, because I enjoy going on there and chatting once in a while. But I have never said I was a turtle writer. I'm not a turtle writer. I am my own independent person live streaming for justice and advocacy. I also find many of the things that Sean has brought to the table interesting and intriguing. And I've liked many of the people I've met, but I don't like the hate. I don't like that people on the green side hate the golf side and people on the golf side hate the green side. That's crazy to me. You're all following true crime. You're all trying to advocate for victims of homicides that have been unalived. There has to be a way to make peace and get along. And MCAT says, and that is fine, but this movement is nothing without Aiden. If Massachusetts people were speaking up long ago, maybe the corruption would not be what it is. Now, that is absolutely true. And MCAT does not live in Massachusetts. You know that, Julie. She's not from there. But we got people in all our communities. Had they been speaking up, so many of these things that we've seen come out in the last 2 years that we've been following this case that have happened in other states, Kentucky, Tennessee, Florida, Wisconsin, California, Colorado, if people weren't so afraid. But people are afraid, guys, because guess what? This is a big deal. These people are fucking criminals. They run their towns. They're like a mini mafia. And you all know, if you watch the mafia movies, people die. People actually die when they get involved. Journalists have been unalived because they have a voice, because they want to share with the public the truth. In other countries, think far east, you can't say anything. You get put in jail for having free speech. You cannot even run against the current president without fear of being poisoned. This is what's going on in other countries. And in our own country, we have these tiny little cells of what I consider mini mafias that the good law enforcement, the good cops are trying to fight against. They're trying to shut them down. And you've got little tiny Canton. What is it? 25,000 people? Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Yeah, something like that, 25, 28.
Right. You've got Chris Elbert bullying his way around that town for years and years. You've got those other Neanderthals on that board. I've watched many, thank you, Mike, at Young Jerks, by the way. I've watched many of your presentations of your live streams showing those. I'm not from there. I don't live there, but I wanted to watch because to me, it was kind of part of the big picture of the corruption of Karen Read. Had the town been able to have more than just a few voices that are willing to come out, and you know Well, all of them are the Sweeneys, Jen O'Donnell, Rita, John. Who else am I missing? Murphy. There's so many. There's like 20 of you, but that's it in a town of like 25 to 30,000. Now, what is that percentage? Do the math, Julie. You're my math person. That's not enough. And that's the thing about all the other communities. You guys met Ed Byers, who I became friends with thanks to Twitter X. The one good thing to come up Twitter X, many other good things, but that was one of them. Ed was able to oust the crime in Indiana and Clark County, but it took years and it took many other people to help him, but not that many. If a whole community would have helped Ed, that sheriff would have gone down for his crimes. He only got charged for a fourth of his crimes because the statute of limitations had run up. So Ed tried for years to get this man off of being the sheriff and get him, indicted for these crimes, but many of them they couldn't do because the statute of limitations ran up. So we have to be more involved in our communities. MCAT is totally right. We can't just let 5 or 10 people speak for us. We all need to be part of changing our communities and getting rid of the crime that is in our communities. And maybe this never would have happened. Maybe John O'Keefe's case would have been solved right away because all of the criminals would have been ousted from the Canton and the Massachusetts State Police, but we're never going to know. So all we got now is to stick to truth because truth matters, and liars are going to lie, and cheaters are going to cheat, and criminals are going to crime. And that's just the facts of the matter, everybody. So now all you can do is call out the corruption when you see it. Go to your town boards, go to your meetings, share your thoughts. Try to get these people unelected whenever you can that are in your communities. That how in the world Chris Albert is still on that select board just blows my mind. But I think more people have to be willing to run for office and step out. I mean, look at how brave Rita was. And I believe that woman's name was Kathy. I mean, so you have to do it, guys. If you have to get involved, if it matters to you. And if you can't run for office, you just don't have the time, then you have to do it via social media. You have to use social media for a positive good, not for nefarious, not to stir shit, not to cause problems. Use social media for the good of all in your community. So Julie, let's walk this back then. So this Friday night they sprinkled this 30-second clip of a 30-minute that somebody leaked in the Turtle World to somebody in the, who got it first? We don't know who that person is to this day, correct? Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Julie. Julie, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay. Yeah. So what happened was Friday night, the clip from Flipperhead came out where Karen Reed, where they were speaking, Joe and Karen were speaking, and Joe asked after Karen said, "Hey, listen, I got recorded. He's crying about this." And Joe Flipperhead asked, "Do you want your story out?" And she said, "Yes." So he went on the spaces. That's why he went out to say like, "Hey, this is what happened." And then Turtle came in and then they had a fight and Turtle said like, "Yeah, I got that message too." And he kept saying, "Play the clip, play the clip, play the clip." Well, the next day the clip came out. It was, I forget if it was Saturday or Sunday, the days starting to come out. So 30-second clip came out. It was sent anonymously. Came out that 4 people had heard this 30-minute phone call that I guess somebody that I think Turtle played for them, and then other people got it and sent. But this anonymous account came out on a Proton email. Supposedly you're sending these clips around. John Barron got clips. Sean got clips. I forget who the other people were that got clips, but they got clips and they put them out and they, did whatever it was that did it. But they came out.
Wait, back it up. I haven't been paying as close of attention as because I haven't been able to. But tell me who got clip. I need to write this down because I'm trying to keep track of all this, and we're going to keep talking about this obviously next
John
week.
Barron.
So, for God's sake. So John Barron got a clip.
From an anonymous, from a Proton email, which is an email like Gmail, it's free mail, but it's a little bit more secure.
Now, did John Barron get the whole 30-minute clip or just 30 seconds?
I believe that they just got clips.
All right. So John Barron got clips. Who else?
Sean got clips.
Sean on the golf got clips.
Yep.
Okay. Who else?
I believe Kate Peter got clips, or they got sent to her.
Oh, of course she did. Okay. Who else?
And who was the other person that got clips? I don't remember who the other people were that got clips. But
well, then how in the hell did Joe Flipperhead get the clip?
He didn't get the clip. He got sent a message from, we got to follow this. Joe Flipperhead was speaking to Karen Reed from the time of trial 2 until very recently. Karen Reed sent him a message because he checked in and was like, hey, just want to make sure things are going all right and she's like, oh, it's hard to, come back into real life because what's going on. And oh, by the way, all the stuff with Aiden's going on, and he recorded me and he's trashing me all over the place. And so he wrote, it said, do you want me to get your story out there for you to, tell people like, hey, this guy's, saying some stuff. And she said, yes. So that's why they did the space. That's why he contacted the koala and said like, hey, I got information. Karen wants to hear this. Let's go. They did the space. Turtle showed up.
I got to get this straight.
Yep.
So Karen Reed allegedly texted with Joe Flipperhead because
Yep.
they had somehow become friends and told him that there's something that needs to come out, but she didn't tell him what it was?
No. They spoke and she said that she found out that it got back to her that somebody sent her attorneys a 30-minute clip of Turtle recording her, and
that's who else got the clip. The fourth one were her attorneys.
Well, they're not part of the 4 people were the people that Turtle played it for. That's the rumor that's going around. That Turtle played this for 4 people and they knew. And then other stuff started to come out from that too. Apparently there's a clip, like Jess Machado today, right before we came on, was saying that there's like a 10-minute clip that she heard, but she doesn't have it. And she hasn't heard the whole thing. And she's saying like, hey, if you want to talk to me, it's this. And they're trying to figure out who gave it to people. So
I'm trying to take notes. So pardon me if I have to interrupt you. I get it that I've been following along pretty good the last 7 days. I get it that Turtle shared with 4 people that he recorded a conversation between he and Karen Reed that was approximately 30 minutes long. There's the facts.
Yep.
Now, what I want to know is you're telling me that one of these 4 people sent a clip to John Barron, Sean on the Golf, Kate Peters, and who sent the clip to the attorneys though?
No, it's an anonymous email that sent the clips to Sean. That's what he mentioned on his.
No, I understand that. An anonymous person sent the clips to John Barron, Sean on the Golf, Kate Peters, and the attorneys. Are the attorneys the 4th entity that got the clips?
No. So the four entities are 4 content creators or 4 people in Turtle's inner circle. He played the recording for them.
No, I know that.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm not making myself clear. I think we're tired and it's Friday Night Lives, but let me make myself clear. I know that Turtle paid the clip for 4 people. Those 4 people are on his team. They are close to him. Yes. Okay. I want to know who sent the clip to these 4 individuals.
No one knows. It's anonymous. Anonymous.
It's John Barron, it's Sean on the Golf, it's Kate Peters, and it's the attorneys.
Yep.
So those 4 entities got the clip, but we don't know who sent the clip to those 4 entities. So we have one anonymous person. We have one ghost.
Yes.
But we are assuming that it has to be one of the 4 that Aiden played the clip for, correct?
Yes, that's the assumption.
Okay, but that's just an assumption, and that's just allegedly, because it's possible that one of those 4 people got cocky and shared the clip with one of their people, and one of their people is the ghost. The ghost could be freaking anybody, guys.
But how would you do that, though?
What do you mean? How would they do that?
Well, if he played for them, how would they get the clip of?
They recorded it while he was playing it. Yeah,
I
of course
don't think so.
Oh, here's how it works. Let me show it. Let me tell you how it works.
Yeah. Okay.
How it can work, and this is like simplistic. How it can work is that you get your iPad out or your whatever phone carrier you have. I'll use iPad because I'm an Apple person. I get my iPad out. And I know I'm going to talk to Turtle, and I'm one of Turtle's 4 people because I was selected by Turtle to be one of his 4 people. So I'm talking to Turtle on my iPhone. But I don't have it here, but I'll just use this as my iPad. I get my iPad out because I'm on my iPhone with Turtle, and I'm thinking he's going to tell me something nefarious. So I put him on speaker on my iPhone, and I record it on my iPad, and then he plays this clip for me. Now I have the clip on my iPad. Okay. Now I'm one of the 4. But I'm getting kind of cocky and I'm bored because Karen Reed is fucking free and John O'Keefe doesn't have justice. God knows he's never going to get it. The Sandra Birchmore case is lagging. Anna Walsh is lagging. I probably don't really care about that anyway. I don't give a shit about all these other people that Kat over there on Social Change Warriors is advocating for. Who cares about those 13 dead people? I'm bored. So I'm going to take my iPad clip and I'm going to share it with one of my trusted people because I'm bored and I want to yak and I'm pissed at Turtle. He should have never done that because I'm a free Karen reader first and foremost. And I don't believe in what he did. He's an asshole. So I've got my iPad clip. Now I'm going to share it with one of my friends because I want to talk smack about the Turtle. So she or he then plays this clip off their iPad for one of their dear friends who is also very smart and intelligent and finds out that they are about to be played a clip of Turtle doing something nefarious. So they get out their iPad and they record. Do you guys even understand how easy this is to do?
Well, I mean, number one, that's Turtle's MO. He's been on record showing, like, he records himself showing where he has on speakerphone and he has another phone there where that's common knowledge. But how do you explain the sound different? Because if Turtle was on the phone with these 4 people allegedly and played it and somebody recorded them, how do you explain the sound difference between Karen and Turtle?
I wish we could get Video Jesus up here. Video Jesus, I know you're not watching me, but that's okay.
Video Jesus said it was firsthand.
I would like you to come up here and help me out because, again, I'm not arguing with any of you. Aiden's already admitted that he recorded the conversation. I'm not arguing with any of you. What happens if I'm talking to you and Shauna and we're having one of our chats and I decide that you are Shauna, I'm not sure I trust you anymore. I'm going to record you on my iPad. My voice is going to be louder because I am right here. My iPad is right here. My phone is right here. You guys are on the phone on speaker. So there's going to be differences. There's going to be issues with quality of voice. That's a no-brainer. That's not the issue. The issue is what I'm trying to teach you guys, for those of you that aren't techie, is anybody can record anybody all the time. Just because they're talking on their phone, if they don't have the feature or they don't know how to use the feature, how to record while they're talking, they can record you on their iPad or on their other tablet. So you could have been recorded so many times in your life by people that you thought were your friends. They might have been doing it for shits and giggles. You might have been discussing something that you were pissed at each other about, and they just wanted it recorded in case they ever needed it, because not to hurt you or kill you or unalive you, just to one up you someday. This stuff goes on between people. People record each other, guys, all the time. Most people don't have relationships like that are that edgy and bizarre. But I'll tell you what, people that are in really bad relationships and toxic relationships, they may be somewhat afraid of that person that was once their friend or their spouse or their boyfriend or their fiance. And they may decide to record them just in case, so that they have it in case they need to prove that they didn't do something. So this stuff is going on in 37 states all the time where people aren't afraid of getting arrested, and they're not using them. They're only using them for a rainy day if somebody tries to hurt them. Most cases, nobody's doing it nefariously. Why Turtle decided, I don't know. Maybe he'll come out and actually tell us why he decided to click that button and record. But here's the problem, is that we've got all these people now that I made notes on, and we don't have a fucking clue who the ghost is, because as I'm pointing out to you, the ghost could be anybody now, because it could be one of those 4 trusted people. It could be someone that one of the 4 trusted people trusted. So now you got that old shampoo commercial where I told 2 friends and she told 2 friends, and then the thing goes so on and so on and so on. And then you've got this big networking system from the top down, the pyramid system. It starts with one person at the top. One person told 2 people, and then it goes 2 more, 3 more, 4 more, 8 more, and it goes, and that's your pyramid scheme. That's exactly what happened here. So the ghost doesn't necessarily have to be one of the 4 trusted. It could be someone else. But our bottom line now is that person's a jerk. I mean, and that is my opinion. This is Social Change Warriors. I started this channel a year ago, and I'm telling you, whoever you are that started all of this commotion and nastiness and craziness for 7 days, you are an asshole. Because you, first of all, should have never done what you did. You should have never done what you did behind Turtle's back. What Turtle does, I may not agree with even 8% of the time. But he told you in confidence that he did something that should have stayed amongst the 5 of you. That should have never gone any further. And if Karen Reed, so one of these people, Karen Reed would have never known about this until one of these dirty rats went behind his back, or one of their dirty rat friends, because like I said, I think one of them could have recorded it. And then one of the other 4 who was down the line of this network pyramid, Karen Reed would have never found out she'd been recorded. She would have never been the wiser. There's nothing Turtle could have done with that conversation. There's nothing he could have done with it. Anything he would have done with it would have got him in legal trouble. So it was really pointless. Why he decided to do it, why he records people, who the fuck knows. But Karen wouldn't have been none the wiser. She wouldn't have known. So this little beef they've had, whatever it was before she found out about the recordings, why she chose not to let him interview her, why she's iced him out, it's none of our business. It is what it is. It's for him to deal with and cope with, and for her to deal with and cope with. It has nothing to do with her civil case. It has nothing to do with anything. And other than making this a big giant mess and everybody hating on one another for the last 7 days. So John Barron is a fucking ghost. We don't know who this guy is. No, everybody's been trying to prove who this guy is. He's nasty to people online. He's hateful to people online. It's a waste of everyone's time to read any of his shit. Sean on the Gulf, I respect, I like, he's a good man. He was a DEA agent. I have nothing negative to say about Sean, but I am a little confused at times why all this hate for Turtle has come into play and why it became such a big thing. Kate Peters, I have zero reason to believe a thing that comes out of that woman's mouth. Do not get me started with her. And the attorneys, obviously, they decided, why send it to the attorneys? What do the attorneys need it for? It's what is it? What are they going to do with that? What is it? What is the point of that other than to stir up trouble and to cause a problem? All right, now I'm gonna let you go now and discuss these people. John Barron, Sean on the Gulf, Kate Peters, and the attorneys. Why did this ghost person decide that it was okay to send a clip of Aiden to these people, and what was their reason for doing it?
Maybe they're protecting Karen.
From what?
From Turtle.
He can't hurt her.
I think he absolutely can. People have already been turning on him, saying, oh, what a mean, ungrateful bitch he is. He raised all this money for her. And now they're starting to go to Turtle. And I think she kind of got wind and said enough is enough.
That's person environment, Julie, respectfully speaking. That's person environment. Karen and Turtle have been squabbling the whole time along. And who chose Turtle? Who chose Turtle, Julie?
My guess would be Alan Jackson.
Thank you. They decided to use Turtle. They took a risk. They calculated it, and it paid off. It paid off.
So that's okay for what he's doing?
Did I say it was okay? No, I did not.
Asking.
No, I did not say it's okay. I already said, and I'll say it again, I don't think it's morally right to tape someone. Now, but in 37 states, could I have a reason? Like I said,
even if it wasn't illegal, it's still a scumbag move. You guys are in partnership, and all of a sudden you're recording somebody. Why?
But listen to me again. Let me repeat myself. What if it wasn't a scumbag move? What if there was something going on we don't know about because we're not privy to it? What if one of my friends I found out was doing some really shitty stuff to me? So I decided to play detective and call them up and try to be nice to them and record our conversation to try to get them to tell me what they did to me and why they did it. Am I a shitty person? Should I be telling a person who is possibly trying to take me down that I'm recording them to protect my own self?
Wait, what? Wait, I'm not following.
Okay, let me try it again. I live in one of the 37 states where it's legal to record a conversation. It's
legal 50 states. 50 states.
It's legal in all the states. You can record anybody you fucking want to. I get insider information that a very dear friend of mine is talking smack about me behind my back and is doing something nefarious about me behind my back. They're accusing me of doing something nefarious to other people. And I have to figure out how do I know that's true? Do I just go to the person and expect them to tell me the truth? Do I trust them now? Do I trust these other people? This kind of little stuff happens all the time in person and environments, all the time. And I'm sure some of you have been part of it. I've seen it happen in my class reunion committees, for God's sake. This stuff happens all the time. So I am now concerned that someone I love and trust is talking smack about me behind my back. So how do I find out they're doing that? For sure. Do I just call them, be honest? Or do I call them and try to be kind of sneaky a little bit and tricky? Okay, Tanner, we had to take a break a minute. Give me a second, Tanner. Do I then try to get them on the record while I'm talking to them, admitting that they did something nefarious to me? Or do I get them on the record blaming someone else for it? And you know what? I'll be glad that I recorded it, because at least then I know what the truth. And then I can tell someone else, hey, guess what? That person that's telling you that it's my fault that such and such at the slush fund at the company, the coffee slush fund at the company is missing $20. Guess what? They're telling people it's you, and and they're telling you it's me. And so this kind of shit happens in the world. I've had cases when I was a cop that had to do with this kind of shit, this nefarious little tiny little crimes that are misdemeanors, where people take money from slush funds, take money from coffee clubs, do stupid shit with their class reunions, and don't tell everybody or don't invite everybody, and they get hammered for it. People talk behind your back all the freaking time. So I decide to record that conversation because I'm trying to protect myself. I'm trying to prove that someone's out to get me, and I'm going to record this so I have it. Am I a shitty person? No, I'm not a shitty person. So in this case, it is illegal in Massachusetts. Aiden should have known better. I totally don't think he should have recorded the conversation. What would be the point of recording it with her permission? She's probably going to say no. She's just been through a murder trial. Sorry, YouTube, an M-word trial. So no, I don't agree with that. But what I absolutely don't agree with is the way this was splashed out on a species and absolutely made into something crazy and nefarious that it probably isn't. Because if Karen knows something, this whole witness intimidation thing, if Karen knows something that has to do with witness intimidation, or if Turtle knows something, that's between those two. They freaking decided to work together. Ellen Jackson supported it. Yannetti backed it up. They all agreed. Turtle has been working for Karen in capacity of being her advocate for 2.5, almost 3 years now. So they're bound to have disagreements. They're bound to not get along about everything. A lot of you have now love Karen, you feel like you know her because you live there and you've gone to these standouts and you've seen her and she's waved at you and maybe she shook your hand. I appreciate that. Absolutely do. I went to a standout here and I got to know people at the standout and I got to know the sister of the person that was unalived. And I understand how that ties you in so emotionally and it makes for a whole different level of emotion. So I would understand where you would be really royally pissed if you are a free Karen Reed person, not necessarily an Aiden Turtle writer, but just a free Karen Reed person. And you find out that Aiden, recorded your girl without her permission and you're hot about it and you're mad. That's understandable. But that still doesn't give you permission to go crazy and to be completely insane about it and not try to look at the middle of the road, because you are not related to these people. They are not your family. You are true crimers. You are advocates. Okay, Tanner, you betcha, buddy. I'm taking you out. It's 2 hours in, Julie. I gotta take the dog out. I appreciate everything Julie has said tonight. I totally get where Julie's coming from. I get where all of you that are on this side of the track that have subscribed to Sean on the Golf, have gone to all his lives, have listened to him with his wisdom as a DEA agent. I totally respect all of you. I respect all of you that have subscribed to Aiden's channel, that believe in what he's done with his investigative journalism, put himself on the line, went to fucking jail. Then he gets involved with someone he should have never gotten involved with, which obviously upset Karen Reed. He made a bad, terrible mistake that he's paying for to this day, that he's still paying for because he's still dealing with that. And then you've got all the nefarious actions of people actually trying to put him in jail, trying to put one of our fellow humans in jail for something that he didn't do. You've got Tully involved. You've got Buchanan involved. You've got, I believe, Morrissey involved. I believe Berkowitz, who rest in peace. But I'll tell you, Berkowitz, if you did all the things we think you did, you're probably not resting in peace, Berkowitz, because you were involved from the second it happened, because Higgy Bear told you. He was your buddy. He was your best friend. You gave Higgy Bear a free office, didn't you, Berkowitz, up there, wherever you are? I don't know. I'm not God. I'm not Jesus. But you're somewhere you shouldn't be, probably because you lied and you cheated and you did things that you shouldn't have done to frame Karen Reed. I 100% have always believed that Berkowitz was involved. Sadly, he had cancer, so they weren't willing to go there. They weren't willing to make him go and do a Zoom. Who's Zoomin Who? They weren't willing to have Berkowitz be a witness because they felt for him and his family that he was passing of cancer. But guess what, guys? If he lied, if he helped frame a woman, I don't give a crap if he had cancer. He should have been on the witness stand. They should have made him lie under oath, cancer or no cancer, if he committed crimes. Do we have compassion for people? Of course we do. If they committed crimes, should they still be interviewed, even if it's via a Zoom from their deathbed because they lied and framed a woman? Yes. So this all tracks. It all tracks back to what happened that very first night when John O'Keefe was found that early morning, and they didn't do the investigation. And Higgy Bear was at that police department. We saw those videos. We have to bring this all back around to remembering what we're all here for. We're here for justice for John O'Keefe. We're here for the real nefarious liars who are going to lie, hashtag liars gonna lie, to out them and make them pay for their crimes. That's what we're here for. We're not here to bicker and dox and call names and say lies about people on internet and Facebook. We're here for John O'Keefe to get justice for a man who did not deserve to be unalived. So I'm going to let Julie rant with you for a minute. I have to let my dog out. I will be able to hear you, Julie. I'm just going to open the slider over here and let him out. I will be right back. Okay, Tanner, I'm coming.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot to this. I mean, just to kind of backtrack with this, where all this kind of started, it was, they came out that, again, so basically a whole bunch of people have been having spaces, which is on the Twitter. People are going on and basically doing like what we're doing here, except they're having conversations and saying like, hey, we're not really talking about the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case. We're talking about what's going on with Karen, what's going on with Turtle, and where, like, how do you see it? And people are kind of looking and saying like, well, I don't understand. A big part is coming out and saying like, well, it's legal in 37 states. Like, okay, my big issue with this, me personally, is it's not the fact that it's legal or not. Like, yes, we have this in Massachusetts. I'm a firm believer in two-party consent. Tell me you're recording me or not, screw. I don't want to talk to you. And I think that's the reason why we still have it here, because there are people who will do something like this and say, well, it's not against the law and it's admissible in court, but guess what? I'm going to use this and I'm going to gas you up and then I'm going to hit record and I'm going to act so calm and so demure, and you sound crazy. So I'm going to turn all these people against you. So I think that's the reason why we still have two-party consent, to say, hey, listen, no dice. You want to do that? That's a felony. So that's a big deal. But that's out of the point. You have Karen and you have Turtle. And again, all this stuff is coming out, and who sent it to who. And there's the issue of, well, who recorded it? They were it's AI. Somebody else was recording him. He didn't send it. We don't know who got it. If you listen to the pieces, it sounds like whoever recorded was in the room. Now, again, I understand what Kat was saying, where you could be on the phone with him and he could have played this on a Zoom or on the phone or whatever the case may be, but it would be distorted on both Karen and Turtle's side. So whoever this mystery person is with the Proton email sending these clips out had to have gotten it from the source. And that's kind of what the others, like the koala, those people have been talking about, saying that it's got to be coming from somebody who had access to the files. So either Turtle himself or somebody who was, close to, if he sent them to people, who knows what's going on. That's all speculative. But the issue I have with this is, okay, let's say hypothetically that Kat and I want to do a cat burgling scheme. Again, this hypothetical, we're not doing this. This isn't real. Okay, let's say that we decide like, hey, you know what? We don't want to abide by civil society anymore. We want to go and rob banks and rob stores and, just steal from people. So we create this pact where she and I, and we, create this team. We go out and we rob banks and steal from people and whatever the case may be. And we're in this together. I do one thing, she does her thing. And we have our team, and then we disperse. Now, what if a member of my team says, hey, I just got this clip from 2 weeks ago when you and Kat were talking that was recorded. Now you turn around and say, listen, we're in the burglary business. Neither of us are going to the cops for this. But we kind of have the rules. Like, we don't have the rules of common society, which is like, you don't steal, you don't cheat, you don't do this. But we have rules for burglar rules. We're burglars. We have those rules. We're in this together to, break the law and whatever the case may be. To have someone kind of like go behind your back and say like, oh, you're recording this. Well, why are you recording this? Nothing good. Are you recording to say like, oh, your voice sounds funny. I wanted to play this for you. No, I think it's for something good. Now, again, it might not be inadmissible, but it could help something. Like, I look at that and say major flags, but whether or not it's admissible in court or whatever the case may be, it's just the fact that that person now recorded you, and you have to look at them and say, what are you planning on doing with this? Then to find out that there's, friction, and you could see it from, before the Wilbur and all that stuff, where, again, because these are public figures, this is what happens when you do stuff in public, and you have, one's doing YouTube presentations, one's doing interviews and talking to people, but there are comments out there that you could see like, hey, somebody's not happy. And then to find out that one of them recorded the other one, and you don't know what they're going to do with it, and now it's getting passed around, you kind of have to kind of look at this and say, wait a minute, what kind of person is doing this? First of all, where did it come from? It has to, like, just based on the evidence, like what Kat was talking about, it has to be somebody from inside his circle. But number two, who is that person protecting? Is that person protecting Turtle, or is that person protecting Karen? Because that's important to say, why are you doing this? Are you doing this to protect Turtle? Or are you doing this to protect Karen and say like, hey, just to get ahead of this, this is what this person's doing. And oh, by the way, if they're doing this, what else are they doing? What else have they recorded? What else have they, talked to people behind their back? Are they talking to the cops? Are they talking to the feds? What are they doing? Are they trying to like fish deals and like leak tapes to TMZ or whatever the case may be? You kind of have to think about this. And I mean, just to have, Karen out, I mean, again, like we're going to, get to it. But again, to say like, hey, did she back this? There is, what was it? This is from Karen Reed's. This is from JFK last night. There were two clips. So Karen Reed popped into JFK's chat, and again, it's verified that this was Karen Reed because this happened in February, I believe it was, when Karen Reed popped up to talk to these guys, and they gave him a wrench. It was verified during Nick Rocco then. It was verified during Nick Rocco last night as well. Came up and said, Karen Reed, quote, obviously I was recorded without my consent or even knowledge. End of quote. Hang on, let me get the second quote. And then she said something about the content creators. And it says, quote, this is Karen Reed, quote, I asked for honesty and was lied to repeatedly. So there's that. And then there was another quote, that point that she made, which was the content creators saying, all these content creators that were rah, free Karen Reed are all of a sudden radio silent. Why? Why is no one talking about this? Is it because it's none of our business? Well, we just had a movement for this woman and this guy. They're asking for donations, and they're asking, saying, hey, support our cases, support this. Now all of a sudden this comes out and radio silence on one side. And like, why? You could say like, well, so-and-so talked about it for 5 minutes. Like today, I watched Melanie. Melanie came up and said,
Julie, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Sorry, I was listening the whole time.
Yep.
So again, going back to my point on this is, if this was upsetting to Karen Reed when she found out that a ghost sent her clips to her attorneys, and this upset her and this angered her with Turtle, why not just deal with it with Turtle? Why would you involve Joe Flipperhead? I'm coming back around to this again. Yeah. Why was Joe Flipperhead involved in this? He wasn't sent the recordings from this trusted Turtle person. John Barron was sent a clip, Sean on the golf, Kate Peters, and the attorneys. Why didn't John Barron do a live stream? Why didn't Sean on the golf do a live stream? Why didn't Kate Peters do a live stream? Why didn't the attorneys do a live stream? Why is Joe Flipperhead coming on a live stream with two people? First of all, I have nothing against Lily. I think she's beautiful and lovely. And I've always liked her, that I know of her since I met her a year ago. But she hasn't been live streaming at all for almost a year. And Chris, as far as I know, never did a live stream. I respect that he followed the case as long as the rest of us have followed the case. But that doesn't make him any different than any of the rest of us. And in fact, I've been live streaming for a year, and I've done over 100. And what have we done now, Julie? Over 100 some shows. So yeah, that does kind of make me a little different than Chris, because I have literally been live streaming for victims of homicide, and for Karen Reed, and for John O'Keefe, and for Sandra Birchmore and Anna Walsh, and just en route. And why this guy? Why Chris? Why Lily? Why were they then? Why did Joe Flipperhead choose them to have a space instead of Joe Flipperhead? Why didn't he do a live stream? Can anybody answer any of these questions for me?
I don't know. You're going to have to ask Joe.
Well, I'd love to. I'd love to have Joe, but he doesn't. None of these people think we're anything. They have zero respect for me, apparently, obviously, because they've all been invited to come talk to me and talk to you, and no one wants to come. So for whatever reason, my livelihood as a police officer and a social worker doesn't jive with any of these people. But why didn't any of these people have a live stream if they were given a 30-second clip? Why did they put it into the hands of Joe fucking Flipperhead? Can anybody answer that question for me? But Julie, before we go back, to keep your place in your mind, please, because I didn't mean to go rogue on you there, but I'm not, I just don't understand it. It literally makes no sense. If Karen was that disturbed and that upset, why Joe Flipperhead? I don't understand it, and why all these 4 people decided to bury the lead when they had it to put out is bizarre to me. And so I just want to go back real quick. Hi, Clerk Jim Clown. Great to see you back in our friend zone. I know you're here on some of the live streams, but you don't always choose to chat, which is cool. Nobody has to chat. I just wanted to read to Julie what Jim said. I put it up for you, but I don't know if you saw it. I had it up while I was taking the dog out. These 3 things have something in common. 1, Farwell's case. 2, matters protective orders surrounding Proctor TUI materials. 3, Whitey Bulger 2013 trial. Now that's fascinating because he's a mobster. Then Jim says same judge. So what do you make of that, Jules?
Yeah, I think they're talking about Judge Casper in the federal court. I mean, unless they're talking about, yeah, because the Whitey 2013 trial, that was whatchamacallit, that was federal. So I think it's Judge Casper who's dealing with the protective orders in federal court down at Uncle Joe's house. So I think that's who's dealing with it. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think that just the luck of the draw in this case, who gets it. I mean,
Jim, that's, yeah, and that you have every right to your opinion. Clerk Jim, I know very little about the Whitey Bulger case. I really didn't follow it much back in 13. Bulger, I'm sorry. I didn't really follow that too much, except for just in passing here and there. That was really sort of Twitter had kind of just started going. Facebook had been going for about 5 years. So you pretty much had to get all that from the mainstream media. So Jim, if you can tell us why you think that. And then MCAT said that's interesting. Palcat said that's interesting. And then Clerk Jim Clown said, so far from research, the general theme of how she handled the 2013 trial.
Yeah, Casper. Yep.
Yeah, was to narrow focus to the defendant and to exclude anything exploring institutional misconduct. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Jim. You are telling us what you were talking about. And that, yeah, that totally makes sense. And that aligns perfectly with what, like I said, what they did. The law enforcement is supposed to stay in the middle of the track until they can interview everybody, get all the evidence, review all the evidence that was collected, review the witnesses' testimonies, statements, review any on the scene witnesses, go over, find out, do you have a murder weapon? Do you have a body? All those things keeps you in the middle of the track. You can't go to one side of the track or the other till you do all that. The Canton police did none of that. The Massachusetts State Police did none of that. I mean, they literally arrested Karen within 48 hours. They did no investigation. They did no proper, nothing proper at all as far as interviewing the witnesses and recording their interviews with the witnesses. So yes, you're right, Clerk Jim Clown. That is very much like what happened with the John O'Keefe case. Yes, justice for everyone. Absolutely. Everyone that's ever been unalived at the hands of someone else deserves justice. And anybody that's ever been effed over or screwed over by someone else deserves justice, because liars are going to lie. And that's just the truth of it. There are a lot of nefarious people out there in the world. They lie for a living. They lie because it's easy for them to do so, because they're good at it and they can get people to believe everything and anything that comes out of their mouth. MCAT says Alberts have been the Sopranos of Canton for too long. People afraid to speak up. Yeah, for sure. Of course. Because like I said, these cells of nefarious people, these criminal cells, they may not be mafia level, but they think they are in their own little minds. They're evil people. They have to be evil to do the things that they do and to treat people the way that they treat people. MCAT said not 30 seconds, actually 3 10-second clips, super shady. Oh, right. It was 3 10-second clips. Yeah, that was very weird. Again, I don't agree at all with the way that they unveiled this and who they chose to unveil it to. But if you were, and this is interesting, I got to say this to you, Julie, too, before we go back to where you were. MCAT says, Joe Flipperhead has never come to mass. Why would Karen Reed or anyone trust him? He was creeping on Olivia. That makes no sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, because if you were super heavy into Karen Reed, if he is truly from Philadelphia, and I'm not doxing you, Joe, because everybody, who you have, Iverson is your picture, and everybody said you're from Philadelphia. You're not that far from Boston, Massachusetts. So if this was that important to you in such a way that was above and beyond, I mean, had I been able to afford it, I would have absolutely come up there for to be part of one of your standouts. I wanted to so bad. I've told Tracy V, I've told many others that I've gotten to know in the Free Karen Reed movement. If I was financially able and my budget allowed it, I would have come up there to stand with all of you. But I did my standouts down here. I did one in Florida. I did one in Madison with Amber. I did my best to be boots on the ground in my states because I couldn't afford to make that trip. Come on, Tanner. Come on. But I would have if I could have. So, Joe, you could have gone. You could have done boots on the ground. You could have met Karen in person. I agree with them, Kat, there. It just seems very strange and bizarre how this has all come out like this. But AJ has never confirmed the recording anything to the attorney. Okay, interesting. That I did not know about. Oh, DUI.
Yeah, none of them are going to say anything about it.
Right. And DUI is no longer her attorney. Okay, gotcha. Berkey was a bad man. I do believe Berkey was a bad man. I think he had his hands in this. I think Dever, I think police officer Dever told us that via her testimony. She told us that. So there, when you're at the car for a wildly long amount of time with Higgy, those two were in thick as thieves. That's why Higgy got to have an office at a police department. That's not a common thing whatsoever. I think Joe is being used. I think it's very possible. It's very possible that he was being used. No, cannot answer those questions. Exactly. None of this makes sense. Why are you, if you are a turtle rider, if you are on Aiden's team, why are you giving a recording to John freaking Barron, somebody who doesn't even use his real name and his real face? Why are you giving a recording to him? To what end do you expect that to come to? Sean and the golf, I understand, because Sean is from Canton. He went to Canton High School. He's been heavily involved in this. He's live streamed about it. He's got a following. That makes sense to me. Giving it to Kate Peter, that's dirty. That's just so dirty because Kate Peter is dirty. What she has done, I don't care if she likes it or not. She's already got me blocked on probably every social media anyway. I don't give a damn. What she has done, because of hatred of another person, it makes you do bad things. When you allow hate to blacken your heart and you allow hate to determine how you treat people and what you do, you are dirty. And until she comes to terms with this and get some severe counseling, I put up a Twitter post just to kind of joke around the other day that if I was younger, I would move to Massachusetts because I'm retired and I can. I would, first of all, I would buy an RV so I could still keep my house in Florida. I would buy an RV. I would move to Massachusetts for a year. I would take the licensing exam. I would become a licensed social worker, clinical social worker. I would put out a sign on my RV, 10%. I'll charge 10% of what all other, hey, you get out of my stuff there, little turtle. You're being a turtle over here. The poodle's getting into my stuff, making lots of noise. And you being naughty. Come here, you naughty. Come here, you naughty. You're acting like a turtle. You're digging into stuff. You're making noise in the background. What are you up to? What are you up to? You trying to get noticed? Yeah, you trying to get noticed? Okay, get noticed. Anyway, if you're doing all of this, okay, this business with, you had a personal relationship with Aiden. You worked for Aiden. You got mad at each other, person and environment. You didn't get along. You got pissed. You left his employment, or he fired you. We don't care. Whoever wants to believe what, we don't know. Only the people that love you each and care about you each should care who fired who's Zoomin Who. But you have continued to put yourself in the middle of a murder trial. Sorry, YouTube, M word. Why would you do that? You have children. You're just an average everyday girl, right? You're just a normal mom. Why would you put yourself in the middle of a murder trial? Why are you speaking to Morrissey and to Cosgrove and to Tully? What in the hell? Like, none of this makes any sense. This sideshow of Lindsay and Kate, and then Grant got himself involved because he's a live streamer. It literally is insane to me. And it should be insane to anybody who critically thinks and who has a thought in their brain. Why are these ladies who are in their 30s or 40s getting involved in a murder trial? It's insanity. Now, sending it to the attorneys, I get it, why they did it. I don't approve that they did it. I think it's terrible that they are staying anonymous and they don't have the guts to come out and admit that they did this, because what, now they're afraid, obviously. So if you're going to do something that's going to put you in a dangerous situation, then now you're going to hide. So you're no different than John Barron on my list, because you were an anonymous person without a face and without a real name. At least Sean and the Golf had the guts to start a YouTube channel and be his real intelligent self and his real authentic self. Kate Peters has the guts to be her authentic self with her face and her name. And the attorneys obviously are the attorneys. But this John Barron, why did he deserve a clip? What has he ever done to deserve a clip? I don't understand it, other than be anonymous and be mean to people and say really nasty things on Twitter X. Someone help me understand all this. And then the ghost, we don't know for sure which one of the four is the ghost. It's hard to say. I don't know that it really matters anymore, except that it makes me mad and it pisses me off that somebody did all this and caused all of this havoc and nastiness to go on for 7 days. And people are being hurt on both sides of this train track that we have down the middle of our live tonight, because there's always two sides to every story, and what you choose to believe and where you choose to position yourself on this train track is entirely up to you and your own moral and ethical being and your critical thinking skills. That's really what it all comes down to. So I'm all caught up with the chat, Julie, and I wanted to catch up with the chat because I do appreciate it when you come in the friend zone and you chat with us. It's really nice, and it helps to create a circle of trust and speaking. So I understand why people don't chat in these these chats. The big channels, it's kind of crazy, but our channel is small enough that we can all have a conversation and it's all good. So this is a safe space. You're welcome to say anything in the friend zone. You will not offend me. I might not agree with you and I might debate you, but you will not offend me. So thank you to those of you that are willing to chat in our friend zone. Are you still there, Julie?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. Okay. I didn't know if you took a quick break like I had to do a few minutes ago or not, if you were back. Here. So based on what you said about Karen Reed, then supposedly, allegedly telling Joe Flipperhead, okay, I'm pissed. Go ahead. Share the clip. So do we know who gave Joe Flipperhead the clip? Has he admitted it?
So no. So Joe Flipperhead never got a clip. He showed text messages, and he went on the space again to say, hey, I've talked to Karen, and Karen told me that she was recorded by Turtle. And
okay, but wait, then how did they get the clip? How did Chris the koala?
Joe Flipperhead did not get a clip.
Okay, then how did Chris get the clip that he played on the live space last Friday night?
He didn't play a clip he didn't play a clip.
He didn't play a clip last Friday night?
No, the clips came out on, I believe, either Saturday or Sunday.
Okay. I thought a clip was played on Friday. So there was not a clip played on Friday night, just the accusation of the clip, the accusation of the 30-minute recording, and then Aiden came on Friday night and they got in the big verbal to-do.
Yes.
Okay. Because so then who played the clip? Who played the first clip? Who live streamed the first clip?
I believe Elise was. She was doing a live, and Sean came in and said, now, and he tweeted a clip, and she came on and played the clip that came out, and those were, I believe, the first two clips. One was, I think, 22 seconds. One was, I think, 10 seconds, something like that. So those are the first clips that came out, where it's basically her saying, like, oh, you got me in trouble with Tully again. I told you not to go over there. Or like, again, do you know what's on my phone? Those came out. And I mean, Turtle kept saying, play it, prove it. And those clips came out. And they said, here it is. That's Turtle. That's Karen. And everybody lost their mind saying, it's AI. It's generated from the clips from John's phone. It's this, it's that. And
well,
then
hey, but listen, let's think about this though. Let's put us in the middle of the train track. Let's be critical thinkers. Why should we automatically believe any fucking buddy? Why?
For what?
Nobody's paying you and I to live stream on Friday nights. Why should we believe anybody right now? I don't want to believe anybody right now until somebody really starts showing the real truth and admits what they've done and how they did it and why they did it. Because again, why is Twisted Tragedies the one? Why is she the chosen one to put out a clip of Aiden a recorded conversation with Karen? So Sean on the Golf chose Twisted Tragedies, who has been against Karen Reed, who thinks Karen Reed is fucking guilty as sin, who wanted to put her in jail, who still wants Karen Reed to be in jail. Why would Sean on the Golf choose her to play this recording? This is very concerning. It should be very concerning to anybody who followed this case for 3 years.
Well, maybe not. I mean, he put it on his Twitter, and she was live at the time, and he popped in and said, there it is. And she played it.
Julie, Sean had a conscious decision to make. There were numerous live streamers who have been wanting Karen Reed to be free, who believe she didn't hit John O'Keefe with her car, that have way more subscribers than we do. He could have gone on any one of those channels and said, hey.
But they weren't talking about this. Lips were sealed like the Go-Go's. Their lips were sealed.
Well,
they didn't have any mention of this.
Okay. Boy, I wish I smoked pot, because if I did, I'd go and get one right now. I don't drink except for once in a blue moon. I need a glass of wine, or I need to smoke pot, because this is insanity to me.
Oh boy.
So just because people were afraid to talk about this, because they knew it was going to blow up, which is to circle us all the way back to the beginning of our live tonight. I would sell you property in Florida if you expect me on a swamp, and I'll show you the flooded area first so you even know what you're buying. If you expect me to believe that none of these people knew what they were about to do, that they were about to pull the top off of a grenade, they knew exactly what they were about to do. And I am completely pissed about it. I think it was inappropriate. I think it was unnecessary. And no one's ever going to convince me any differently. So Sean's one of these 4 people. So John Barron chose not to out it. Kate Peters chose not to out it and have a live stream about it. The attorneys obviously aren't doing it. So Sean decides, okay, let me out this, but let me choose the person who wanted Karen Reed to go to jail for 25 years, who has said nothing but negative things about Karen Reed. Let me choose her to out this tape.
No, he put it on his Twitter. Twisted Tragedies, or at least happened to be live at the time. He put it on his Twitter. And
Julie. Come on, Julie. Do you want that property in Florida? Do you mean to tell me?
No, I'll stay in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Good. But do you really want me to believe that Sean was not responsible for his actions? I am allowed to disagree.
I never said that. Wait, where did that come from? Sean got whatever clip it was and said, all right, what am I going to do with this? I don't know who he talked to behind the scenes. I don't know what went on, but said, all right,
I'm just going to release it to the world of Twitter, where all of the antis are chomping at the bit. That's a good idea. Makes so much logical sense to me. Let's release.
Where would you put it?
I wouldn't put it anywhere. I already told you guys all that at the beginning of the live. If I had been included in all this miraculously, even though I'm a small grassroots channel, I would have put it nowhere.
Okay.
Because there's no way to know what the nefarious actions are of these people on this list, and the one who decided to screw Turtle over and put it out there. We don't know their means. We don't know why they did it. They're not innocent in all this, guys. You can be pissed at Turtle if you're a free Karen reader and you don't like Turtle, fine. Be pissed at him. He shouldn't have recorded her. Stupid idea. Shouldn't have done it. But why are you not concerned about all these nefarious people that are trying to blow up everything? Where is your concern there? And Sean putting that on Twitter, he knew exactly what he was doing. He knew the nefarious. He's been on these girls' shows. He's been on Kate Peters' show. He's been on Twisted Tragedies' show. These people hate Karen Reed. They despise her.
Yeah.
They hate Aiden. They despise him. They hate all of us. They call us cult members just because we think Karen didn't do this. Even though we're not cult members, we're not in a cult. Nobody's in a fucking cult. We're all true crime people. We are involved in true crime. We like true crime. And some of us take it a step further and we advocate for victims who have been unalived. We take it to advocacy. We don't just follow true crime. Many people just follow true crime. That's their jam. That's okay. But some of us take it a step further and we advocate for those that have been unalived by the hands of someone else. So why should there be all this hate when we're all supposed to be advocating for John O'Keefe and for justice? Because we don't agree that Karen Read did or didn't do it. So it's caused all this hatred to be going back and forth and nastiness, doxing, constant defaming. It's utterly horrible. And I personally can't wait for it all to stop. I can't wait for Karen to get this civil case behind her and get on with her life, for Turtle to move on to a new case, for Sean to go off into Retirementville and golf, or if he wants to take on a new case because he was a DA agent, good, more power to him. But I personally have fucking had it with all this. It's just despicable the way people have behaved. The doxing, the nastiness, the cruelty is beyond the pale. It is beyond the pale. It literally has driven me to tears. It has made me cry. It has made me embarrassed to even be following this case. And now, out of the blue, this has to come out and now cause 7 days of literal havoc where you have to try to rationalize with people while being in the middle of the train track is the most sensible thing to do here, because you don't know who to fucking trust. Do you trust one of these four people? Do you trust John Barron, Kate Peters? The attorneys you don't have to trust or not trust. They should have never received this because this is not their job. They did their job. They're doing their job civilly for Karen. This fighting between Karen and Turtle is not the attorney's job. Sean in the golf, I get it. He's been prominent in this case from the get-go. He's a retired DEA agent. Much respect to you, Sean. You went to Canton High School. You're from Canton. I don't understand why you did it, Sean. I don't get it. Try to help me understand why you put that out on Twitter, the worst possible place in hell. You've even said that Twitter is a cesspool. So you put this out because of your beef with you and Aiden, because Karen allegedly said it's okay to put this out to cause all this grief and havoc amongst the sides, amongst the train, the Free Karen Read train, who's already been fractioned and split since last December. Let's just make that worse. Let's just make that worse. That's where I sit on all of this. And that's about the only opinion I have left. I would like you to catch our audience up, Julie, because you were able to follow the releases. I wasn't able to do much of that this week because I have 2 new cases here on the ground that I'm trying to help families with. So I really wasn't able to listen to all those spaces, and I wasn't aware that many more clips got dropped. So thank you for keeping up on that part of it, big time. And I respect your opinion on all of this. But I obviously clearly have mine. I'm heavily disappointed in how this was put out and how it was made to have this viral effect to make the internet break. And it's very disappointing to me. People are dead. John O'Keefe is still dead. Sandra Birchmore is dead. Anna Walsh is dead. Justin Root is dead. You have other people in Massachusetts who have lost their lives and their cases aren't solved. And you're going to go all in on this. It's just sad. It's really sad to me. So apparently then Saturday, they did another Spaces, Julie. Is that what happened?
No. So this weekend was quiet. So after the Spaces on Friday, everybody and their mother lost their mind saying, oh my God, it's AI. It's not real. That would never happen. It's bullshit. Kate Peters did this. So everybody came out and said all these things. So then the clips were released. I believe they were sent over the weekend. The clips came out. There were 2 at once. And then there were 2 others. I think there were 6 total where they came out. And they came out at different times. Like for example, like one of them I didn't even hear until JFK was playing them. And again, the only person talking about this was JFK. I mean, everybody else was like, oh yeah, we're going to talk about that. And everybody kept saying like, that's not my business. That's not my business. And like, even the Glazer came out and was like, that's not my business. There's no recording. No, I didn't hear anything. But even if I did, I, would say something. Well, he turned about face and, buttoned up. So this brings us to Monday. And I forget who had spaces then. I mean, I know all these people, like I know Nurse Kim did a space with Jimmy talking about like, oh, it's Giardia that's doing this. Again, that goes back to the wars over the wintertime with the three people who started all this the shit, saying like, well, these guys are Australians. Why would an Australian do this? And people again were asking questions, which is kind of legitimate, saying like, hey, like I didn't know where this like Turtle says, I don't know where this koala MFer came from. So I didn't know, like I knew Lily because Lily was the one with the heel toe. She found that originally, and you know, she's a staunch turtle rider, and this guy Chris is apparently like, hey, like he and I kind of in the same thing. He's from Australia, I'm from up here, but he saw this on court TV. I followed it outside of that, and he said like, hey, I saw this case, I followed it, and then all of a sudden, like you see this turtle person, look at this turtle person, he's like, no, I don't like, okay, respect, like he, you know, did his stuff with the blog and everything else, but like they can't see what he's talking about. And so like they're trying to figure out, well, they're like, hey, why would Flip do this? Where did you come from? Are you sure you're talking to Karen Reed? Are you sure that, you know, like, is this legitimate? And so then JFK had a lot of these people up, and he had like marathon lives and was like, it was like, first of all, there's two issues. There's number one, there's the issue of saying like, why is Karen talking to these people? But the second issue is, what is Turtle doing recording her? And is that the type, and like JFK was saying, is that the type of person that you like who am I dealing with? Am I dealing with somebody who's gonna, you know, say like, oh yeah, I know we're friends, we're on the same side, and then meanwhile stab you in the back by, you know, selling, you know, bullshit to whomever? I don't know. So that's what they're trying to figure out. And throughout the week, you know, Turtle came in and people are attacking on all sides, like, no, that's not true, he'd never do this, we're free Karen Reed, we're all, you know, everybody's on the same side, they would never do that. Well, more clips came out, and then more conversation with Karen came out, and then last night Karen Reed comes into JFK's chat and said those comments, saying that like it came out that content creators were the ones that like Turtle's inner circle, his very close inner circle were the ones who heard this. And then it's coming out that another person shared this, and who shared the information, because it came out later that Flip shared information from the person who he was talking to, which it came out that it was Meredith, that they were sharing text back and forth where there were pictures of like, is this like the type of an abuse? What, like, who's talking about what? But they were talking about, that's where like the four people saying like, no, it's one of the four people in the inner circle is allegedly linked to the anonymous email, the Proton email that is sending these out. Now, certain people know who this person is, I guess. I'm not sure. I mean, they mentioned that they know who this person is, and they're like, hey, this person seems to be doing the right thing, because again, if you had to pick between Turtle and Karen, because now it seems like that's where like there are factions here between Turtle and Karen, like you're gonna have to pick a side, where it's either like, are you on Karen's side saying like, hey, we don't like any of this recording back and forth, or are you Team Turtle saying like, hey, she should have done an interview on your show, and whatever the case may be. So now there are factions coming in, and it seems like people are taking sides. Like, it seemed like a lot of the content creators were going Team Turtle, and it seems like a lot of, like, as you say, Team Sean were the Karen side. So that's kind of where we are right now, where kind of people, and I mean, it's good. I mean, one good thing that came out of the spaces, like, again, like Kate Peter did one, I think yesterday, Jess did one this afternoon, and kind of like burnt everything to the ground, which is like, yeah, I heard clips, and yeah, I heard this, and yeah, they were bad for everybody, and yeah, I don't understand what Karen's doing, and yeah, this, like, it was like she was all over the place. I was here for it, though. I mean, that was a guilty pleasure. I was like, yes, spill all the tea, Jess Machado. So she went off and it was like, yeah, I heard this, and yeah, this, and yeah, Nurse Kim this, and yeah, this one that. So she went off. But one of the nice things is that Kate Peter did two streams, two quote unquote spaces, and she had like some people up from like the quote unquote free Karen Reed people, where she's like, oh, I've argued with a lot of these people and had them blocked, but you know, give them a chance to come up here and, you know, kind of like let's hear their piece and let's talk to people. And I thought Elise said that she was going to do one tonight too, but I haven't seen anything. I haven't checked. But like, at least people are talking where they're like, hey, I had no idea of like any of this stuff. I just thought it was like, yeah, go get these people here, and like they're the devil and they did all this bad shit. And it's like, turned out, no, like like there's this whole other door that was just like, oh, we never even looked in here, and that's what's going on. So I think some good has come out of this. Like, I get it, like everybody's at war with everybody, because I think as like the fractures start to get wider and deeper, I think a lot of people are going to have like realizations where it's like, oh my God, what is this? Because like as the curtain gets lifted and as all this stuff comes in, we're going to take a look and say, hey, what were we looking at? What were we sold? What's actually happening? So, and then the piece last night was that Karen Reed came in and said like, hey, it's the content creators who supposedly were my biggest advocates and who raised all this money for me are silent when I need them the most. And like basically saying like, yeah, like I did not put like Nick, I know Nick Rocco made a statement on behalf of the Reed family saying like, hey, Karen Reed is not behind the release of these clips. And she came out and was like, yeah, I don't want those released. Content creators are, you know, like basically she's like, I'm sad that the content creators are talking about this. Like you would think that they would do this. And she's like, hey, you know, I want to speak, but give me some time because I can't talk about this, which I mean
okay, wait, I have a question. Sorry to interrupt. I just have a question because when you're talking, sometimes things pop in my mind and then I have to ask you while you're saying them. So
yes, ma'am.
Karen Reed came on and said she did not want these clips put out there on Twitter.
Correct. She said that she said that she is.
Hey. Sorry, guys. They're wrestling over a toy. No, rowdy. No rowdy. Behave. No rowdy. Go on. Hang on a second. I got to separate the dogs. Yep. They both got a toy they both want. Go on. Go lay down.
Yep.
Go lay down. Good boy. Take this toy. You take this one. You take that one. You take this one. There you go. They usually always get along and they growl a little bit, but that growl didn't sound super friendly. That sounded like a turtle Sean growling at each other. So I wanted to make sure they each got a toy before they get too growly. So okay, let's critically unpack this. So Karen tells Joe Flipperhead, she's deemed him to be this important person in the world of free Karen Reed land, that she found out through her attorneys. So instead of keeping it to herself and critically thinking it and figuring this all out, she immediately contacts Joe Flipperhead and says, my attorneys got a 30-minute conversation that apparently Aiden recorded of he and I having a conversation. And it was shared. He shared it with people, obviously, and that's how it got to my attorneys. So I'm pissed. So then somehow Joe Flipperhead talks her into it or decides like, hey, let's tell people about this.
No.
Wait. Did she green light? Let me ask this question now. Let me get this right. Did she green light talking about it on Spaces? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. So let's write that down.
All I remember is seeing the text messages that said, so she didn't reach out to Flip. Flip reached out to her. So again, Karen and Flip.
Wait a minute. How would Flip know flipping anything? How would Flip know that Karen Reed's attorneys got a recording?
He didn't. He was just reaching out and saying like, hey, Turtle's being a dickhead. How are things going for you? And she said, thanks for reaching out.
Karen told him, correct?
Yes.
Karen told Flip.
Yep.
So Flip knew nothing like the rest of us yin yangs, but Karen Reed told Flip blah. So then how did it get green lighted for Flip to go on Spaces with the Aussies?
Okay, so when Karen told, so they were talking, Flip reached out to her recently and said, hey, how are things going? Like just, saying like, oh, hey, just checking in on you, making sure things are okay. And she just kind of like unloaded. So it just happened to be like luck of the draw. Like she was there, like Flip was there and she just unloaded. Now, I don't know if there were other people that got similar messages, if they were checking in too, but it just happened to be Flip. So Flip asked and said, do you want your side of the story out? And she said, yes. Now,
so Karen, as we know, allegedly, Karen Reed green lighted Flip telling who he chose to tell. So how do you think that Flip came to choose Lily's space with Chris the Aussie? How do you think that happened?
So I'm guessing that the reason why they chose that is because number one, the content creators were, again, like, it's like, okay, Free Karen Reed is dead. Now we're going to go on to Free Turtle Boy. And it seemed like the tides were kind of shifting a little bit more towards Turtle. But I think the reason why they chose the Aussies because number
Okay,
one.
but why is that a bad thing? Because Aiden shouldn't be going to jail for witness intimidation. So why is it a bad thing that yes?
Because he's basically turning. If he's recording Karen and she found out that he's recording her, then basically
but none of these. But wait, no. But just a minute. Nobody knew about the recordings yet at this point. You're saying that but what again? If Flip didn't know about the recordings, what you're basically inferring is that there are people who didn't want Aiden to have support, that there are people that didn't want him to have any type of support or a movement.
No. Karen Reed said, number one, I found out that I was recorded by Turtle. It was sent to, sent anonymously and it was sent to my lawyers and that. And number two, she said, he's talking basically to summarize, he's talking all this shit about, oh, poor me. Look what I did for her. Poor me. And he was starting to turn away from Karen to Turtle. And she said, no.
Got it. There it is right there, Julie, because you are smart and you are good at breaking this down. So we are back to the beginning of our live show where I explained about person and environment and how people that live in the same neighborhood, the same town, the same whatever, they get their feelings hurt, they get pissed at each other, they have arguments. So Karen is upset because Turtle was upset that she froze him out of an interview. Now,
he recorded her.
But let's just leave the recording out of it, okay? Karen was pissed for some reason at Aiden that we don't know about because Karen had no clue at that. When she froze him out after the trial, she had no clue he recorded her. So something was going on between these two where they weren't really getting along. Because why would you freeze out the person that was out on overpasses, meeting all of the Free Karen Reed movement, showing up in person, on the ground, at your court hearing every day, writing articles, whether you like his blogs or not, he did it. He did the work. He proved to everybody that he was an investigative journalist. That's what he did. You don't have to like him. I don't necessarily agree with the word that comes out of Howie Carr's mouth, but he proves that he can do it. He proves that he's a journalist, that he can do a radio show, that he can do a live stream. He's talented. I don't agree with him, but he's still talented. I still respect the person, the process. So just because you don't like Aiden, you cannot not respect the process of what he did, boots on the ground, and the investigative journalism and the writing, the constant writing on Turtle Boy News. Listen, that man put in hours and hours and hours and hours of work. You cannot disrespect that. If you do, then you just shouldn't be following true crime. That's my opinion. So why did Karen freeze out the person who did all this for her, for the movement, to help her be free because he believed in her innocence? They came to him. Jackson greenlighted, they came to him. Sometimes when you choose someone to babysit for you or to wash your car or to clean your house, they may not do it exactly like you want them to do. They may do it differently. So they weren't happy with everything Aiden did. Okay, so be it, but they chose him, right? So why are you freezing him out now at the end of the trial when everyone's celebrating and everybody's just elated that she got freed from all these terrible charges other than the drunk driving? Why didn't you go on his live stream and give him a 10-minute interview with Jackson? If you felt safe and you didn't want to be on his stream alone because he can go rogue, why not go on with Jackson when Jackson was on? Why did you purposely do that?
So also the other thing too is that Cosgrove is still investigating conspiracy charges between them. It came out that with her new attorney that they're keeping her phone because of what's going on. And that was about the same time as the clip from the phone call basically say like, oh, you got me in trouble again with Tully. Again, Aiden, the reason why I'm in this problem is because of you. That's basically what that clip said.
Right. She's mad at Aiden because of things that he did in his quest to be an investigative journalist. You're not always going to agree with the investigative journalists do. They're out there everywhere. We don't always agree with them. I certainly didn't agree with Alex Jones and all of his nonsense, but he had followers. He had people who agreed with him. Why did she freeze him out? That's the question. And nobody can answer that but Karen Reed, because she didn't know a damn thing about these recordings until recently. So she already chose to freeze him out. You would think that of all the people that she would have given an interview to, if she was willing to go on Howie Carr for 10 minutes with her attorney, why wasn't she willing to go on a live stream with Aiden, just as a very brief thank you for everything that he did for the movement.
Well, I think that's why, because they're still being investigated. I mean, Turtle's still under investigation, and now
so what? We all know all that. That's all knowing. She went on Howie Carr. I mean, she could have gone on Turtle and just talked about the case. And not talked about the witness intimidation, not talked about any of that, just talked about her being free for 10 minutes with Alan Jackson. Why didn't she do that? People should be asking that question, Julie.
But the reason why she's being investigated is because of Turtle and their alleged collusion,
it's not just because of Turtle.
No.
Karen chose to do what she did. She chose to get a social media campaign behind her to try to free her from these allegations. She chose to do things a lot of people accused of crimes never have the means to do. How many people that have been wrongfully accused of a crime? I know a guy sitting in jail right now in Boston, in Massachusetts somewhere, for 13 years because this woman has been crying out for someone from the Free Karen Reed movement to help her with this, and nobody's reaching out to her. This guy's been sitting in jail for 13 years. So she contacted me because I'm just a little nobody. I know that. I'm just a small grassroots channel. I'm willing to listen to her. I'm willing to look at the police reports. This guy claims he's innocent and that he's been sitting in jail for 13 years.
Okay.
Right? So I mean, this is just insane to me. What has gone on in the last 7 days is insane to me. And why people aren't asking more questions about what is it that happened that would cause her to go on Howie Carr's show, but not at least give him 10 little minutes. Give him 10 minutes of your time with your lawyer to make you feel better, so nothing nefarious can happen or nothing out of line can go down for 10 minutes right after the trial, the day or two, or maybe the week after. Catch your breath. That hasn't made any sense to me, because then he wouldn't have gotten his feelings hurt. He wouldn't have been all up in arms about, feeling bad about it, which pissed her off because he was on his live stream saying that he was upset that he didn't get to have her, why. He also admitted that he understood that she gets to choose what live streams she wants to go on and which one she doesn't. He admitted that in many of his live streams. Mm-hmm. So while he was being passive aggressive at times and saying he was hurt a little bit, then other times he acted like he was hurt massively. And then other times he would act as if he wasn't hurt at all. So that was definitely confusing. And I understand where people were confused about that. But a lot of these hurt feelings between Aiden and Karen could have all been alleviated with just her coming on with Alan Jackson for 10 stinking minutes.
So Karen brought this on herself?
No, I'm saying that if you do what you do for somebody and they don't even give you the courtesy of a public thank you, that is messed up, and that should never happen. If you put yourself on the line for someone and do the things that Aiden did, then a public thank you should have happened, and it wouldn't have affected her. It wouldn't have hurt her in any way. Jackson was there. He would have been able to, cut. If anything weird was going to go on, he would have cut it off. She could have left the live stream if Aiden went rogue or did something she didn't approve of. There's really no real reason why she couldn't have gone on for 10 minutes and publicly thanked him for literally starting the Free Karen Reed movement, because that's what he did. Whether you like him or not, you don't get to make up your own truth because you don't like somebody. You don't get to make up your own truth because you hate somebody for some reason.
But there are open investigations that involve the both of them.
Then she shouldn't have gone on Howie Carr then she shouldn't have done any of
that. But Howie Carr's not being charged with anything or being investigated with anything. Turtle is.
Yeah, but again, that is neither here nor there. Really, it's a 10-minute live stream thanking him. She let him work. She allowed someone who was already in jail and who was already charged with all this shit to continue to advocate for her for on and on and on and on for 3 years. So what is 10 minutes of a thank you? I am just playing devil's advocate here, Julie, and everybody live. But if you would have just walked this back and given Aiden 10 minutes of your time to thank him, that's it. You wouldn't be arguing. You wouldn't be at odds. You wouldn't have all this conflict that would have led to somebody wanting to put out a clip and drizzle it out like snowflakes to
Mhm.
all of us idiots who are dumb enough to soak in all this shit every day for 7 days. You wouldn't have needed to do any of that because Karen and Ada wouldn't have been getting along, because the one side wouldn't have felt not appreciated, and then the other side wouldn't have felt pissy about the other side not feeling appreciated. So you've got two really strong personalities who both have opinions about all of this, who worked together for almost 3 years, who now are having an argument about something that was prior to the release of these recordings. I don't buy it that it's because of these charges that are against Turtle and this supposed investigation about witness intimidation.
Oh, it's not
Because-
supposed to. It's happening.
Right. But again, remember, you've got all of these cops now who have been misplaced, rehomed,
Yep.
fired, accused of nefarious activity. Do you truly think that they're going to be able to pull off any kind of witness intimidation against somebody who was trying to save their own life and somebody
Yes.
who was advocating for somebody trying to save their own life?
Yes. Yep. Yes, I do. Whether
But
it's
I
the
don't-
state or the feds.
But they won't win. They won't. Even if it goes to a jury trial, 12 decent people, like I'm getting allergies again, with critical thinking skills
Mhm.
are never going to believe that either one of them, Karen Reed or Aiden, witness intimidated anybody, because John O'Keefe was killed by somebody who they're calling a witness. John O'Keefe was killed by either Higgy and Albert or both, and possibly Colin Watching, because he was there and he hadn't gotten picked up yet. That's my opinion.
Mhm.
These are not witnesses. These are potential suspects that were never interviewed properly, that were never recorded properly, that were never had interviews that were recorded. So how are you going to get 12 people on a jury to say that someone who's fighting for her life, who said that she was innocent and was wrongfully accused and arrested, and someone who's advocating for her and trying to prove out who really did it, you're going to send them to jail? You're going to get 12 people to send those 2 people to jail?
I mean, but that's why we have laws for stuff like that. I mean, you can agree to not agree with it, but I mean,
Yeah,
that's the
but
reason
then
why
you
we have these.
but
So that
you
you can't say I'm on trial for murder, so I get to do whatever I want. That's not how it
No,
works.
but
I'm
you have
sorry.
you have to believe that it was okay that they arrested him, and I don't. They haven't arrested Karen Reed for witness intimidation. They did it. They arrested him,
yet.
and it's utter crap because he didn't witness intimidate anybody. And most people believe that. Most people, regardless of what side the eye you're on, don't believe that Aiden committed any crimes, what he was doing with his investigative journalism and his advocacy. So that's where that stands. Now that's all going to play out because that hasn't even gone to court yet, and it's going to all play out. But not to come on the show for just 10 minutes is all I'm saying, and just thank him for the advocacy. Appreciate what you did to help me. I'm free. I'm not convicted. Goodbye. 10 minutes with your lawyer there.
Mhm.
That could have been done because you continued to allow him to advocate for you, and he's had these charges on him for the whole time, for your entire trial 2 and most of your trial and your trial 1.
Mhm.
I'm out of water. I got to get water.
Mhm. Have you
Take
ever
it
heard
over.
the Jenna Rocco clip?
Yes, but it was a while ago. And again, how did that get put out? How did that get put out into the stratosphere?
Well, I
Right?
think people were not happy. Again, I believe it was either on Karen's side or somebody deep in her circle who put it out, saying like, "Look at what this guy's doing."
And
And
what
it seems like
what is-
deja vu all over again, like Yogi Berra said.
correct. And if through all of this, if it comes out that anybody was doing anything nefarious, and it comes out, we want nefarious behavior to come out, but we also don't want bullshit to come out. We also don't want people to just put things out that are going to cause a riot. We don't want people running into a theater and screaming fire.
Yes, agreed. I don't want people to do that.
Exactly. And so by doing the way that this happened, by the way that this was released on Twitter, the cesspool of the universe,
Mhm.
that is like running into a crowded theater and yelling fire.
I disagree. What if? Okay, but you're all right. All right. So you're saying you want to stay in the
Absolutely
middle.
disagree.
You're looking at this from Turtle's side. What if you look at this from Karen's side of things?
I've looked at it from I'm not necessarily looking at it from Aiden's side. I'm looking at it from the consumer's side. All of the people that have been on this crazy train for 3 years, spending hours and hours tweeting and Facebooking and live streaming to free Karen Read and justice for John O'Keefe and Sandra Birchmore and the other cases in Massachusetts. I'm looking at it from the consumer side. The people that are in charge of all this, that have all these big followers, that have amassed these huge subscribers to listen to what they have to say, they have accountability in how they treat their consumer. They have accountability in how they treat people that pay them super chats and that help fund their whole entire operation.
Yep.
I'm a volunteer. Nobody funds my operation. Nobody funds your operation. There's a few others.
I do. I fund my operation.
Exactly. And I fund my operation. And there's JFK was funding his operation until he became a little bit more popular, but it took him time. And as Turtle once said, 6-string, live streamer. Well, that makes us like,
first string in my heart.
If JFK is a 6-string live streamer, we're a 12-string live streamer, but we still
we're
care.
undrafted.
We're undrafted. We're free agent. We still care. We still have the heart and the soul to come on here and live stream every week. Some days I do it without you. Fridays I do it with you. We're still caring enough to work with families to try to advocate for them and spread the word about their cases. Does that make me any less or any better or less than those that have amass these subscribers because for whatever reason, people want to listen to what they have to say because they became literally famous because John O'Keefe died, famous in the Karen Read movement. But when you have that many subscribers and you're collecting money from your subscribers because they like to hear what you have to say and they want to pay you for your opinion, then you have an obligation. You have an obligation to be as ethical and as moral and as careful as you can with anything that could start a riot, with anything that could start unrest and unhappiness in, hello, puppy. Hello, puppy. Yes. So Mandolin and Palcat and everyone else that has chimed in tonight, thank you. I've been putting all your comments up on the screen so that replay can have a look. So a long time ago, somebody asked me, Julie, would you please tell everybody about your outing that you had when you went to Uncle Joe's house? And can you give us the update on what happened? Can you be our reporter on what happened with the juror, Leslie?
Yeah, that was
I'm just going to grab a water, but I'll be able to hear you. I'll be right back.
That was very exciting. I mean, are you sure that you're done? Because I mean, we're going to get into this and I mean, it's not going to be, I would like to just take MCAT put up earlier that her blood pressure was up. I'm losing my voice. My blood pressure is definitely up. I just want to be somewhat calm for a minute and have you talk to us about Uncle Joe's house and what you witnessed there and what you did. And I have to go grab my water bottle because I left it over there where I let the puppy out. So I can hear you. I'm just going to be back in a couple of minutes. I got to grab my water. I would just like to switch gears here for a minute in a way, because this isn't completely switching gears, because this has to do with John O'Keefe and Karen Read and this person, last name of Leslie, and what she told someone behind, that she shouldn't have. Again, somebody's leaking information that they really shouldn't be leaking and not being caring or concerned about what this could mean or what this could do. So can you just tell us about your day at Uncle Joe's and what the situation is with this grand juror, Leslie? Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about like, okay, who talks to who and what's going on online. I mean, a lot of that came out yesterday, but okay. So to go back a little bit, so there's a federal grand juror. So it's federal. The last name's Leslie. She was all over the place. And yesterday, I mean, we'll get to it because that's a moment of levity. Grant got the mother of all videos leaving court. So that was towel exclusive. So this woman was charged in July. So again, about a month after the Karen Read case finished. She got charged. Wait a minute, was she charged or was she? No, she didn't get indicted. She agreed to plead. So they were going to charge her. They said, no, we'll just plea. And she just pled out immediately. So basically what came out yesterday is that she, the feds came to visit her, the FBI came to visit her, and they talked to her and said, oh, you're being investigated for this. And she immediately, said that she would cooperate and plea and go from there. So she spoke to the those guys, she was supposed to plea on, I believe it was the July 24th, brought in, and the judge said, Judge Indira Tawani said, are you going to plead not guilty? And she said, no, and said, okay, then come back and we'll talk about it. They came back and said, there's a lot here, but I don't think that I'm not comfortable she accepted the plea of guilty, and she said, I'm not accepting the punishment, which was 1 day of prison waived, 5 years of, I think it was 5 years probation. I remember 5 years probation came in, but there's 24 months of supervised release, and she had to admit to wrongdoing, so I believe she can be sued civilly by the people that have grievances with that, and no fine, no restitution, but she had to pay $100 court fine. So it's basically kind of low. And again, Turtle came out and said, oh, it's a nothing burger, it's nothing, this and that. So she was supposed to be sentenced last week. She was sentenced yesterday. The sentencing documents came out from the defense with letters from her employers. Again, there's a big story that she lost her job. She worked for the Department of Child Services, where she was a social worker. She would go to court and she would make statements in court. And so she's familiar with the court, and they were not happy about that. So that's going to be some issues. So yesterday I go there. All right. So I'll kind of set the scene. So it's very, very, very nervous because I said, oh my God, what this is like after what happened last week where I read it and played the clip and then had to stop it because I started shaking. It was like, oh my God, this is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. So this is regarding, now again, nothing really came out that was definite, except for Shelley Murphy, who is reporter with the Globe, who did a story in the Globe writing about this. She interviewed the prosecutor, which is Ann Peruti, chief of the Major Crimes Unit. Okay. And I got to see her yesterday, and she was fabulous. So, which I was very excited about. But, I just lost my train of thought because I was thinking of Ann Peruti, and then I thought about Roe and her nefarious purple. Hang on one second. Let me get myself back on track 1 second. I was nervous because that was going on, and it was just very, very, very serious. Yeah. So she did a story on it. I'm sorry. That's what it was. So she confirmed that it was the CDL case and the Reed case. Now, we weren't sure how much of each case. It sounded like there was more of the CDL and less of the Karen Reed, but we weren't sure. We weren't sure if some of it had to do with Birchmore or what happened. But I guess that this person sat on the jury that was impaneled by Judge Tawani. So this was her jury. Her grand jury, federal grand jury. This was her grand jury that she swore in, and they heard all these cases, and she leaked on 2 specific cases, and they talked about that. So just to go by, I got nervous, and I was like, okay. I was like, I don't know what I'm so nervous about. Like, I don't know if people are going to get arrested, or they're going to make a big scene, or what if what if I can't find this, or what if there's like a huge crowd of people? Because I'm like thinking that this is going to be huge news because after reading the sentencing documents, it was like, holy shit, this is a big deal. Oh my God, what if there's like ridiculous amount of like media? What if I screw up something? What if, what if the FBI comes and gets, like, I was just thinking like ridiculous things. So I was like, calm down, Julie. Like, you go there, you go inside, and everything will be copacetic. So I go there, and it's federal building. I was like, okay, let me make sure I have all my documents in place and make sure I'm not going to, bring anything in that I'm not supposed to have, which I think the most that I had, was a lighter, which you're allowed to bring in. So because I get nervous, and I was like, all right, let me have a cigarette beforehand and calm myself down. So go inside. It was very eerie because there was no one inside. Federal building with like no one inside. It was silent. Now, again, what's going on with the government is, but again, it was just weird. Like, it's a nice building. You can see right on the water. You can see the harbor and everywhere else, but it was just weird. And so walking around, I was like, okay, I know where it is from the paper. It was like, oh my God. And then I saw Grant's tweet. It was like, going in federal court. And it was like, oh, like I got there. I was standing outside at 2. They were supposed to see at 2:45, and he tweeted at 2. I was like, oh shit, am I late? I was like, what happened? And I was looking, I was like, are they there? So I'm peeking behind. So they have the doors to open the courtrooms. So I'm peeking inside because I don't want to make noise. Because I'm thinking, like, if I open the door and like court's going on, like I'm imagining like Auntie Bev, like Judge Bev sitting there, and like I open the door and she like sighs. It's like, get her out. So I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? In case it's not apparent, I have issues with anxiety sometimes. So I just freak myself out about when I have nothing else to worry about. So anyways, so I'm looking, and I was like, okay, I think it's here, but okay, calm down, because nobody was in the courtroom. And I'm like, okay, I'll just like figure out where this is. I got time. Nobody else is here. Like people are going to come in. Like I'll see people walking back and forth. So I walked around and I saw Grant. I was like, oh, thank God. He knows exactly where he's going. And he's like, oh yeah, it's over here. We'll go there. So I was shooting the shit with him. I was asking him, I was like, hey, have like, what do you think about what's going on online with all the, like the back and forth between Turtle and Karen and all this, crap flinging around with who recorded who and what's going on behind this one's back. And he was just like, oh, Kate Peter. I was like, okay, I understand Kate Peter. But he was like, oh, Karen's going to win. I was like, yes. It was like, when this came out, I said, I think the reason why this is coming out, I said, number one, I think this is coming out from Karen's team. And I think the reason why she gave the okay is because it takes the wind out of Turtle's sail, but we'll talk about that afterwards. And because I mean, what is state police going to do? They would need Karen, and Karen's not going to cooperate. But the message went out to the person who it was intended to, in my belief. So, so we're shooting the shit, and Shelley Murphy comes by from the Globe, and she's talking to somebody in the court staff, and was like, okay, and we're keeping an eye on it. Like there's still nobody inside the courtroom, and then we see, and Grant turns and goes, that's Leslie right there. I was like, oh, okay, that's juror. And whoever the sketch artist is, I'll say this, whoever the sketch artist is did a dynamite job because it looks dead on. So good for that sketch artist. So I was like, okay, there she is. It looks like she was with I thought it was her sister. I thought they said that she had a sister, but I believe it was her mother that she was with. And again, just disclaimer, anybody who is mentioned in any of this, be it, whatever, don't harass them. Don't go to their house. Like they already, knew what they did. And, people are working. Don't harass them. Don't go places. Don't do any of that nonsense. Just listen to the story and say, oh, that's interesting. Justice is working. So let them cook, as the children say. So she walked in and we're like, okay. Then off in the distance, look and say, that guy looks kind of familiar. The two guys walking side by side. Go, that guy looks kind of familiar. Both of them had suit. One had a tie. One didn't have a tie. Looked to go, that guy looks really familiar. That looks like Chris Albert. Oh my God, it is Chris Albert. So Chris Albert walks in. It's like, okay, we're like, hey, how's it going? Just pleasantries. He goes inside. Then I don't remember who else. Somebody else came in. I think it might be the prosecutor. She might have come in. Grant's like, okay, let's go inside. So we go to one side. Chris on the other side, and then more people come in. It looked like they were law students or somebody coming in, and like the courtroom was kind of like half full. Like there was enough room. Like there were a couple reporters that you could see taking notes. There was a guy from Mass Live. There was the Shelley Murphy from the Globe, and there was like one or two other people who looked like they were kind of taking notes. And so Leslie and her attorney are sitting, and Ann Prudy is sitting. And now let me explain. When I say Ann Prudy, she looked so unbothered. She was sitting and looking at her notes on her phone and just kind of scrolling and just kind of like had it down. It was like, not a care in the world. I had, where's my prop? I don't know where my prop is, but I think it's still outside. Well, oh, that's right. I put it in here. She did not have a care in the world, but let me tell you what she was wearing. She was in a purple suit, and her nails were also painted purple. So she had the full ensemble going, which was fantastic. Now, the other side was a little bit antsy. So they kind of look agitated and they're talking. But then the lawyer turns to us. He's kind of looking like, okay, I wonder what's going on. So I took notes. I was like, oh my God, this is exciting. I took notes of what the juror looks like, of like what the jury box looks like, what everything looks like. So then the clerk Jim and Madam Court Reporter walk in, which was, I guess, the clerk of that particular Judge Helwani's clerk, who was a woman, and Madam Court Reporter, who wasn't Madam Court Reporter, who was a guy who came in, took everything up, and was like, okay, they're getting ready to go. But beforehand, they the clerk spoke with the attorneys, and again, Ann Prudy sitting there like, no problem there. Talked to the defense attorney and said, hey, she wants to, address you about some of the stuff that's going on. And like, I forget what it was, but Grant said like, oh, they might clear the courtroom. was like, oh, can't they just go to sidebar? Because I think one of them mentioned sidebar, and then I mentioned sidebar. I was like, no, they don't do sidebar in court. Like they'll have to clear it. So they might talk about something that was redacted or off the record or whatever the case may be. And they're like, well, we'll see. We'll talk about it. So then Judge comes in. Judge Tawani comes in. She sits down. She is, oh my God, she was so okay, so like I have my glasses because I'm all over the place, but I also have my glasses because I'm very expressive. Like I cannot, pull off I can't pull off trying to like manipulate or scheme somebody. Like it has to be like dead ass truth, because if not, you'll see it all over my face. Like, no, everything's fine. Like, nope, see it all over my face. I believe that Judge Tawani is very similar because she was very expressive and she was not the least bit pleased with what the charges were, because again, this was contempt of court, because this person who was sat on the federal jury to hear all these cases about, again, we believe it was police corruption and stuff like that. Again, heard the CDL case and the Reed case. I believe heard the Birchmore case and everything else like the same time, but leaked specifically about those two cases. And she even made a comment where she's like, hey, this isn't cool, and kept bringing it up. So they said like, okay. So they came in. So let me go through some of my notes, because I wrote 9 pages of notes, just notes and notes on top of notes on top of notes on top of notes on top of notes. Okay.
Julie,
yes.
Julie, just let me say, I think it's really great that you've driven over there twice, and that's your way of doing boots on the ground, and I think that's awesome. And I think it's great that you are willing to speak to, the antis like you do. I mean, I know you go in and listen to try to get their perspective on why they feel what they feel. Even though I don't love, I don't love the negativity that's come out of all the antis. And for those of you that aren't on Twitter, you might understand where my passion comes in, or you might not, because a lot of the antis have literally polluted Twitter. If you ever go on my Twitter feed, I do not pollute Twitter. I try my best to just advocate. And I don't make fun of people. I don't make fun of any of these ladies that are on the anti side, but there are 7 posters on the anti-Karen Read side that are freaking nasty. And they are horrible, and they shouldn't be allowed to be on Twitter. They've had their accounts suspended several times because how nasty they have become and have been. They've allowed their hate for Aiden to completely consume them. And I don't even know if they for sure think that Karen Read is guilty or not. I think they just hate Aiden so much that they've allowed their hate for him to consume them. And they have been vile. And that Twitter is not supposed to be like that. And so I apologize to everybody tonight if you might think that I've been extra antagonistic towards Julie, because I'm not. I love Julie. She's awesome. And I love her opinions on things. I am angry at the ghosts. I am angry at the anti-Karen Read, how they're always so ready to jump on anything that those of us who believe Karen is innocent, anything we say or do, they are ready to come out and slam us, dox us, correct us, make us feel stupid. If I could read to you some of the posts that some of these that Kate Peter has made, that Lindsay has made, that Julie Karp has made, that Mama Llama, who is Jen McCabe's best friend, has made, that somebody who we believe is in the McCabe family is related to the McCabes has made. There's this other couple who's on Twitter X saying vile things, who people know who that person is, but I'm not going to dox them. It's sickening. It's utterly sickening. And this is all because they believe in their mind that Karen Read is guilty, all out of hate towards Aiden, because of person and environment, because they live there and they live and breathe and work in Canton or Stoughton or the surrounding areas, and they're all heavily vested in it. But it doesn't excuse the behavior. It doesn't excuse the vile behavior on Twitter X and the things that are said and the comments that are made. Nothing excuses that. So I have a hard time with being in the middle, per se. Like, you are much more gracious to go in the middle and go to the attic like you used to do, even though he's not really live streaming anymore, Kevin, to go to Grant's shows, to even, I think you said you would be fine if Kate Peter wanted to come on one of our Friday Night Lives. I personally don't believe that would be a constructive conversation at all.
Come by.
What?
We could talk. We can get Kate. We can get Jess. We can get all of them. Come by. We'll have a big party.
Yeah, well, sure, but the bottom line is that if there's too much hatred for one person who's in the Free Karen Read movement, you're not going to be able to have a constructive conversation with that person, because they've allowed hate to overtake them. Like I said, the hate that a lot of these women, and there's very few men that are that vile on Twitter X, but the hate that gets spewed on Twitter X that goes back and forth between people that actually live there, that live in Massachusetts, and that are free Karen Read / some are turtle riders, some are not. But the antis have just, they're going to die on the hill that Karen is a horrible bitch. They call her names. They put her down. They make it out like she is that she planned this, that she planned to unalive John O'Keefe. If you believe that, you are insane. Even if by some crazy scientific possibility that Karen Read did hit John O'Keefe with her car, there is no way in hell she planned it. It was not premeditated. It was not first degree M-word. And if you believe that, you are just living in hate. You are consumed with hate. I personally don't think there's any scientific way that he would have garnered those injuries. Had he been hit by a car, he would have had way more significant injuries than that. That's just my opinion based on the science and the witnesses' testimony. There's no reason why the Alberts and the McCabe's witness testimony had to be that crazy. It should have just been straightforward. If all they did was witness literally nothing, because they were in the house and some of them were peeping out the window, looking in anticipation for John and Karen to arrive. Jen was so excited and couldn't wait for Karen and John to get to the house. So she's peeping out all those times, and she saw the vehicle pull up all those times. And if the rest of them are peeping out the window in anticipation for Julie Nagel's ride to appear, then their testimony should have been cut and dried. It should have been clear, obvious, cut and dry testimony. And that was not the case. And then John, is it Como, right? Is his last name?
Yeah, John Como.
John Como, he's had some really interesting tweets. He always does. And he put out some really interesting tweets this week, I think, just trying to draw all of our attention back to justice for John O'Keefe, where it should be. And that was that reminding everybody that so much of the testimony from trial 1 and trial 2 don't coincide at all. And some of the testimony in trial 1 was not accurate whatsoever, because what was in the grand jury and what was in the police reports doesn't jive with what they said in the trial regarding Chris and Julie Albert's whereabouts, and did they or did they not go to 34 Fairview, and what time, and who picked up. How come we don't know who picked up Colin Albert? Where's, if that was Caitlin, then why was her Waze or whatever, her Find My Phone thing is super accurate. I use it.
Allie.
I'm sorry. I use it all the time. I use Find My Phone all the time. My mom and I, it's super, super accurate. So that was nefarious. And then the whole texting thing, I think those were fabricated. Those texts that they showed that they were allowed to show in court, which should have never been allowed, because typically even emails aren't even allowed in court. So the things that Judge Bev allowed versus what she didn't allow was crazy town, as we all know. It made no logical sense whatsoever. So everybody needs to get back to concentrating on justice for John O'Keefe, and why the witness's testimony made zero sense, and why they all blatantly lied. It was clear that they lied. Everyone who has a brain in their head could see that there was lies going on that witness stand. And John's been trying to point that out again. He's made some really great Twitter remarks, using Twitter responsibly and the way that it should be used, drawing attention to the nefarious behavior and to things that don't add up and don't make sense. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yes. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Mandel-Win, who is our Shauna, need to ask the 4 people. Julie doesn't know. JFK had them all on for these particular questions. So all the questions I'm asking, Mandolin, my dear Shauna, you're saying that JFK obviously asked these questions too, because if you're trying to sort this all out and think critically, all of us would think of these questions, not just me. Obviously, JFK did. I did find it interesting, and I'm curious what you all think too, that he's pretty much live streamed 2 and 3 times a day on this. And even, I mean, it seems like a lot. I mean, it just seems like a lot. I'm kind of curious, maybe take a couple days off, JFK, take a breath. I mean, there's nothing can be solved. I mean, seriously, really. I mean, right now with all of the shenanigans and who said what and who's the ghost and who's not the ghost. And so basically, Shauna, are you telling me that John Barron came on with a voice on JFK? Because I know John Barron won't tell us who he is. Sean came on JFK. Kate Peters came on JFK. So is that what I'm led to believe?
No, they're talking about the content creators. The Glazer came on, Nurse Kim came on, Turtle was on, and I forget who the other one was. And I think he talked and then he talked to Mike Crawford today. Not about this, but he talked to the people that they're saying like, oh, they definitely have seen this. And so he was like, hey, what's going on with this? Why aren't you guys talking about this?
But people are still disagreeing from what you've told me, though. There's still a disagreement. Rocco's saying one thing, Flipperhead saying another thing.
No. Nick Rocco and Joe Flipperhead are basically on the same page, saying like, hey, we talked to Karen, and what she's saying is like,
I thought Nick Rocco said that Karen never gave the green light for any of this to come out.
No, Karen is not behind releasing this, meaning correct. She's not the ghost.
Correct. I never thought she was. I don't think anybody thought she was. But I thought that Nick Rocco's position was that she never green lighted it.
No,
I thought I read something.
She green lighted talking to Flip.
But I thought I read something on Twitter that Rocco said she didn't green light it.
No, did not green light the release of the tapes, meaning that she doesn't know who the ghost is.
So she wanted it out there that Turtle did this, but she didn't want the actual recording out there.
Yes. That's why she went to Flip, and that's why the Rocco and everybody else, and that's why they went to the Aussies, because they are like they're not riding hard for Turtle. They're looking and saying, who's still Karen? These people are still Karen, because all the other content creators seem to have jumped on Turtle's train, and not a lot of them are talking about the Karen stuff. And she's looking like, how do I get my voice out there? Who's going to be Team Karen?
But what is the Karen stuff? And why do we need a Team Karen or a Team Turtle? We really don't.
But that's just what happened. That's just what happened. Like, yeah, we don't need that because they're supposed to be one of the same. But now there's fractions and factions now.
But again, though, who are we expected to believe? Who is actually telling the real 100% truth here? If you're trying to critically think this, then you can't answer that, because we don't know who the ghost is. We don't know for sure. A bunch of stuff we don't know for sure. We don't. A lot of it we don't know for sure.
Well,
so,
what part are you having issues with? With which part?
Well, I'm having issues with Karen Reed right now, to be honest with you. Nothing against you, Karen. I'm glad you're free. I'm glad you didn't go to jail. Okay. But you want this splashed all over the internet. You want it said on a live. You're okay. You green lighted it for a Spaces, which is so weird. You green lighted it for a Spaces where anybody and their mother can come up there and talk if Lily or Chris gives them permission to. So you green lighted it for a Spaces, but you didn't want the actual proof to come out. So you want it to go out on a Spaces with no receipts. So I'm the public that has supported you and spent hours and hours and hours, not just me, but thousands of people have been on YouTube, Twitter, in the chat boxes of all of these people's live streams. Think about, can you even imagine how many hours has been spent freeing Karen Reed?
Yeah, a lot.
And attempting to get justice for John O'Keefe, Julie? A lot, right?
A lot.
So Karen is sort of dissing us because she wants her side to be out there because she's pissed and she reacted, but she doesn't want the receipt out there. So we're just supposed to be this mass of sheep that are going to believe anything that is dished to us because it came from someone that Joe Flipper had said, I am friends with Karen Reed now. And here's my receipts. I'm going to show you my text messages, but Karen is not going to greenlight the actual recording.
She doesn't have the recording,
but she knew it was out there. Her attorney
because somebody told her, said, "Hey, Turtle recorded you and played it for me." That's how she found out. She doesn't have the recording.
Julie, my sweet, her lawyers have the recording.
The lawyers were told that they had a recording, that Turtle
I-
recorded them.
I thought you said, and I wrote it on my
No,
list.
no,
Thought you
no,
said
that's
that
not what
the-
I said.
Well,
Nope.
just a minute. Well, just let me finish. I thought you said that the attorneys received a clip.
No, they received a.
The attorneys have. They
Wait a
did.
minute. No,
They
wait a
did
minute.
receive a clip.
No, they don't have the full 30-minute. I don't know if they got clips, but they were informed that, hey, Turtle recorded Karen.
I'm pretty sure the attorneys got clips, and that's how she found out about it. I thought they did.
No, they were told. I'm not. I don't remember now if
But
they.
they're on the list. I mean, if okay, John Barron got a clip, Sean on the Golf got a clip,
because they released them.
Got a clip.
Yep.
And the attorneys got a clip. They're on the list.
Okay, that's not what I meant. No. The attorneys were told.
All right. So as far as but the bottom line is if Karen found out that this happened, all right, so are you telling me that Sean didn't tell Karen that he had a clip? He just released it out into the wild without Karen's permission?
I don't think so. He hasn't said anything like that. He just said that he was given it and that it went out. I don't know what happened between any of that. I don't know if people spoke or what happened.
That's understandable. But what I'm trying to say then is the bottom line is that why is Karen Reed wanting to allow this information to go out into the wild via a space on Twitter X, the cesspool of the universe, but not want the proof to go out?
Because she doesn't have it. She doesn't have it. She doesn't have it. She doesn't have the clip.
But she knew who had the clip. I don't believe for a minute that Sean would have put that out on Twitter without Karen's permission.
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, we don't know. And that's what I said. That's why so many of us need to not jump off the train. We need to stay on the train, on the tracks. Don't jump off on either side because we don't know a lot of things right now.
Wait, so you're saying Karen should put out, if she has a copy of the 30-minute clip, that Karen should put the clip out? What's that going to do?
I'm saying that Karen should have been, if Karen wanted it out there in the wild, then put the clip out there in the wild. Why don't you take control of your own destiny and fate? Why are you leaving it up to all these live streamers and or Aussie live streamers? Chris isn't even a live streamer. Joe Flipperhead's not a live streamer. I remember very clearly that she made a very ominous statement on Howie Carr. And it was something to the effect of, we have some big news to share, but we have to find the right person to put it out there. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yep.
So what was that all about?
We need somebody. Well, so with that one, she was saying like, we need somebody to talk to going forward, meaning that she was basically done with Turtle. That was it. See you later.
And that's before this clip crap ever happened.
It was about the same time. So they found out she was charged and everything else. So, or not charged. She was, Cosgrove made the motion to get her phone.
I'm talking about the Turtle tapes.
Yeah.
She knew nothing about those when she was on Howie Carr.
Well, maybe not.
It was weeks ago.
They've known since, I mean, that's about the same time that would have come out, that phone call would have been made.
So we're trying to get everyone to understand that these 4 people that Turtle trusted, and one of them that went rogue is the ghost and sent the clips to John Barron, Sean in the Golf, Kate Peters, and the attorneys, that happened weeks and weeks and weeks ago.
I don't know if we'll see. That's just it. We don't know. We don't know when all this stuff came out or who knows what. Apparently, from the text messages that came out from, I believe they're Meredith, that again, this allegedly. I haven't even said the word
Meredith because I don't really want to give her any credit or kudos for anything, because who knows where she got herself involved in all this, but she should exit stage right. If there's nothing constructive to say or do right now that helps with Karen's civil case or that helps get convicted the people that actually hurt John O'Keefe, a lot of people should just stand down now if they can't be positive and say nice things and talk nicely and constructively.
Okay. Well, so the issue that you're having is that if Karen has the clip, then she should put it out and do what? She should have a YouTube channel now?
No, of course not. I don't think anybody should have put the clip out. I'm talking about A and B. If you want it out there that this happened, but you don't want the clip out there, that makes no sense.
Why?
Because you're asking people to believe you at face value. You're asking people to believe one side of the story and not the other. That's insane. Why would anybody want that or do that? You're asking for a war. You're creating a civil war between your own Free Karen Read supporters who have spent millions of dollars total for your freed, for your attorneys to come to these live streams and support the live streamers. Why are you trying to cause a civil war amongst the live streamers? Why are you don't you care that you're bringing the antis into this? The people that literally wanted you to go to jail, that have done nothing but defame you and call you names on their Twitter accounts and on their live streams for 3 years?
Don't think that's the issue.
Make sense.
I mean, if there's somebody who's putting out information like saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna go free this person, then they go and say, oh, well, now this person's going and talking to this person when they should be talking to me, and I think that we should turn them against these people. And I was for Karen because of Turtle, but now that she's not with Turtle, maybe I think she's guilty. A lot of that came out too.
Yeah, but I don't think very much of it. I mean,
but Karen saw that though. I mean,
but you haven't changed one person. Not one person's mind has been changed on the anti-Karen Read side.
I've seen a lot of chats where people are like, "Oh, she's so nasty," or whatever this looks. Poor Turtle went to jail for it, which is again is the other part that came out in one of the clips where she's like, "You tell everybody you went to jail for me." Oh, and Karen, and Karen can't even thank me, and then said, "Well, meanwhile, you went to jail because you can't keep it in your pants." Like those are Karen's own words, and she's not wrong, but that's what happened. And so, I mean, the clips that are coming out, I mean, they're not great for either of them. But if you had to pick a side, like who would they benefit more? It looks like they might benefit Karen a little bit because they're kind of looking and saying like, look at what Turtle's doing. Look at how this sounds.
What is he doing exactly? I mean, what in those conversations is so earth-shattering?
Well, it's not so much the conversations, it's how they come across. Like she's, going at him, be like, "Oh my God, look at this! I'm getting charged. You know what's in my phone? You fucked me again." And he's standing there like, Karen, the money. Remember the money? And doing it so calm, so manipulative. That type of shit. It's like, what are you doing? Are you recording me? Are you trying to make me look like this, crazy, unstable bitch? Well, you're, this calm, rational person who's saying like, "Oh, let's talk about the movement. The movement would be nothing without me. And you're so ungrateful, you can't even say thank you." That's basically what came out from those clips. And she's basically saying like, "Hey, look at what this person did to me."
And that was already out there more or less in a passive aggressive way when she decided not to go on his live stream after she was found innocent and chose just to go on Howie Carr only. That's her choice, obviously. But most of that was already conveyed in a passive aggressive nature via Aiden's hurt feelings already anyway. So, I mean, what did we really learn from all of this? What has this done? What is the, this person who, number one, Aiden should have never told a single soul. If he decided he wanted to record that conversation for whatever reasons, he couldn't have ever really used it, because then again, in Massachusetts, you can get arrested for recording someone. So what would be the point of that recording? And so he should have never done it in the first place. But then he trusted 4 people who he thought he could trust, but you can never truly trust anyone, especially if you're going to do something that breaks the law. You probably don't want to smash that around to a bunch of people. So there's another mistake. And then one of those 4 people is really, to me, the true bad guy in all this, because they took something trusted that someone shared with them and they put it out there as a ghost.
Disagree. I think that whoever recorded it to begin with is the bad person.
I already said that, Julie. I'm not arguing with you. I've never argued with you on that. I agree with you, but you have to don't tell me that this other person's not a bad person, what they've done.
You don't think the other 3 kept their mouth shut and
behind someone's back that trusted them? That makes them equally as bad. When people trust you with something, they're trusting you with something. Your job is to shut your fucking mouth and keep it to yourself, because unless they've murdered someone or they're abusing a child, then you unless you're a social worker and you have, or a doctor or a lawyer, and you are legally required to tell someone, you have to. But if in this case nobody was unalived, nobody was harmed, this was something that this person should have kept to themselves because someone trusted them with it and they didn't. So that makes them equally as bad a person. And then they did it in a nefarious way by sending it out to all the antis, with the exception of, why didn't you send it out to, why didn't you discern it with others then? If you wanted to share it out so bad, Ghost, whoever you are out there, why didn't you share it with some other people that are free Karen Read people, that are not anti-free Karen Read, that didn't want her to go to jail, that haven't been defaming her all this time? Why didn't you share it with some of those people and discuss it and say, what do you think we should do? I was told this, and now I don't want to keep it to myself. So I'm telling you, what do you think we should do? And maybe people would have said, do nothing. That person shared it with you. Do you think John Barron or Kate Peters or Sean on the Golf, who's had a beef with Turtle all this time, is going to say, don't share it? This person shared it with all the people that they knew would share it. They knew one of those people would share it. They didn't ask people that might not want to share it. They didn't consult anybody that might want to think a minute and say, let's put the brakes on this. This could be bad. This could cause major problems. The Ghost is an asshole. That's my opinion. That I'm allowed to have it.
And I think the Ghost is helping Karen.
I don't think this helped her at all. I don't think this helped anybody. I think this created a 7-day shit show. Karen's smart. She's educated.
Yes.
She already knew what she was dealing with all along with Turtle. She could have cut him out any time, but she knew she couldn't because the movement got too big. It got almost bigger than her, bigger than even the death of John O'Keefe. So she couldn't have cut the movement out mid-trial. There's no way.
Why?
So
Why?
Cut the free Karen Read movement out mid-trial?
No, cut Turtle out.
If you cut Turtle out, you're cutting half the free Karen Read movement out. And since the fraction, but before the fraction, you'd be cutting the whole Karen Read movement out. You can't change your mind on somebody that you decided to engage in your activism to free yourself, to go against the Alberts and the McCabe's, who you believe are the real criminals. You can't just cut that person out mid-trial, Julie. That would be committing. I mean, that would have been insane. And it obviously it isn't supposed to affect the jurors, but do you really think for a minute that the jurors, that one of them wouldn't have gotten a scuttlebutt that Karen Read fired Aiden and that he's person non grata and that he's been removed from the Karen Read movement? And then you've got his 163,000 subscribers.
Wait, the juror? What are you talking about, the juror? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about, if you think that if Karen Read, you're telling me that it would have been okay for Karen Read to cut out Aiden Kearney right in the middle of her second trial.
Yep.
Absolutely not. Because he had over 140,000 during the second trial. Now he's up to 163. But there are people that appreciate his style of journalism, that like the way he covered the Karen Read case, that liked his advocacy and his journalism. There's nothing you can do about that. There's 163,000 people that are subscribed to him right now, whether you agree or disagree with a single thing he's ever said. If she would have cut him out, the person that she employed, that she asked to help her to make it, to show that the Alberts and the McCabe's are the ones who did this to John O'Keefe, that would have been a colossal disaster. There's no way she could have done that. So once the trial's over and she's got a beef now with them for whatever reason, we don't even know right now. We only know about the recording stuff because it came out because this one ghost person decided to make a disaster of this. There was something weird, beefy going on with those two prior to this recording coming out. So unless we're all being just completely duped here, and there's little signs and symptoms, if you look back at some of the live streamers and all their little hints they were dropping. Kate Peters was dropping hints 2 months ago that something big was about to come out. Sean on the Golf named one of his live streams The Calm Before the Storm. Twisted Tragedies was dropping us little breadcrumbs that this big thing's going to happen. So maybe all these people already knew about these. maybe John Barron and Sean on the Golf and Kate Peters shared out with their trusted other live streamers and their other trusted people that they had this big bombshell and they've been holding it this whole time. And Karen already knew about it. And that's why she made the comment that she made on Howie Carr.
Maybe. But I mean, at the same time as Howie Carr, again, she found out because Cosgrove was making motions to get the information to search her car. I mean, to search her phone and to get passwords and everything else. So that never really went away. That's still being investigated. And then God knows what's going on with the feds, because it seems like there's a lot more to come with that from what came out yesterday. So, I mean, unless I looked and was like, hey, let's cut our losses because this guy's, like he's very unpredictable and I mean, he could go out one day and, because of him, I already had my phone seized and who knows what else could possibly come out. So maybe that's why they looked and were like, hey, this is done. Now we're going to cut ties. I mean, the scuttlebutt is they tried to cut ties earlier and didn't do it. So.
Well, they couldn't. I mean, I'm telling you, they couldn't. There's no way she could have cut ties with Turtle during the trial.
Well, maybe. I mean, we talked about right at the beginning of the stream saying like, hey, there were factions that because of what happened last October where people started to kind of divide, but then people put stuff aside and said, you know what, let's get together. We don't have to like everybody, but we just have to get along. And they got along for the time being. Something like that could have happened because, I mean, we're seeing it right now. They're starting to come apart again by saying like, hey, I don't agree with anything that, this guy does as far as like, screaming, blood pizza and whatever else. And some of the other stuff. And then there are people who are like, no, it's, she's the bad person. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from. Absolutely. I got behind on the chat. Sorry about that, guys. OMG, who was running the pizza place? Now that has to do with what you were talking about, I'm guessing.
What was that? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, that was that was Chris Albert in court yesterday.
Right. So
and that came out on Kate's live because was that everything's running together. She did it last night, this morning, whenever it was, and Sean popped on because I don't think Sean knew because he said, oh, is that verified that Chris was there? And she said, yeah, he was there. He was there for something else. And she kind of alluded to like, well, were you just in the area or were you actually in the courthouse for something else? Were you interviewed? Did something else pop up? I mean, I don't know. So she's like, well, there are other investigations. And from how Judge Tawani spoke about it and how there were retractions, I mean, you can kind of deduce from that something else is coming and it's not going to be good. So, I mean, it's not going to be good for those who are going to be charged and involved, but
right.
I mean, this stuff that's online is going to,
hopefully
stop, which that needs to happen.
So I have to own up to something, Jules. MCATs, when I was saying that I try to always use Twitter to the best of my ability for advocacy, and I have stood up for myself a couple times, but I've never called anybody names based on their looks or their hair or their weight or anything to do with anything like that. I've always tried to stick to the facts, ma'am. And my opinion of Trump is simply the facts, MCAT. And I know we differ there and politically we can differ, but we can still be friends. But I have never liked this person. I have reasons that many, many, many people have for not liking this person, making fun of people with disabilities, the constant lying that have been fact checked by the think tanks that are completely bipartisan. I could go on and on and on and on, MCAT. So I try not to do politics on my channel. You guys all know that, but I will own up to the fact that I do once in a while tweet out things that have to do with my disdain for the president of the United States. And if he was a Democrat and he was doing these things, I would tweet out disdain. If Twitter was around, you guys would have not believed the things I was saying about Clinton because I voted for him. And when the whole Monica Lewinsky crap went down, I was mortified. So I am not the kind of person that's a hypocrite. I am not a hypocrite. I don't like hypocrites. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. If you're slimy, if you're nasty, if you're mean and cruel to people, I don't like you. And just because you're the president doesn't mean I have to like you because your behavior is atrocious and the way you behave on air is atrocious. And it's not behavior fitting the president of the United States. That is my opinion. So I tweet about that sometimes. You don't have to agree with me. You can disagree with me. You can go on my Twitter and disagree with me, but I pay to use Twitter. I don't use Twitter for free. I actually pay to use it. So I can have an opinion on there. And I will always have a political opinion on there because I can, and it doesn't affect my channel. It doesn't affect my advocating. I don't have any less respect for you because you don't agree with me about the nefarious nature of the person that I don't like. I don't hate anyone. I'm not in the hating business. I dislike people. I don't respect people who do the things that Trump has done, and I believe he has done and will come out when they eventually and finally release the Epstein files. So, hey, hashtag release all the Epstein files, because there's people of all political parties who are billionaires, who are disgusting, horrible people and deserve to have some reckoning for what they did to all of the girls that were part of the whole Epstein Island debacle and the ex trafficking debacle. So I will always cry for the release of all of the Epstein files, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. If you did it, you did it, and you deserve it. And if Maxwell gets out, I'm going to be heartsick because of a technicality, thanks to Florida, who should have prosecuted Epstein in the first place. Had they done that, a lot of girls' lives would have been saved, and a lot of justice would have happened for those women and other people that were involved as victims. Maybe Virginia would still be alive today. Maybe some of the others who have unalived themselves would be alive today if Florida would have taken care of their business and put him in jail when they had the chance in Florida. Florida effed this up big time and created a major debacle. So that is, everybody should be asking for the Epstein files. That is a bipartisan situation, and Maxwell should never see the light of day. I know she will. I know her sentence isn't, I don't know. What was her sentence, Julie? I forgot. Was it life with parole, or does she get to have was it not life? I don't remember what she got. Honestly, I don't, because I can't stand to think of her, because she was as big a part of that as he was. She was instrumental in everything that was carried out. So I don't even know for sure what sentence she got. I can't even remember right now, but they're talking about some technicality that he made a deal with the Florida people that she was supposed to get immunity, that she wasn't supposed to be able to ever go down for anything because he served that minimal amount of time that he served in Florida. So if she gets out in a technicality, that is just a crying freaking shame, and just incredibly disrespectful to all the survivors and the victims. Just really sad. So, yeah, so I needed to answer to that because I try to still always be respectful. I can dislike someone in a respectful manner if I want to on Twitter, but I try. I do better. I haven't been seeing anything about the evil one because I try not to let him get in my brain too much and rent too much space in my head for free, because there's literally nothing I can do about that. But I can advocate for victims of homicides and their families. That I can do. So I'm going to keep doing that and try to keep my opinion of the 47 off my Twitter feed. But once in a while, I feel inclined to do so. So that is my right, since I pay to use Twitter, just like it's your right to use Twitter and say anything you want to say within reason. All right. So Julie, we went back on the track to talk a little bit more about what was going on. I didn't get to listen to JFK. I know that you were listening in on all. So what were their live streams like?
Well, they had a lot of them. I mean, Turtle was there.
Can you summarize any of them?
Well, yeah, yeah. So Turtle was there. The Glazer came by. Jimmy came by a couple times. I think he came by beforehand to talk about something else, but he came by to talk about this when they all kind of dogpiled on him. When the frig was that? Was that last night? Was it the night before? I mean, like, Jesus. But I mean, they kind of looked at this like Friday night. We saw in real time. Like, we got off the air to go to them, and we're going to do the same thing right now because they went live to. I think they said Open Link Challenge, so they're going to have their own kind of version of Twitter Spaces on their YouTube to bring everybody up to say, hey, you want to talk shit? Say your piece. So they're going to do that. But I mean, they brought people up. They brought Chris up, the kangaroo. They brought Flip up to talk to him. They brought Lily up. They brought who the hell else was there? They brought up a couple people just saying like, hey, like, what are you guys seeing? Like, are you seeing this? Kind of like the same thing that the Spacer are doing, saying like, hey, people come in here to, talk all this stuff. Like, they went off on it on Friday, and then they kind of went back and was like, well, wait a minute, what's going on? Like, what's the actual issue? It's not that it's legal or illegal. It's just the fact that why would you record that? And they were talking about like, hey, like, listen, like you have to kind of own that. Like your word is your bond in certain places. Like you don't bring the receipts. You don't, there's no record of stuff when you do stuff like that. And that's kind of what their goal, their main focus was on this. They were saying that, like you don't like that's like scumbag weaselly stuff to record people and to like make records and to show all this stuff and like throw everybody's stuff up there in their faces when they're like, hey, like that's the reason why I talk to these people. And like his main point was like, who am I talking to? Like, okay, fine, like you're all in this, but like we see that and it's like, wait a minute, it's almost like you were wearing a mask and just got ripped off, and it's like, oh my god, who's underneath that? So then people were getting on him where they're like, oh, F this guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about, he's a street thug, he's this, he's that. And people were kind of missing the point where it's like, no, it's not the fact that it was illegal or legal or whatever it was the fact that these guys were partners in this. Like, again, like she talked to him, he was her mouthpiece, and again, like saying that there wasn't a movement without him. And for him to turn around and kind of like, snake and like knife her in the back. And it's like, well, what are you doing with that recording? What are you using it for? You're going to blackmail somebody? You're going to extort somebody with it? What's going on? So they questioned all this. And then everybody freaked out. And then Turtle came by, and then Turtle made his little clip. And then JFK got all upset. I mean, for in my opinion, good reason. It was like, what's going on here? Like, somebody needs to speak to this. Does Karen need to come out? Does Turtle need to speak about it? Nobody else is talking about this, which is true. Nobody was talking about this, and they're still not talking about it. They talked about everything else. And I mean, even today, Melanie was like, I stay away from the drama because that's all this drama. It's like, well, it's a little bit more than drama, but so that's what.
It is more than drama.
Yeah, I mean, this is important. This is to like figure out, like, hey, like who's doing what to who, and
this is betrayal. This is betrayal all around. It was betrayal to tape Karen without her permission. It's betrayal in some way for the way Karen treated someone who worked tirelessly to help her to get where she is today. It's betrayal by this person who was a friend of Aiden's who's the ghost. It's betrayal by everybody that had the clip, because they allegedly, but it's betrayal by the three that got it, because they could have done better. And they don't have to be, having a party about this and blowing their streamers and letting off fireworks. Oh, we got the turtle. We got him now. It's like, this is the part that's gross to me. Okay. So, because again, you want the receipts, but you only want half the receipts. So you're Karen, you want Joe Flipperhead to tell the Aussies what happened, but you don't want anybody to play the supposed clips. But yet then the clips go out there and then all hell breaks loose, and that's okay. And that's good for who? That's just not good for anything or anybody. And just so you know, Shauna, I wasn't necessarily expecting Julie to answer my questions. I'm throwing them out there to the world, to the wind, because I haven't seen anybody else's live. So I'm just reacting in my own real time. Whenever we do Friday Night Lives, I don't watch other people's shows because I want it to be my content of my response to the content. I meant to say, I don't want to watch everybody else's lives and then try to have a live with Julie on Friday night. And then I don't feel like my responses are going to be authentic because I've already listened to everybody else's responses. So I try to avoid watching live streams about the crazy content or something that's somewhat, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm getting tired. Controversial until after we live. Then I go back and watch everybody else. So I have not watched JFK a little bit like 4 or 5 days ago. I did not get to watch Jess Machado. So you guys are just seeing me reacting to this in real time because I've had a million other things going on this week. So I wanted to react in real time with Julie to this without the benefit of hearing what everybody else is having to say, if that makes sense. So I'm Shauna, just, I'm not expecting Julie to answer my questions. I'm throwing the questions out there as a live streamer out to you guys in the Twitter universe or to the replay universe or to the live stream friend zone universe for you guys to come and chip in on or chime in on or give me your opinion. That's why I kind of use that format tonight that I chose to use. So there's always kind of a method to my madness because this live streaming stuff isn't easy and it's hard. Yes, MCAT, I get it. I understand what you're saying. What I was talking about is, I wasn't talking about politics. It's a wholly different topic. I was talking about the people that have used and abused and treated people badly in the free Karen Reed movement and the anti-Karen Reed movement. I was kind of calling out all the nastiness and the way they were making fun of each other's clothes and hair and looks and calling each other ugly and just low life crap. Stick to the facts, argue about the facts, debate the facts. Politics is a whole different shit show, and it's a whole different conversation that I just don't want to get into because it is what it is. So I don't hate any political figure. They don't mean enough to me to hate them. I either dislike them or I don't agree with their policy or their politics. And if they've committed crimes, I want them in jail for them. But I try not to ever hate anybody. JFK was very aggressive. Okay, so was that in response, Julie, I'm assuming, to what he took it that Aiden was making a threat to him?
Well, I mean, there were several pieces to that. So I don't know if it was at Turtle. I don't know if it was at the Flipperhead stuff. I mean, or the Nurse Kim stuff. I mean, those were the two places that I saw. I mean, again, like you look at these lies, and it's not like, oh my God, this thing came out. I need to know how to think, so let me put this on. No, more information came out, and more information came out during the week with more texts that were released from certain people. You get kind of the history and like the backstory. And today with Jess Machado, she basically just like aired the building and threw it all out there. It was like, yeah, this one said this, and yeah, this one said this, and yeah, this one said this, and this one said that. And it was like, holy shit. So it seems like more people knew about some stuff. And that's what Jess said. And I don't know. I mean, I was trying to figure out, like, okay, is she doing Turtle's bidding? Is she secretly doing Karen's bidding? What's happening? Like, I couldn't get a read on it. But I was like, no, just tell me everything. I don't care whose side you're on. Just tell me everything.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so JFK was a little bit much because when he had Flip on, he pre-pressed Flip and he pressed the koala, basically saying like, hey, where'd you guys come from? You know, whose side are you on? Are you on, like, why are you doing this to Turtle? Like, oh, you know Karen? Why do you know Karen? I haven't talked to Karen. Are you sure you talked to Karen? Why would they go to talk to these guys? So basically the same kind of questions, but basically saying like, hey, why are you guys talking to this person? And it came out, and same thing with Flip. It was like, hey, why are you talking to this person? Are you talking to this person because of what's going on with this? Why are you talking to Karen? Are you trying to get like, are you trying to sleep with Karen? What's going on here? Like what are your motives? It was like, I don't understand why you would do this. This looks bad for Turtle. And it was like, well, yeah, but it was like, yeah, but Turtle came up with this. It was like, well, what's going on with you and Olivia and this and that? And it was like, then he was poking at him. He was like, well, you look sad. It's like, well, okay. And then like he went sideways a little bit. It was like, okay, that's not really fair. Like he's telling you like, hey, I got the receipts. I talked to Karen. We go back and forth. It was just happened to be like the shit, like the shit draw where it was like, hey, I sent her a message and all of a sudden she just fucking unloads on me and all this stuff comes out. So that's what happened there. And then with the Aussies, it was like, hey, I followed this case. Maybe people felt comfortable with me because I came out and was like, hey, I call balls and strikes. I'm not one side or the other. I just see it as it is. And maybe Karen saw that. And maybe that's why, Flip, and maybe Flip saw that. Maybe Flip is, looking at it that way. So, but then with the Nurse Kim stuff, like
you make good sense. I appreciate you. And I appreciate all of that. What I held up for you guys, but obviously it's going to be backwards, but this is a little card that someone gave me once. It says, this too shall pass. Everybody, knows that saying. I keep it hanging up here by my computer because there's just so much going on with live streaming that can be so difficult and hard to swallow. And sometimes I don't know, maybe I need to step away. I think about that often, but it's all for the greater, all for the greater good. And I don't see any of this being for the greater good whatsoever. That's just my opinion. And I just want to get back to everybody trying to figure out what the hell happened to John O'Keefe, and is he ever going to get any justice, or is it going to be technically somewhat of a cold case because the person who they did accuse, it's been proven in 2 trials that the investigation was crap and horrible, and a jury could not convict Karen Reed based on all of the evidence and the crap investigation. So this may end up to be a cold case that never gets solved, which is incredibly sad. But there are so many cold cases in our country, cases that never get solved, never have enough evidence. met another person via live streaming who followed the Karen Reed trial, who found me on Facebook, sent me a private message that her daughter and grandchild were unalived. And there was never justice for them because they dragged their feet on the investigation, apparently did not do a proper investigation. Something happened and went astray. I'm still digging into it and looking at it. But the person unalived themselves. So even if they would have been able to, arrest that person, have enough evidence to arrest that person, and then taking them to trial, there's no way they would have been able to, arrest
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Oh, we're getting back feed.
Yeah, that was me. That's my bad.
They may not have been convicted. They may have been acquitted. It's hard to say because it sounded like there was just not enough evidence to even take them to a trial. But then eventually, obviously, what they did got to them because they unalived themselves. And I haven't dug into the case enough to know all the details of it. But there was a lot going on with the family having a hard time getting any type of information about their grandchild's unaliving or their daughter's unaliving. And it was just heartbreaking. So I meet families now almost once a week. I have a new family contact me, and we're just trying to advocate for people whose loved ones have been unalived. And everybody's got to come around and focus who are in this Free Karen Reed movement. Now, the aunties are never, ever going to change their mind. There would have to be something just so glaring and so obvious. Sorry, glare, not making fun of your name, but so glaring and obvious that would point in the direction that it was a fight that happened in the house or in the garage for anybody on that side to change their mind. It would take somebody confessing, in my opinion, would be what it would take. So there's no point in doing Twitter wars with these people anymore. Karen is free. She cannot go back on trial again for the death of John O'Keefe, and they may not ever be able to arrest anyone. So all of you just need to quit arguing and Twitter warring with the antis, because they are just not going to change their mind, and there's nothing that can be done about it. So all you're doing is wasting your breath, going back and forth with them, calling them names. They call you names. They make fun of your dress. They make fun of your hair. You make fun of their hair. You decide you don't like somebody anymore for reasons I don't understand. The whole Etsy thing blows my mind. All I can see is that she cares about her community, and she likes to follow true crime. She likes to follow things going on in her community that matter to her. And all of a sudden, she's just person non grata in the Free Karen movement. That this kind of stuff makes zero sense to me. And I don't like it because it's mean. And anytime you're being mean to someone who's another human, who's not a public figure, who doesn't put themselves out there on the media and makes them want to not like you, someone like Etsy makes zero sense to me. So there's been so much that has gone on since Karen was freed that has turned my stomach and literally has made me not want to live stream anymore, because it's just so disappointing to see people like this. I'd rather just go back to advocating behind the scenes and not coming on here every week and trying to make sense of all this nonsense that we shouldn't even have to be spending a second on. But yet we had to, because this was too much. Like, there's no way that Julie and I could have had a Friday Night Lives tonight and not spoke on this. Her and I have been following this case since the beginning. I've been live streaming since last August. Julie's been live streaming with me since late February, early March. This was way too big of a colossal moment the last 7 days. So we literally had to spend our Friday Night Lives on this. I'm glad that Julie's been able, and I'm sorry we went back to it, but we needed to kind of come around full circle. It wasn't that I wasn't keeping up, Shauna. I've been busy this week. I've still been keeping up. I just didn't listen to every single MySpace. I listened to bits and pieces. I listened to a little bit of JFK. I did not have the time to listen to other people's 3 and 4 and 5 hour streams this week. And again, I like to live stream on Fridays when something has happened and have it be my visceral reaction, my authentic reaction, and then go back and listen to other live streamers later. They always beat us to it because shit usually happens on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then we don't live stream till Friday. So our shows are a recap of all the nonsense that's gone on, or all the verdicts, or everybody else just hops on and live streams whenever they feel like it in the middle of the day. And Julie and I don't do that. We like to just stick to Friday Night Lives. If Julie and I did that, then we wouldn't have to worry about hearing other people's stuff, because we'd just be going on when they go on. So it puts us a little bit at a disadvantage to recap on Fridays, but that's why I try not to listen to their streams. I'm paying attention to what's going on because I look at Twitter every day and I see all the shit and I know all the comments, and you and Julie keep me up on it in our private texting. I just wanted to ask all these questions because I thought of them by myself without looking at other people's stuff. And I wanted you guys to know how I felt about it and my gut feeling and my gut reactions to everything that's gone on in the last 7 days. So that is why we did what we did tonight and why we talked about what we talked about. I'm glad Julie got the chance to talk about going up to Uncle Joe's and about the grand juror. And I'm sorry that I interrupted you in the middle because there was something you said and then there was chats going on in the friend zone that I wanted to get to. So I apologize, but we had to come back to it because I wanted to sort, as much of that out as we could tonight. I mean, there's just so much to absorb and understand and why people are doing what they're doing. And I don't know that we'll ever truly know, but would you like to finish your recap on your time in Boston?
Hang on. How about we do this because I'm getting fucking exhausted and
yeah, I am too.
How about we play this and then we'll call it quits because I'm going to go let the puppy. Let's see.
But overall, are you glad?
So stuff happened with the jury.
Overall, are you glad you went up to Boston?
What?
Are you glad you went up to Boston?
Down to Boston?
Yeah, I mean, down to Boston. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Julie. We can't hear you. Come back, Julie. Can't hear you.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah. No, nobody's talking about this. So hang on. I want to hang on one second. I'm gonna mute. Okay, I don't know if I can share this because he has it as a short. So like I said, so Grant was there. So it seems like there's more coming. Judge was not happy and was very expressive and made it known that she was not happy and said that it came out that they said that they referred to this other case. So the judge kept referring to Judge Solani, kept referring to this other case. Well, if we read between the lines, that other case, and during the defense attorney's time, defense attorney actually said, she just got basically make excuses saying no, this isn't she knows what's going on, just that she saw that this person was on trial for doing something. She thought that there was injustice and people get caught up in this type of situation. Again, referring to the Karen Read stuff. And the president said, look, even today, there's a lot of interest in it, even today, and pointed to us. What the hell? So he pointed to again, referring to, didn't say it, but all inference could say the Karen Read case, and the judge was directly quoted as saying, no, but this wasn't a one-time thing. And then made a point to say she posted on the CDL case once and posted on the unnamed case, the other case, again, you can make an inference that it's the Karen Read case, quote, dozens and dozens and dozens of times on Twitter. That's crazy. So anyway, so that happened. She pled. She cried. It was sad. The judge was very expressive and was like, why? We need a deterrent. Why? And she was not happy. But so she sentenced her to basically the claim, but she's doing 60 days house arrest. Okay. So then we leave. The judge, they clear the courtroom. Grant goes running outside and was like, oh, he wants to see if he can get a story. So we're outside. I play cameraman lady, and that's on his Twitter, and he put it on his YouTube, so you guys can check out Towel, Grant Smith Ellis. He has a clip of outside where I'm recording and point because her attorney walked out and pointed and was like, hey, and he turned and was like, hello, sir. And the attorney turned to him and just kind of shook his head and kept going. But she stood there and was like, okay, still don't see her. Don't know what's happening. So we're standing there. And all of a sudden, the car drives by, beeps the horn, windows down, somebody yells something. It's like, who's this asshole? Grant goes, it's her. It's like, you got to be shitting me. So what happens? He books it down the street. Now, again, it's not any type of harassment because for whatever reason, this person took the corner and honked and then said something and then drove away. And God bless him. Running towel, ran down the street, ran up the corner. And can you share, oh, wait a second, hang on. Can you share, my screen? Yep. Can you see my screen?
So you two are in front of the courthouse now after everything's over.
Yep.
And she's driving herself away. Nobody's driving her, or is she in the passenger seat, or is she in the driver's seat?
Oh, you'll see. You'll see.
Okay. Oh gosh, Julie, you must have been stunned. Okay.
He got the mother of all interviews. Let's just put it that way. Now the person from Mass Live said, "Oh, they didn't talk about it," and I got called a journalist. So I got called a journalist twice. So
Julie, you are a journalist now. You are a live streaming journalist. Hang on, let me get this up here. I think it's great that you took your personal time to drive down to Boston from where you live.
I mean, this is big doings. I don't know why people weren't there. Okay, so again, so this is Grant. This is Towel, and as you can see, it says, "Well, all right, we'll just play it." So that is again. Nobody go find this person. Don't harass her. Don't say anything. What's done is done. Let her serve her time and let the feds do what they're doing. But this is what Towel. This is the Towel interview. Towel exclusive. Towel News Network.
You beat me. You beat me. You beat me. You gave yourself away.
Go away, Grant. You can't get it right. You never do. You never do.
That's unfair.
Otherwise, we would have talked to you. But you don't get it
You're
right.
talking to me right now by yelling at me on a road.
Right person.
I'm a smart person.
You're a towel.
Thank you. She said I'm a towel. Ah!
That was the great. I'll play it again. That was the greatest shit in the world to see him take off and then round the corner because I'm crippled and it was like slow down. Where the frig you going? Turned and said,
I know you're tired, and I'm tired too. And thank you. Normally we don't. Well, normally we do go this long, Julie, but it was a rough night because I was trying to play devil's advocate, and so I know I probably upset a lot of people by being the devil's advocate, but that's what I had to do. And you did great tonight. Thank you for all of your everything, and thank you for going down to Boston. This is great stuff. And so now, tell me, which one is the grand juror?
So the grand juror. So her mother was driving.
Okay, thank you. That's what I figured.
Or the person that she was with, which I'm assuming is her mother.
And before we watch
she's the one interviewing.
Okay. Before we watch it again, so who's the one doing all the yelling and shouting? The mother?
Yes, that's the person that she was with. So it was her. So it was a juror, and we're assuming it's the mother. So
and
yeah.
Do we know the approximate age of this grand juror?
Yeah, she's 34.
Okay, so basically, in the same age group as my children. Old enough to know better for sure, but still I can see where, the mommy is driving.
And that's what Judge Kawani said too. She's like, well, you're still young enough and maybe you just didn't understand the gravity of the situation by saying like, hey, you want to leak because you want to help this other trial. Okay, fine. But what about what's happening here? You got to do justice here too. And you came in biased. So yeah. So she said that too. She's like, well, you're young. You don't understand that. You put something up on Twitter. Look who might be affected by this stuff. So yeah, so she's young enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Young enough, but old enough. Okay. Because, right. I mean, yes, 34 is young technically in the scheme of things, but still old enough to know better because they were point blank told that you are not allowed to speak on this. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So,
yeah. So, but I can understand why her mom would accompany her to court because even if she was 54 and her mom was 75 or 80, she might accompany her to court. It's her child. It's her family. So I get that. But this is kind of crazy. Like, this is insane. Like, why would she obviously knows who Grant is, right?
Oh yeah, that was made very, very, very clear. And I mean, okay, so how this happened? Like, I had no idea. Like I said, I was like, who's this asshole beeping? And he's like, oh my God, that's her. I was like, what? Like I didn't catch what they said the first time when again they drove by like we were in the corner waiting. We're like, okay, what's going on here? But we were shooting shit and we're like, oh, okay, let's see if anybody comes out this way or that way. And we're like, okay, she's here, she's not, who knows? So she came out and then drove around, but she stopped. The window was down and blew her horn It's like, okay, so do you want you want to talk? What's going on? So he takes off and was like, wait, where are you going? It was like, they're going to stop at the corner. It was like, oh, okay. So go down. So I ran the corner. He's on the other side filming, and like that's why he's laughing. So I can hear him because he's loud, and I appreciate that loud because I'm loud and boisterous and expressive. So he's loud, so I can hear, but I can't hear them. So I hear her say like, "Oh, well, you're talking to me now." I was like, "Oh, they're talking back and forth." Like I figured that they were there with like the with the window open, I'm sorry, with the window shut, and like doing one of these. No, they're talking to him. Like, so they're talking, and I hear him say like, "Oh, you're talking to me now," and then I hear her scream something at him, and he says, "I'm a smart person." And I was like, "He's a smart towel." I was like, "He's a towel," and then all of a sudden I hear her scream like, "You don't get it right. You're a towel." And I was like, "He's a smart towel." So I don't know if you can hear me yelling from.
Oh, I'm gonna try to hear. I'm gonna try to listen.
Towel.
Oh my god!
She called me a towel.
I'm gonna try to listen, but he that's like a compliment to him.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, if this wasn't like the be all end all, where they're like, oh, they were completely impartial, they had no idea, you know, and like what they were saying, like, well, they didn't know what the friend, like it seemed like they were much more concerned with what the friend was doing, and so their argument in front of Sawani was, you know, they got caught up in what was going on. They saw. So like, it seemed like they were very much aware, but from this interaction, it seemed like they were very much like pink people, turtle rider people, which is interesting. But then to hear like Grant be like, no, you got everything all wrong. It's like, well, what are you talking about? Like, were you not making a deal? Was was it more the friend more than this lady? Like I was trying to figure out like, oh, is she an asset or whatever it was, but it sounds much more like the friend is the potential target in my opinion, from what I heard yesterday, where they're going at it. But yeah, so they heard this. So
interesting.
We'll play this again.
Okay.
Look at her face. Hang on, wait a second.
I have to take my glasses off to see up close.
You beeped at me. You beeped at me. You gave yourself away.
Where is? Ah, crap. All right, we gotta play it again. Hang on.
It's okay.
That's unfair.
Otherwise, we would have talked to you. But you don't get it.
You're talking to me right now by yelling at me on a road. I'm a smart person. Thank you.
Yeah, he's a smart towel. He's a smart towel. Look at her face.
You beeped at me. You beeped at me. You beeped at me. You gave yourself away.
Go away, Grant. You can't get it right. You never do.
That's unfair.
Otherwise, we would have talked to you. But you don't get it.
You're talking to me right now by yelling at me on a road. I'm a smart person. Thank you.
I heard you.
I'm a towel.
He's a smart towel. Yeah.
I heard you, Julie. I heard you. He's a smart towel. That was classic.
That's what Grant did. So Grant got the mother of all interviews.
Oh, that was insane. Yes.
Round of applause, towel. Round of applause.
Yes, round of applause for the towel. Even though I disagree with you on who killed John O'Keefe, round of applause for the towel. I appreciate your enthusiasm and your journalism. When she said, you know, get out of here or whatever, and then when he said, you know, this is why we don't talk to you. You're talking to me now, like hello, you know, hello Einstein.
He beeped. She engaged. It's not like they drove off and he took off after. He beeped. They stopped and beeped.
Here's my other thing too, Julie. Was that the grand juror that gave him the finger?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't know. She turned. Let's see.
Oh no! Oh, she gave him the finger. Let's watch it again. Now I could be wrong. You guys think?
Look at her face. Look at her face. Hang on, wait a second. Look at her face. Look at her face. Like, oh my god!
Wait, we should be able to blow that up. Hang on a second. I know how to do it. I'll put us at the bottom. Just a second.
So this is wait a second. So this is it's a short. There. So I mean these are different. This is a short. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So it's hard to make this. Well, that helped a little bit.
Like that?
There.
Is that better? Let's see.
Yeah, that's better. I put us at the bottom. But look at her mouth. She's like, oh,
Oh, damn it. That's okay. Yep. I
Now
know. Look at
watch.
right here.
She
Look
gives-
at right here.
Seriously, you guys, just watch. Tell me what you think. But I think she gives him the finger, the grand juror. I'm pretty sure. Just watch.
You beat
What is wrong with you? So she rolls it up and then rolls it down.
me.
What is wrong?
You
Do you see that?
Oh, yeah, right there. Oh, I didn't know if that was the mother or is that the mother
No,
or is that
that's
her?
her. No, I think that's her.
Is it? I don't know. Let's see.
beat me.
Oh, no, that's the mother
Oh,
going like
she's
this. That's the mother going like
pointing.
this.
Okay,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Roll that back. That's my
Yeah,
fault. She's
oh, no, I
pointing.
can't. I can't. We got to
She's
watch the
giving
thing.
him the finger, Claire. If you ever
Oh, yes, I
watch
can.
this.
Okay. Yes, I can.
Claire, she's giving
You
him the
beat me.
Get it right next time.
You beat me. You gave yourself away.
She's smiling. She's smiling.
You can't get it right. You never do. You never do.
That's unfair.
Otherwise, we would have talked to you. But you don't get it
You're
right.
talking to me right now by yelling at me on a road.
Right person.
I'm a smart person.
Towel.
Thank you. She said I'm a towel.
Oh
Look
my
at, look at, look
gosh.
at.
You beat me.
What is wrong?
You beat me.
Get it.
That's great. That is
Okay.
so great.
Right
Good for you,
there,
Powell.
Julie. Right there where she's going like this. I thought the grand juror was giving him the finger, but it
Oh,
was
yeah.
the mom.
Well, yeah, I saw that the first time too. It was like,
Finger
oh,
pick. It
I
was
don't know what
giving
that
him
was.
the good finger, but when you give someone the finger, you're shaking the finger at him, and she was doing the old finger shake big time. And that was hysterical. And her voice was like out of control. But in all fairness to her, she was just in court with her daughter. Very scary, very emotional.
She was crying. She got up and immediately started sobbing. Her
Well,
face
yeah.
was red. It was bad. It was
Of
bad.
course. And so I want to give
And
a
now
little
she's yelling.
bit of,
And now she's yelling like I mean I don't want to call anybody names, but you okay, never mind. Now she's yelling like somebody who I don't know wasn't just in court for. I
right.
don't know.
But think of it though, if this is your kid, regardless how old they are, they're always your kid.
And you
just-
yell and say you're a towel?
Well, I don't know. I'm not rationalizing what she did. I'm just saying I have a little empathy for her state of mind. You know, her state of mind is she's just watched her daughter go through hell for the past umpteen weeks and had to go to trial, court again. And all of this is out all over social media. It's embarrassing. I mean, emotions are running high. It's like any of this, emotions are running high for everybody and anybody that's been involved with the Karen Read trial. We've gotten up in our feelings. People think you and I are yelling at each other sometimes, but we're never doing that. Julie and I like to have we've discussed this because we do talk off channel, just so you guys know, we're friends. We like to do the view sometimes a little bit because the view is interesting at times and it can be uplifting. Remember, you guys are the consumer. You're watching the live stream. You're in the friend zone. But MCAT came on with us a couple of times. When you're on here and you're speaking in here, as long as Julie and I do, staring at this laptop, and none of this is scripted. We just have clips prepared for you. We have topics prepared for you. But we are live streaming for 3 to 4 hours. Sometimes we've had records where we've done 5. This is not easy. This is not easy. And so we don't want it to get like kind of mundane or boring for you. So some nights we agree. And Julie knew what I was going to talk about. I run it by her. I've gone rogue a few times. I told her I'd never do that again. So we knew where this was going to go. I warned you at the start of the show that this is going to get crazy tonight because I needed to play devil's advocate. I needed to try to get everyone to get in the middle of that train track, which is why I put the train track up, that sometimes you just got to jump, just quit jumping on sides, quit taking sides, and just take nobody's side. Just think critically, just for a few minutes, a few days, a few minutes, a few hours. Just break it down critically and try not to jump on the side of either side of the train track. That's all I'm asking people to do. Don't jump to be mean to someone. Don't jump to call someone names. Don't jump to think someone's lying and someone's not lying. It's very hard to get through all this and to think through all this and to know who to trust and who to believe, because for a lot of us, we don't live there. And it's very emotional for all of you that do live there. I understand that this is your state. This is your government. These are your police that are allegedly lying. These are your politicians that are allegedly lying, just like Ed Byers in Indiana. It was his politicians that were allegedly lying. And again, it should never be a right or a left thing. If the politicians in mass that are lying are Democrats, so be it. Vote them out of office. The politicians were lying in Indiana were Republicans, so they got him out of office, and now he's in jail. The sheriff's in jail. Doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrats. If they're criminals, they're criminals. They're freaking criminals. We all want them to be in trouble, regardless of who we voted for, regardless of what politics they have. And the same with your select board there in Canton. Regardless of what side of the aisle they sit on, which is, select boards and county boards, those are all bipartisan, but they all have opinions, right? They all have their say. I mean, if they're not doing their job for you, if they're excluding you, or if they're making you feel lesser than, then you have to vote them out. You just don't have a choice. Yes, MCAT, the finger pointer, the glare called me a finger pointer way back when I had the audacity to criticize Turtle about something. I got called a finger pointer by the glare. Little did he know that I don't do that I am advocating, that I've been on the ground here in Florida. I've been on the ground for other cases in my life. So he doesn't even know me. So he should have never done that. That was very out of line of him, but I like to joke about it now. I've never spoken to him, or, he would never come on this show, obviously. But I don't have anything against him. I used to go to his show a lot before he called me the finger pointer. But when he did that, I thought that was pretty rude of him. And he didn't even bother to ask me why I was saying what I was saying. He just decided to degrade me. So again, think about what you're saying. Think about who you're saying it to. Why are you saying it? Is it helpful? Is it useful? Is it remotely kind or not kind? Why are you saying it? Why are you choosing to be on one side versus the other? These are all things that you have to critically think about if you're going to participate in social media and or in the chat boxes of live streams. These are just very important things for you to do, because nobody is right all the time. Nobody is wrong all the time. There's only a very few people in our world that are innately evil and that have no repair, that can never come back from what they've done. Most people make mistakes. I think of, when I think back to some of the arrests I made, they were mostly one-offs. A person was making one mistake one night, and they will regret it forever, depending on if it was a misdemeanor, a city ordinance, or a felony. And so do we damn everyone to hell? Those that made one mistake, depending on the severity of the mistake, obviously. That's why I always talk a lot about recidivism, and that there is coming back. There is coming back for some people. It just depends on what they did, what the level of their, undoing was. Now, if they unalive somebody, there's no coming back from that. That's if you get convicted, if there's enough evidence, if the jury says, yes, you did it, then you're going to go to jail for most of your life. If it was first degree, second degree, maybe life with parole. I don't know. I mean, look at what's going on with the Menendez brothers. It's like nobody talks about that. I mean, it was looking a few months ago, Julie, like they were maybe going to get out on parole. It was looking very positive for both of them. And then boom, the hammer comes down and they say, no, we're not, you guys haven't proved to us that you are able to be on parole, that you are still breaking laws within our own jail system. So you are not getting out on parole. So, if you do something really horrible and there might not be any coming back from that, are they rehabilitated? They say no. The prison says we don't think so. All their family and friends and everybody thinks they are rehabilitated. They believe in rehabilitation, and they think that they've proven that with their actions and how they've helped other prisoners and the things that they've done. But the prison people say, you're still breaking rules. You still are, you still have a phone in here you're supposed to have, and on and on. So they were denied their parole. So I don't know when and if they're going to allow them to come up again or not. But there's that. So, well, Julie, you had a day that's amazing. So did Grant put that out on his Twitter feed?
Yeah, so that's on his so he put it on his Twitter. He put it on so on his Twitter is that video, the exclusive with the juror. He has a video of Chris Albert walking out of court, which you can see the back of my head, where he said, "I'm sorry, Kate Peter," and then I forget what he said. I think he said something like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Kate Peter. I'm sorry, Kate Peter told the story about you guys," and then he smirked. So just to kind of clear up a little bit, because there was something out there where people were like, "Oh, he was smiling because he knew something was going on." No, he smirked because Grant said, "I'm sorry about," like he basically apologized for Kate Peter, like he wasn't. I mean, I mean, we were in federal court, but everybody was cordial. Let's put it that way. Everybody was cordial.
Correct.
We made we were able to make small talk. Like again, no one screaming blood pizza or all that bullshit. But he didn't come out smirking like, oh, tisk tisk tisk, but not like, no, he was leaving and Grant said the thing and then he kind of smiled. But so there's that, and then there's the breakdown where I played his cameraman lady and then point to the side when her lawyer comes out. That's on his Twitter, and he cropped some of it, but he put that on his YouTube. His YouTube is where the frig is it? Hang on, that way I can give him some props because
we're wearing you out tonight, Julie, and we're wearing all of us out. But it was a big week. It was a
I know. I'm gonna hop off it.
Put up my little thank you note.
Wait. I forgot.
It says a really big thank you.
What's
to
up?
Julie. It says a really big thank you. It's a thank you note that I put up every once in a while to you. I hold this up every once in a while because it's an actual real thank you note for everything everything you've done to prep for Friday Night Lives with me and to share this screen with me on Friday nights. I know I thank you, but I don't know if you realize how much it means to me to have a co-host. It means the world to me. I enjoy it so much. I love when we agree to disagree because we're both smart, intelligent women and we're allowed to do that. We agree way more than we disagree. And I love that. And that's the same with everybody in our friend zone. Most of us agree way more than we disagree. And we're all intelligent, kind people who are advocating for people that need our help and advocate for them. Plus, we also enjoy talking about these cases. And this is our little safe space. It's kind of our hobby that we follow true crime and that we follow the cases that we follow. And we get a chance to have a safe space on Friday nights to talk about that, or sometimes Wednesdays, sometimes Thursdays too. But I appreciate all of you so much. In my retirement years, it gets a little lonely at times. And I've really thoroughly enjoyed live streaming. Even when we don't always agree, it really matters to me that we get the chance to talk like this because we do have free speech. You could never do this if you lived in a country way far east of here. And the fact we get to do this is really an honor, and we should never take it for granted.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. I mean, just the fact that we're able to do this, and again, we have to do the disclaimer, allegedly, and everything else, because you can't come out here and make all these accusations, and free speech. Right. It's the First Amendment. But it's not, unfair. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. I just saw. Is that Chicago? Oh my God. Okay. Well, that's another thing. Anyways, but yes. So free speech is number one.
So we say allegedly, we say in our opinion, we say based on the evidence, based on the trial, based on the witnesses, we say all those things because it truly is our opinion. And that's
we can still say them. Yeah.
But we still have to say them. Yeah, we still have to say them. And everything you say in the chat is your opinion, friend zone. I don't necessarily agree with you. I don't necessarily endorse it. I just give you the chance to say it in our friend zone because that's what we do here. And you're allowed to come on the platform and say what you want to say as well. Anytime, anyone's welcome. So what did you want to end our night with, Jules?
Oh, can you share the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Did I get this all the way back to?
Let me put us back at the bottom again.
There we go. Okay, so we'll end it. Well, I mean, it was October 3rd, and if everyone is aware, what did I do? Jesus Christ! Hang on.
I did that. I put us at the bottom.
Am I still sharing this? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it was October. Yeah. Okay. No, my own screen, it popped it out. Yeah. So it was October 3rd.
October 3rd. He asked me what day it was.
Pop culture. There is a movie called Mean Girls, and there is a famous line.
Love it.
That says, on October 3rd, he asked me what day it was.
I saw this.
It's October 3rd.
And then there's a whole bunch of that other stuff.
So we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, and I can't. I don't know why I can't rewind. Maybe I can. Wait a second. Can I do like this? Oh, here we go. Duh.
October 3rd. He asked me what day it was. It's October 3rd.
Thank you, Lindsay Lohan. So it's October 3rd. So happy. Well, it was October 3rd. Now it's.
Did you? So. You sent this to me, right? Because I saw it. You sent it in the text to me, right?
No. I just brought that up. It was like, well, I know it's going to be a tough show, so let's start with something fun. and see if we
Oh,
go
I
from there.
must have seen that on Twitter then today. Is that where I saw it? I mean, I saw that today.
Yeah,
and I was
probably.
laughing.
Yeah, probably. I know people. Yeah, I know people always throw that up there.
Yeah, because I thought of you, and I thought for some reason I thought you sent it to me in a text, but I must have seen it on Twitter when I was going through looking at what kind of craziness people were saying to each other. So we streamed so long tonight that we didn't get a chance to do our end of the night Twitter search where we go on and see what other crazy nefarious things we can find and what people were going crazy and off the charts about. I just know that Jen Altman and Kim Fair are still battling. That's one of the epic battles of the anti-Karen Read versus the Karen Read movement that's been happening on Twitter X. Jen Altman is in Turtles Inner Circle, and Kim Fair is a big time John O'Keefe died and it's Karen Read's fault, and she was standing out wearing t-shirts. She's been super vocal on Twitter, not always kind, and then somehow her and Jen Altman got into it, and now it's just constant back and forth. Not that anybody needs to spend time on that or concern themselves with it, because it gets quite nasty between the two of them. I really wish they would just call a truce and be done with it, because again, it doesn't do anybody any good. But usually when we do our Twitter reviews on Friday Night Lives, we find a lot of craziness going on with the anti-Karen Read versus Karen Read, even though Karen Read is free and she is never going to be tried again. It seems like none of them are ever going to get over it, Julie.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet. And I mean, again, they're still investigating, but we shall see. But in any event, I'm bushed. I am going to hop off here because I am exhausted, because this week was exhausting. And I went to court yesterday and Grant's a towel and he got the mother of all interview. So I'm going to hop off.
Julie,
thank you everybody for stopping by. What's up?
Goodbye, but you also got the mother of all interviews because you were right there and you were filming it because you took the time to go down there. So thank you so much.
Well, I did contribute by saying he's a smart towel. So
yes. Okay, thanks everybody. Thanks for being here.
You have to send that to Grant.
Yeah, good night, everyone. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks to everybody in the friend zone. You're so appreciated. And we will be back next week with more Friday Night Lives. And as we always say, Julie and I, who knows what's going to happen next week, but something always does. So please be kind to each other. Take care of each other. Please try to be kind and not mean. That's just really important. And it's all about advocacy. It's all about justice for those that were unalived by the hands of someone else. That's why we're here. So justice for John O'Keefe, justice for Sandra Birchmore, and all of the other victims that we are advocating for that we speak on Wednesdays or Thursdays. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Friend Zone. Thank you, Replay. See you all next week.
Night, everybody.
On Wisconsin. Good night.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. justice seekers will fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption. We'll stand tall for justice and truth will